Before we begin the session, I have a couple of questions for the audience, and if you know the right answer, please raise your hand. We'll come to you, our volunteers will come to you with a mic. You can answer the question. If it is correct, you get a prize for it. So this is an easy one. Long ago, Khushwant Singh wrote one of the most heart-rending testimonials of the partition of 1947 in his historic novel. The gentleman there, what was the name of this famous novel?
Train to Pakistan.
Perfect. Can we have your name? Thank you, Himanshu. And you get a book of Sufi stories as a gift. This was an easy one, no? But good. And we have one more question. This is just to warm you up before the session ahead. 1984 is a rare work that offers a vision of a totalitarian, bureaucratic world. I don't need to say more. We already have. We'll not go to Himanshu because he's already answered. You can ask this gentleman.
George Orwell.
Perfect. You didn't even let me complete. You already knew the answer. Absolutely right. Thank you. And you get the book of Sufi stories as your gift. Thank you. So all of you are sufficiently warmed up, and in another minute or two, we will start the session. Good morning, everyone. I'm Parul, and greetings to all of you as we embark on the third and final day of the 6th edition of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival, organized by the Society for Culture and Environment in association with the State Culture Department. Well, clearly time flies, which is why we did not realize that 2 days have already gone by, where we witnessed some fascinating and insightful dialogue and deliberations from our authors and speakers. And here we are on the final day. Before we start with today's session, I would like to inform the members of the audience about the exhibitions, different kinds of exhibitions that are put up in different parts of Bharat Bhavan. At Rang Darshani, we have Rita Jhunjhunwala's exhibition titled Poetry as Art. At the forecourt in front of Tribal Art Gallery, an exhibition of vernacular gaunt paintings, an exhibition and demonstration by Radheshyam Kherwarji from Balaghat. Sorry. At Modern Art Gallery, we have the Permanent Hall of Masters. Permanent Adivasi art is put up at the Tribal Art Gallery. And next to the bookstore, we have two exhibitions, India Life Around Water, an exhibition by Dr. Sarah Keller, and an exhibition of projects by the National Institute of Design students. Do pay a visit. My understanding of constitutional morality is the adherence to the core principles of constitutional democracy, such as individual autonomy, liberty, equality, dignity, privacy, and non-discrimination in matters of personal choices and relations. But we have experts here who will correct me if I'm wrong and explain the idea in detail to us. I would like to invite our eminent guests here. To speak more on this idea, I would now invite eminent jurist Justice Madan P. B. Lokur, who's a judge of the Supreme Court of Fiji since 2019. He's former judge of the Supreme Court of India and also a former Chief Justice of the Andhra Pradesh High Court, the Guwahati High Court, and he's been a judge of the Delhi High Court. Welcome, sir. I would request you to grace the stage. The session will be moderated by Mr. Bishwajit Bhattacharya, who's been a senior advocate of the Supreme Court of India, a visiting faculty at Indian Law Institute, and a country manager at ANZ Grindlays Bank. He's also a visiting professor at IIM Ahmedabad. As Additional Solicitor General of India, he's credited with winning several big revenue cases for the tax department, including a landmark case against Fiat India Automobiles, wherein the company had to pay close to rupees 432 crores as excise duty to the government. Sir, I would request you to grace the stage. Justice Madan B. Lokur and Mr. Bishwajit Bhattacharya on constitutional morality. So we'll request you to begin the session.
Yeah.
The mics are there.
Yeah. Extremely honored and Justice Madan Lokur, as you know, is a human being first and an outstanding judge. In my view, in the history of India, in my view, you have never had such a great combination of a great human being and a great judge. Not only he is the first, he is the only judge of a Supreme Court of a foreign country. He is a sitting judge now from India only. And he has been an outstanding judge in the Supreme Court. He's been the Chief Justice of 3 different high courts, acting Chief Justice Delhi High Court, Chief Justice of Assam High Court comprising of 7 different courts, and also the Chief Justice of Andhra High Court. And I am really honored and I feel greatly inspired. And I am Bishwajit Bhattacharya. I am basically a lawyer and I have been a law officer of the Government of India. Thank you. So may I just request and ask Justice Madan Lokur to start. Constitutional morality. Morality is demarcating right from wrong. So what is your first comment as to what the country as a whole, in terms of constitutional democracy, where are we proceeding and where we should make better use of the Constitution to make India even more vibrant and a democratic and a prosperous nation in terms of the founding fathers of the Constitution.
Yeah, thank you, Bishwajit. You know, the idea of constitutional morality was introduced in the Assembly to a Greek historian called Grote, who wrote about the democracy in Athens. And the view expressed by Dr. Ambedkar was that we are drafting a constitution, right? A constitution is a document of governance. You can't put everything in it. You know, you can't say that this is the way you do this, this is the way you do that. All these things have to be done by the people who are in authority, who are in power, and they are the ones who have to, you know, make the laws if necessary. Now, for example, recently there's been this controversy about the appointment of election commissioners. The Constitution says that the appointment of election commissioners will be done by enacting a law, right? The constitution makers could have in the Constituent Assembly said that this is the way you appoint the election commissioners. But in a constitution, you can't go into all these things. So they said you make, a law for this. Now, a law was not made for many years. A law has now been made, and there's been some controversy about that. I'll come to it a little later. But what Dr. Ambedkar had in mind was that there are certain things which cannot necessarily be said in the Constitution. And in spite of the fact that we have the longest Constitution, but then we leave it to you, that is the people, to the legislators, to those who are in authority, to decide how to implement the Constitution, how to have a good republic, a good democracy. And in that context, he said that constitutional morality is important, where you can have two different views, look at them, understand them, and then come out with a solution. Now, constitutional morality is different from popular morality. This is again something which was discussed by the courts. Now, I may think that something is immoral, right? That's my own personal opinion. A majority of people might think it is immoral. The majority of people might think something is moral, and what the minority is saying is wrong. It is not immoral. But that popular morality is different from constitutional morality. Constitutional morality, like I said, the Constitution is a document of governance. So you have persons who are in authority, a governor, for example, of a state. How is he supposed to act? What is he supposed to do? What are his duties? What are his responsibilities? You can't put it down, like a standard operating procedure, following 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are the duties of a governor. Election commission, free and fair elections. How do you have free and fair elections? You can't put it down, in black and white that this is the way it is supposed to be done. The speaker of the House or the speaker of the Vidhan Sabha, what are his duties? What are his responsibilities? This is where constitutional morality comes. The question to be asked is, what is the right thing to do? And this gets developed through conventions, through protocols over the years, and then that is the essence really of constitutional morality.
May I just ask you, Justice Lokur, as you have very correctly mentioned, the collegium to select the election commissioners, it has been replaced from the Chief Justice to a Union Cabinet Minister. So you have three persons, the Prime Minister, a Cabinet Minister, and the Leader of Opposition. Does it not make the entire process, and does it not stultify Part 15 of the Constitution from Article 324 to 329, which says the superintendent's direction and control? It's completely stultified because whichever party may be in power, they will appoint their own persons, and so it will be at the best 2 versus 1 or 3-0. So does it not violate the grand norm and the very basis of the morality of the Constitution?
Yes, you're right. You see, it's like this. In the Constituent Assembly, there were debates about the Election Commission. And one of the questions that was raised was that why don't we decide how is the Election Commissioner to be appointed? Or the Chief Election Commissioner and the Election Commissioners, how should they be appointed? There were differing views. And Dr. Ambedkar said that, listen, this is going to take too long to decide what is the best way to do it. So let's leave it to Parliament. Let Parliament make a law on how to appoint the Chief Election Commissioner and the Election Commissioners. But the most important thing was that everybody in the Constituent Assembly said that the executive should not be involved in the appointment of the Chief Election Commissioner and the election commissioners. The executive should not be involved, which is to say that it has to be some independent body, because the executive is the one which is going to implement the law. It has to be some independent body. Free and fair elections is one of the basic features of our constitution. So let's have some independent persons as the election commissioners. And they said that a law should be made. Now, Parliament did not make a law, right? There were some problems about the appointment of election commissioners. The matter came up to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said that the Constitution requires a law to be made. Until a law is made, you should have a collegium of 3 persons. That is the Chief Justice of India, the Prime Minister, and another person, 3rd person, until the law is made. Now, a law was made. And in the law, what they have said is that it will be the Prime Minister, it will be the leader of the opposition. Instead of the Chief Justice of India, it will be a cabinet minister. Now, therefore, it is really the executive which is going to dominate. The Prime Minister is the head of the executive. A cabinet minister is a member of the executive. So therefore, what was intended by the Constituent Assembly, what was intended by everybody in the Constituent Assembly, including Dr. Ambedkar, that you keep the executive out of it. Through this law, the executive has been made the dominant body, dominant authority for the appointment of the election commissioner. So to that extent, Biswajit, what you are saying is correct. It goes against the grain of constitutional morality, because the Constituent Assembly said have it independent from the executive, and today the law is not independent of the executive. I will just, give you an example. You have the Lokpal, for example. All right, the Lokpal is also appointed through a collegium. That's a collegium of 5 people. The Prime Minister is there, the Chief Justice of India is there, the leader of the opposition is there, an eminent jurist is there. So you have 5 people. So you have a precedent. Then you have the chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission. Again, you have a collegium of 5 judges, 5 people. So the idea of having 3 with the domination of the executive is really contrary to what has been happening in the past, namely the selection of the Lokpal, the selection of the chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission. So in that sense, constitutional morality has been given a go-by through this legislation.
Sir, the matter is now pending in the highest court in the country, and the highest, whatever law highest court declares under Article 141 is binding, and all authorities, judicial and civil, under Article 144 shall aid. So while we have every hope that our apex court will rise to the occasion and protect this, the most basic doctrine of separation of power, some concerns remain, sir, like allocation of cases. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So under these circumstances, as the master of roster, sir, you have yourself been the master of rosters in 3 different high courts, and in the collegium for the whole of 2017 and whole of 2018, I recall. I mean, how a court, the apex court, which has now 34 judges, and the entire power is concentrated on one individual, that is the Chief Justice of India. And so there is so much of, if I may say so, uncertainty. Why the entire court can't be involved in this process? Your view, sir.
Yes, Biswajit. You see, the concept of master of the roster, which is, a phrase which has been used fairly frequently, what it implies, I mean, for those, particularly the students who may not be aware of this, uh, you see in the, in every court, that is a constitutional court such as the High Court or the Supreme Court, cases are allocated by the Chief Justice. So, and he's called the master of the roster. So he will decide, you know, which case or which kind of cases will go to which judge. So in the High Court, you may have, you know, 40 judges, you may have 60 judges. Allahabad High Court has got something like 90 judges. So how do you distribute the work to the judges? That is decided by the Chief Justice, of course, with the assistance of the registry. And he decides that, all right, you know, these two judges will sit in a division bench of two judges. This judge will sit as a single judge. These two judges will sit in a division bench. That judge will sit as a single judge, and so on. That's the job of the Chief Justice, which is the master of the roster. So having decided, you know, which judge is going to sit as a single judge, which judges are going to sit in a division bench of two judges, then is the distribution of work. Now, in the high courts, what they do is they say that the Chief Justice says that, all right, criminal cases will go to, you know, the following single judges and to the following division benches. Cases pertaining to taxation, for example, revenue, excise, income tax, GST, whatever, will go to the following single judge and to the following division bench. Civil cases, right, they will go, he will decide on the distribution. Now, the Chief Justice actually, you know, takes into consideration the requirement of the court, number one, in terms of numbers. Should we have 10 judges in criminal cases or 5 judges? If there are a lot of criminal cases, then he will decide to have 20 judges or 15 judges, whatever. So one is the selection of judges. The second is the assignment of the roster. You will do the kind of cases. Now, as luck would have it, the Chief Justice will, of course, you know, in consultation with the registry and in consultation with the judges, fix up a roster. Not come across any situation except one particular situation in some high court. I have not come across any situation in any high court where this problem about the allocation cases. But unfortunately, in the Supreme Court, it has become a bit of a problem. This system is working perfectly well in the high courts. I don't see why it should not work equally well in the Supreme Court. Now, in the Supreme Court, again, you know, it's the same thing. I mean, the Chief Justice of India is normally a person who has been the Chief Justice of some high court. So, experience of, you know, the allocation of cases, he has the experience of who to put where. In court, we don't have a system of all of them are division benches. So you have 2 judges or 3 judges. And for constitutional matters, 5 judges. So this is justice. But then for some reason, you know, the past, there has been, you know, some sensitive cases going to a particular judge. And that is a bit of a problem, you know. I mean, all judges, that one judge is better than the other, they're all equal. So why should some kind of cases go only to a particular judge who also does not happen to be a senior judge, who happens to be a junior judge? Why should the cases go to that person? Now that created a bit of a problem, you know. So that problem, unfortunately, is persisting. And the perception is that cases that are sensitive are going only to a particular judge or a particular set of judges and not to others. And that, you know, creates a problem. That perception creates a problem. That why is the master of the roster, that is the Chief Justice, why is the Chief Justice doing this? that creates a problem. Now, arbitrariness is antithetic, is the antithesis of equality. If all judges are equal, you cannot arbitrarily say that, well, certain kind of cases will go to a particular judge and to nobody else. That creates a problem. And that is why there is this controversy whether the master of the roster is exercising his authority or his responsibility or his power in an equal manner. Right? That is what is really the problem.
So thank you for being so very fair and candid, which you have always been. Another concern in this context remains, sir, in the collegium system. This NJAC verdict came on 16th of October 2015 by the Constitution Bench. Now from 2015 to 2024, this is the 9th year running. But there is a problem within the collegium, and there is also a problem of collegium's recommendations not being implemented by the executives. Now, should it not, if this situation persists for a long time, should it not create some kind of a constitutional immorality?
Yeah. You see, again, now, like I said in the beginning, the Constitution cannot have everything written down. It can't be a standard operating procedure sort of a document. So conventions have to be built up, and those conventions have to be followed. That is what is the essence of constitutional morality. Now, you have the collegium system for appointment of judges. It works at two levels. One is at the High Court level, you have a collegium of judges, that is the Chief Justice and the two senior most judges. They will say that, all right, we think that a particular person should be appointed as a judge of the High Court. 1, 2, 3, 5, whatever. So they make a recommendation to the government to say that, we think that this person should be appointed as a judge of the High Court. That is the collegium of the High Court. Now, the recommendation goes to the governor of the state. It goes to the chief minister of the state. They carry out their own, assessment. The chief minister, for example, may want to find out from the police if there is any case pending against that person. What kind of a character is that person, integrity, and so on. And they give their recommendation. Yes, we think this person should be appointed, or we think this person should not be appointed. Whatever their recommendation. And it goes to the government of India. The government of India also carries out its own assessment. They have the Intelligence Bureau. So the Intelligence Bureau will carry out its own assessment and say that, yeah, this person is a person of integrity, or this person, there is some problem about him. They make their own assessment, and they give it to the collegium of the Supreme Court. Now, the Supreme Court collegium consists of the Chief Justice of India and the two senior most judges. They look at the entire record, right? What has the High Court collegium said? What has the governor of the state said? What has the chief minister said? What has the government of India said? What is our view? If it is of a particular High Court, say High Court A, are there judges in the Supreme Court who have worked as judges in High Court A? Some of them may have been the Chief Justice of that High Court, some of them may have been judges. So they take their opinion and say that, please give us your opinion. And then the collegium takes a decision. And the collegium says that, yes, we are recommending this person and we think the recommendation is good. It is sent to the government. Now, again, how do you do that? There's no written document, but you have the entire record. What is the government supposed to do? The government is expected to say that, well, it's a recommendation that has come right down the line from the Supreme Court. We accept it. Or if they have any objection, they should say that, we have an objection. If you remember, we had told you that the Intelligence Bureau report said such and such a thing, please have a look into it again. And then the collegium says, oh, all right, you have told us that, you've reminded us about it, we'll have a look at it again. And they say that we've considered it, but we still think this person should be appointed. The problem arises now in the sense of constitutional morality. Should the government accept that recommendation or not? The problem that has been arising in the recent past is that the government says that, well, you've made a recommendation, we are not going to act upon it. And they sit on the file for a year, in some cases for 2 years. Even though the Supreme Court Collegium has said that, no, this person should be appointed. We have seen your objections, we do not agree with your objections. It is our view which we reiterate that you please appoint this person, and yet the government says, no, we are not going to appoint that person. That's where constitutional morality comes in. Now, if there was a law, for example, everybody would be bound by that law. But constitutional morality works basically on conventions, on principles. What is the right thing to do? Can the government say that, well, we don't agree with you. Is that the right thing to do? Why do you have this entire chain? Can the government, tell the Supreme Court that, we don't care for your opinion? That's where constitutional morality comes in. And that's where we have this problem, where appointment of judges is being held up for years together. And it could be for a frivolous reason. Now, there is a person who has been recommended for the judge of Delhi High Court. The government, again, nobody knows, but the perception is that the government is saying, we are not going to appoint this person because he's gay. Now, if he's gay, does it mean that he can't be a judge? A gay person can't be a judge. Is there some connection between the sexual orientation of a person and being able to give justice? So this is where the problem comes in, and this is where issues of constitutional morality come in, where you can't have everything written down in black and white like a standard operating procedure. You have conventions, you have protocols which are built up over the years, and act upon those, because that is the right thing to do.
Sir, governors of states are sitting over bills passed by the states for years and for months. Does it also not amount to constitutional immorality?
Yeah, that's a very good question, yes. What are the governors doing? The legislature passes, the Vidhan Sabha passes a law. What can the governor do? The governor can say that, listen, I think this law is unconstitutional. These are my reasons. And I'm sending it back to you for reconsideration. You please have a look into it. If you agree with me, fine. If you don't, that's entirely up to you. Or he can say that, well, it's going to be in conflict with a law enacted by Parliament. So this is my view as the governor. So I'm sending it to the President to examine it. And the President of India will decide whether there's a conflict between the law that has been made by the Vidhan Sabha and the law that has been made by Parliament. The third thing that the governor can do is say, yes, I agree, and I give my assent to the bill. The President does that. In this recent session of Lok Sabha, several bills were passed. The President gave her assent. Now, what has been happening is that the governor has been sitting over these bills and saying that I'm not going to do anything, I'm not going to tell you it's unconstitutional. I'm not going to say it's contrary to the law enacted by Parliament. I'm not going to say yes. I'm not going to say no. I'm going to do nothing. That is not constitutional morality, because the Constitution requires that you have to take a decision. The Constitution does not say, again, standard operating procedure. Constitution does not say that you have to give your opinion within 10 days or within 15 days. The Constitution says that you have to take a view within a reasonable period of time. What is a reasonable period of time? A reasonable period of time is something that you and I would generally agree with. You know, in a given case, it could be 10 days. In a given case, it could be 1 month. But it could never be 1 year. Right? It could never be 2 years. Now here, the governor says, well, I'm sitting over it and I've been sitting over it for the last 1 year. What are you going to do about it? That's not constitutional morality. You have to decide within a reasonable period of time. Take a month. Okay, take a month and a half. But take a decision. You can't say, I'm not going to take a decision. That's not constitutional morality. We've had instances of this nature in the recent past. So some of the state governments have gone to the Supreme Court and said, what is the governor doing? You know, please have the governor take a decision. So what does the governor do in a particular case? He says, all right, I've been sitting over it for the last 2 years. Now I'm going to send it to the president. Now, if you had wanted to send it to the president, why didn't you do it in the first instance? And why have you sent it to the president? Is there a conflict? If there is no conflict, why have you sent it? And if there is a conflict, why have you not written about the conflict? Say that this is what Parliament says, this is what the Vidhan Sabha says. I think there is this conflict. And therefore, Madam President, please resolve the conflict. The governor in these cases has just said, I'm sending it. That's not constitutional morality. You have the Speaker of the Vidhan Sabha, implementation of the anti-defection law, the 10th schedule to the Constitution, where people have switched allegiance from the party on which they were elected. A petition is filed before the Speaker saying that this person should be disqualified because it's a violation of the 10th schedule. And the Speaker says, I'm not deciding. Now what do? That's not constitutional morality. The law doesn't say, the Constitution doesn't say you have to decide within 10 days, or you have to decide within a month, or you have to decide within 6 months. It doesn't say that. Again, reasonable time. Now what is reasonable time in a situation like this, you know, where a person deserts his party from which he got elected and joins another party of the 10th schedule? Decide it within a week, 10 days, 15 days, hear the parties, take a call and say that, well, you know, what you've done is wrong, or what you've done is right. I don't see anything illegal in this. But the Speaker cannot say, I will just sit down and do nothing. And that's what's happened. In one particular case, the people went to the Supreme Court and said that, why is the Speaker not taking a decision? So the Supreme Court said, you please decide, and decide quickly. Speaker said, okay, you say decide quickly, I will decide when I feel like deciding it. I'm not going to decide it now. So these people went back to the Supreme Court and said, listen, in spite of your saying so, he's not deciding it. So the Supreme Court said, I'm giving you 3 months. Please decide within 3 months. 3 months, I think the Supreme Court said, is a reasonable period of time. Fine. Then the Speaker took a decision. Right? We had the same problem recently in Maharashtra, where a decision was not being taken. That's not constitutional morality. If there was a law which says that you decide within 10 days, fine, follow the law. But like I said, the Constitution cannot say all this. You know, reasonable time, what is reasonable time? Can I decide it at 2 o'clock in the morning? I mean, you know, you have to be pragmatic. You have to look at the Constitution as a document of governance, not as a document of misgovernance or non-governance.
Justice Lokur, PILs are being preferred to remedy these situations, and PILs, of course, have been triggered by many. What is your overall view? Has the concept of PIL, which are being filed and triggered, have they really achieved the purpose, or a lot leaves to be desired?
Yes. You know, I think public interest litigation, PILs, are a very strong weapon in the hands of the people to have the courts deliver justice. I will tell you about the first, 2 or 3 cases. One is about bonded labor. Okay, bonded labor is something horrible. What happens is, because of a bad year, crop or something or the other, somebody borrows money from a money lender. Money lender says, I'm going to take, 24% interest or some 50% interest or something, and the person is never able to pay the, repay the loan. So he works for that money lender, or whomever the money lender says that you work for that person, to try and, give that loan. He can't do it in his lifetime, so his children have to do that work. They can't do it in their lifetime, so their children have to do that work. So 2 or 3 generations get lost in this idea of bonded labor. And the Supreme Court said it is, despicable. Now, the law says, the Constitution of India says that there will be no bonded labor. There is also a law which prohibits bonded labor, but yet there have been bonded laborers. So Swami Agnivesh sent a letter to the Supreme Court, which was in the nature of which the Supreme Court treated as a public interest litigation. It was a letter sent by him saying that, listen, right next to Delhi, in Faridabad, there is bonded labor. Can you do something about it? Now, 2 questions arose. What about those bonded labor? Could they not have come to the Supreme Court? How could they have come? They don't have the money, right? They're probably repaying the loan of their father or their grandfather. They don't have the money. They're illiterate. How can they come to the Supreme Court, engage a lawyer, spend money, file a petition? So the Supreme Court said that in a situation like this, where social justice demands that a letter should be treated as a petition, we will treat it as a petition, public interest litigation. And they passed orders saying that bonded labor is unconstitutional, so therefore these people should be given freedom. Second case, in Bhagalpur, the police rounded up some people who they said were criminals. They may or they may not have been criminals, I don't know. But they, put needles in their eyes. They put acid in their eyes, made them blind. There's a movie called, I think, Ganga Jal. Ganga Jal movie is based on this. Now, it came out in the newspapers. That newspaper report was treated as a public interest litigation. Again, the question, why couldn't these people come to the Supreme Court? They don't have the money. They're in Bhagalpur. They've been blinded, okay, tortured by the police. How can they come? Again, a newspaper report and a letter. Supreme Court said, we will treat this as a public interest litigation and social justice. They said that the state has done something illegal. They should, pay for the treatment of these persons. Even if they're criminals, so what? You can't put acid in a person's eyes just because he happens to be a criminal. This is how public interest litigation developed. There was one about the environment, there's one about corruption and so on and so forth. So public interest litigation really is the people telling the government through the instrumentality of the court that what you are doing is wrong. It is not in public interest. You cannot have bonded labor. It is not in public interest. You cannot blind people, put acid in their eyes. It is not in public interest. You cannot, take no action against corruption. It is not in public interest. So many of these cases, of course, there has been some misuse. I'm not saying there has never been any misuse. There has been some misuse of public interest litigation. But then the court finds out, that you're misusing the judicial process. So public interest litigation really, I think, is a very, very strong weapon for a common citizen of this country to tell the government what you are doing is wrong. It is not in accordance with the Constitution. It is not in accordance with the law. It is not in accordance with the constitutional morality. and therefore, please do the right thing. Try and imagine somebody, you know, Bhopal is also quite far off from Delhi in that sense, but try and imagine somebody from the northeast, Meghalaya. Something is happening over there. How is he going to come to the Supreme Court? He doesn't have the money. Maybe he is illiterate. Somebody down south, Andaman Islands. How is somebody from Andaman Islands going to come to the Supreme Court? So public interest litigation is a very, very strong weapon of social justice. And it is intended to tell the court that what you are doing is not in public interest. I had to deal with a case where, laborers under the Manrega, the Mahatma Gandhi National Employment, Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, were not being paid. So they were doing work, but not being paid. Why? Does constitutional morality say that, you ask a person to do work and not pay him? Begar is unconstitutional. It's there in our chapter on fundamental rights, that there shall be no begar. Now here you have people who are doing work under Manrega, not being paid. Is that social justice? Is that constitutional morality? It is not. So we said that please pay them. Now the other thing involved in Manrega is that if the payment is not made within 15 days, they're entitled to interest. Okay, so most of these people said, listen, just give us our money, if interest is not being given to us, doesn't matter, but at least give us our money. That's where constitutional morality comes in. That you have to give them their wages, you have to give them their interest if you don't give them their money on time. Again, the law doesn't say that, listen, you have to open a bank account, you have to do this, you have to do that. There's no SOP for that. But that is how the law is to be implemented. That is constitutional morality again.
Sir, my last question, and then this distinguished audience, I'm sure they will be asking questions to you directly. My last question is, with enormous amount of pendency, it's mind-boggling, it's scary. You go to a court, by the time the case is decided, either you may be no more, or you may turn out to be a pauper by legal expenses. So how do you foresee our country can overcome this mammoth crisis?
Yes, Vishwajit, we have a huge problem. It's a huge problem of more than 50 million cases pending in our country. 5 crores, more than 5 crore cases are pending in our country. Right now, there's a judicial officers conference going on in Bhopal. Yesterday, the Chief Justice of Madhya Pradesh, this is what I read in the newspapers, said that recently he decided a case, or the Madhya Pradesh High Court decided a case that was 60 years old. Okay, now I don't know if the person who was a litigant, if he was 20 years old, he gets a decision when he's 80 years old, provided he survives to the age of 80, otherwise his children get it. So, delays are fatal in some cases, where you don't get justice, which is one of the key words in our preamble. Justice is right there, social, economic, political. A person doesn't get justice, but his children get justice. Sometimes even the children don't get justice, the grandchildren get justice. So we have a huge problem, and I believe that all our judges must take it up, on a war footing, so to speak, to ensure that, these cases get decided quickly. Many of them, I can tell you from experience, many of the cases are completely dead. There's probably nothing in it. I remember when I was in the Delhi High Court, I was doing, landlord-tenant disputes. And in many of those cases, many of those cases, what had happened was that either the landlord had sold off the property to the tenant, or the tenant had left the property and gone to some other place. But the case was still pending. Now, if that exercise is done, which is something that the registry did, something which I did, we finished off all those, pending cases. So it is not a problem that is insurmountable. I think it is a problem that can be tackled, but there has to be a will to do it. There has to be a determination that 50 million is too much. We must give justice to the people within a year. In some cases, all right, 2 years if it's a very complicated case, but not after 60 years, not after 10 years. So, like I said, this problem is not insurmountable, but you need that will, that I am going to do it. And if you take that decision, I'm sure the pendency will come down.
Thank you. I now respectfully invite, yes please.
I'm Raghav Chandra, a retired IS officer and the director of the BLF. So my question to you is about the collegium system. We've had very, differing views, and recently Chief Justice, also a former Supreme Court judge who has just retired, has said that not everything is okay with the collegium system. And we do have instances of younger junior judges getting promoted directly to the Supreme Court, sometimes a very senior judges not getting promoted in time, even though they're meritorious. And you yourself have mentioned a case or two. What really is your take on it, and how do you, the NJAC system, for instance, which was proposed to be there, which was meant to resolve and reform all this, how could that have made a difference, and what really should have been done?
Yeah, thank you, Raghav. You see, the problem with the National Judicial Appointments Commission, which came in through an amendment to the Constitution, and also there was a law based on that amendment. All of us felt that it impinged on the independence of the judiciary. Now, an independent judiciary is one of the essential basic features of the Constitution. You can't have a judge who's dishonest, right? Or in a cricket match, for example, you can't have an umpire who's, all the time deciding in favor of one particular team. Or in a football match, a referee who's always deciding in favor of one particular team. Similarly, you can't have, judges who are dishonest. It's completely antithetical. So, if there is any attempt to control the independence of the judiciary, it is an attempt to go against the essential feature or the basic structure of the Constitution. And that was the reason why the National Judicial Appointments Commission was struck down by the Supreme Court. Now, the present system of appointment of judges under the collegium system is not perfect, okay? And the government has shown that it is not perfect because they are not accepting the recommendations of the Supreme Court. So it is not perfect. How do you get the government to accept the recommendations? That is one. Number two, how do you get the Supreme Court to give the right recommendation? They may give a wrong recommendation, That has also happened. How do you prevent that? Now, no system of appointment, no system of election can be perfect. Over a period of time, maybe after 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, it might become perfect, or semi-perfect, or almost perfect. But there are bound to be some gaps somewhere. The idea is to minimize those gaps. If there are 10 gaps, bring it down to 1, bring it down to 2, and then maybe next year bring it down to 1. Now, we had suggested, when I was in the collegium, I had suggested to my Chief Justice, and other judges had also suggested, some reforms in the collegium system which were implemented. Some were not. So this is a process that is evolving. Okay? Earlier, reasons were not being given. Now reasons are being given. Somebody said that, let's give reasons why we are rejecting a person. We felt, why should we give a reason why we are rejecting a person? It's going to harm his reputation. Why should we do that? So, this thing is evolving. It will take some time to settle, but there has to be cooperation between the Supreme Court and the government. The government cannot say that, listen, what we say is final. Because conventionally, at least since the 1990s, what the Supreme Court says is final. Why should the government now turn around and say that, no, you see, what I say is final. So if I don't want a person who's who's gay to be appointed as a judge, he will not be appointed. Now, again, you bring in the question of constitutional morality. Does the law say, does the Constitution of India say that a gay person cannot be a judge? It doesn't say anything like that. So really, to answer your question in short, it is an evolving process. It will take some time to settle down, but both the government and the Supreme Court judges have to realize that there has to be some give and take. Without, that give and take should be without compromising on the independence of the judiciary. Otherwise, you will have every decision being taken in favor of the government and no decision being taken in favor of the citizen. If that happens, we are in deep trouble. Okay.
Thank you. Now, lots of hands I can see. Yes, please.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, the lady first. Please.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to both of you, everyone here.
Can you keep the mic closer?
Yeah. Your insights were very useful for us. I have two questions. One larger question which has two components in it. So my question is related to the emerging trend of on-the-spot justice in India, which we are seeing in our day-to-day newspaper readings. We have two examples of it also. The Hyderabad rape case, in which police directly shooted the culprits there. All those results, and the second case is related to the various encounters that took place when the hearing was going on in the courts. So the state machinery did those encounters by saying that there was something. So my question is how this is going to negatively impact the overall court and its procedures, because the providing justice is the work of the courts in India, and if the state will start doing this, it somehow will reduce the the image of the courts in India. And second is related to the bulldozer justice in India, which is taking place very rampantly in northern India specifically. So my question is related to these things, the on-the-spot justice which is taking place, which is being executed by the government in India. So how you see as a judge, if the state will start imparting justice on the roads, how it is going to negatively impact the courts and the rule of law in India? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. You see, this idea of instant justice is wrong. Okay, let's be absolutely clear about it. What happened in Hyderabad, where those 4 persons were alleged to have raped some doctor, and there was a sort of an encounter. The Supreme Court appointed a committee. The committee has found, after going through the entire record, talking to everybody, that the encounter was fake, right? Nothing like what the police said had happened, but the police said they were trying to run away, so we just shot them. That's wrong. That's instant justice. The problem really arises that if the state gets involved in this kind of instant justice, the message down the line is terrible. You would have read a couple of days ago in the newspapers about an interfaith couple in Karnataka. All right? They were staying in a hotel room, And some people, some 6-7 people just barged in and beat them up. Okay, and made a video recording of beating up these people. They took the law in their own hands. They said that we think, we are against interfaith relationships. All right? Now, first of all, that is wrong. I mean, there's nothing in the Constitution of India which says that there cannot be interfaith relationships. And secondly, they took the law into their own hands. So, if you tie this up along with, the issue of constitutional morality which we are discussing, where if the state is not able to implement the constitutional provisions, the people will take the law into their own hands. You've had so many lynchings that have taken place, right? Somebody is accused of, something or the other, and a mob comes and kills them. That's not justice. There's no way that you can call that justice. Now, if you're able to do this, if you're able to dispense justice in the courts within a reasonable period of time, then these kind of instances will not happen. That is why, the question that was asked about a large number of pending cases is very, very important. You've had very complex cases, the attack on Parliament, for example. That was decided within a period of 9 months by the trial court, and then again in appeal within 6 months. You've had the trial of this 2611 Ajmal Kasab, decided quickly. Complex case. Now, if these cases can be decided quickly, why can't other cases be decided quickly? If other cases can be decided quickly, you will not have 50 million cases pending. If you don't have 50 million cases, but you have a reasonable number of cases pending, issues of instant justice will not be there. Okay, I hope that answers your question.
Yes, please.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. I am Prince Gupta and I am a student of law. Sir, I have a question in regards to constitutional morality in the context of Sabrimala case, wherein you see Constitutional Bench of Supreme Court giving a particular verdict and the majoritarian morality not ready to accept the same. So how do you see there is any synthesis or balance between these two things? And my second question is regarding
Check, hey, hey, check, hey, hey, check.
one of the justices has been appointed as a member of parliament in Rajya Sabha, another being appointed.
Check, hey, hey. Check, hey, hey, check, 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 hey, hey, check.
Issues of constitutional morality did arise. And Dr. Ambedkar Now, we are in a minority in that sense, and we can then prevent the election of people, and we can then destroy the institution of parliament, because in a parliament of 540 members of parliament, only 20 will get elected, or only 50 will get elected. What kind of a parliament is that? So therefore, the views of the minority, whether it is, religious minority or whether it is some other kind of minority, has to be respected. And that is really the essence of constitutional morality, where you take in the views of everybody. You take a decision. I mean, nobody is stopping you from taking a decision. But don't take a decision because I think I'm in the majority, so therefore whatever I say is right. I may be wrong. And then the minority can then create a problem. Okay? So this constitutional morality recognizes dissent, recognizes disagreement, but there's also constitutional morality in that minority. You know, they can't say that because we are in a minority, therefore we will do whatever we feel like doing. No, constitutional morality applies to them also, and Dr. Ambedkar made that pretty clear. Okay, I didn't get the second question.
Current question. We are 12 minutes past 12, so this is the last question because next session is waiting.
Yeah.
This is the last question.
Okay, can I answer that separately then? What is your question? Yeah, that's...
Rajya Sabha member.
Yeah, well, you know, times have changed. Times have changed. Let me tell you, we've had a very, very eminent Chief Justice of Bombay, Mr. M.C. Chagla, appointed as a union minister, right? Nobody said anything. Okay. Dr. Rajendra Prasad in the Constituent Assembly talks about people of character and integrity. He says if we have people of character and integrity, nothing will go wrong.
So true.
You had people of character and integrity. That's why a person like M.C. Chagla was not only a union minister, but also I think he was the High Commissioner to England. Okay, a judge. But things have changed since then. So if you have somebody appointed as a member of the Rajya Sabha, people are going to raise fingers. If you have people, judges appointed as governors, people are going to raise fingers. They're going to ask questions, which they would not have asked 40 years ago, 50 years ago, 60 years ago. So times are changing, and we need to get people of character and integrity back into our system. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And really, it was a great honor for me and for all of us to be here. Thank you, Sir Justice Lokur, for outstanding and scintillating your views. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Justice Lokur and Mr. Bhattacharya, for this candid and powerful conversation, which was so refreshing. And Justice Lokur, as he rightly said, that what's the right thing to do, whether it is about the governor's role or lawyer Saurabh Kirpal. So thank you so much for this. And it was definitely a scintillating session, which is why we had so many questions from the audience. I would now request Brigadier Sanjay Agarwal, member of the Society for Culture and Environment, to come on stage and present a token of our appreciation and gratitude to Justice Lokur and Mr. Bhattacharya. Justice Lokur, Judge of the Supreme Court of Fiji since 2019, former Judge of the Supreme Court of India. Mr. Biswajit Bhattacharya, an eminent lawyer and a visiting faculty at many top colleges of the country. So this is a Gond painting by a senior-most Gond artist, the memento that you have. It's also the mascot of BLF2024. It's a painting made by senior-most Gond artist Ram Singh Urveti ji. Thank you. I'm glad you like it, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to inform our audience that our next session, Energy Transition for India, will begin in a moment.
इसमें फीड डालो. Hello. स्पीकर पे डालो. हेलो 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 अनिल सर. आप लोग कंटिन्यू करो. हेलो.
You can meet our guests and the speakers at the author's signing table, and they will be there to answer all your questions.
हेलो. कितने लोग हैं यहाँ पे?
I'd also like to inform the audience that Anil Kumar Jain sir is not here with us, so he'll be joining virtually. He's already online, and you'll be able to see him on the screens.
Anil sir, just speak something. We are tasting our speaker.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Sound बढ़ाओ.
Can you hear me?
Speaker बढ़ाओ. Yes sir, just speak something.
Good afternoon.
Perfect. ठीक है. सुनाई दे रहा है सबको? सुनाई दे रहा है सबको? बस बस ठीक है. आइए सर, स्टार्ट करते हैं. क्लियर है? बस यहाँ पे कितने लोग हैं? यहाँ पे कितने लोग हैं? 2 हैं? 4 सॉरी 4. अनिल सर कोई प्रॉब्लम?
कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है.
ठीक है, थैंक यू.
Our next session on Energy Transition for India, headed by Anil Kumar Jain, Vikram Mehta, Vivek Kumar Devangan, and Manu Srivastav, in conversation with Dr. Rajat Kathuria.
ये हमारा वर्चुअल सेशन है, तो आपको फोकस वहाँ करना है. अनिल जैन सर आप वहाँ हैं, ठीक है. ये स्क्रीन बाकी लोग. और ये कहाँ विवेक है? विवेक आएंगे. हाँ मनु सर तो हैं. विवेक कहाँ है? नहीं आएंगे. बस शुरू कर दें. आप लोग शुरू कर सकते हैं. अब 2 मिनट रुक के फोन ही कर लो.
One of the panelists is not here with us, so we'll be beginning the session shortly.
may I make a request? Because sometimes it takes time for the speakers to find their way in. Would you like to get started and have him join us?
Yes, absolutely.
Before we start signaling you, time up, whereas you've not even started, so it's not fair. And Mr. Jain has been waiting. So all of you have been waiting, actually.
Thank you. Thank you for the organizers for this session. Do you want to say something before I start?
She does.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
India is currently undergoing a significant energy transition marked by a shift towards cleaner and more sustainable sources of energy. The country is committed to reducing its reliance on fossil fuels and increasing the source of renewable energy in its energy mix. To shed more light on the topic, we have our panelists. Firstly, we have Mr. Anil Kumar Jain. He has joined with us virtually. He is a 1986 batch MPIS officer who has spent more than a decade formulating energy sector policies at the Petroleum and Coal Ministries as well as Niti Aayog. He has a doctorate in energy studies and has papers and a book published on the country's natural gas sector. Accompanying him, we have Vikram Mehta ji. He has completed his bachelor's degree in mathematics honors from St. Stephen's College, Delhi University. He has a master's degree in politics and economics honors from Magdalen College, Oxford University, UK, and a master's degree in energy economics from the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy. Mr. Vikram was until November 2012 chairman of the Shell Group of companies in India. His career began as a member of the Indian Administrative Service of the Government of India in 1978. We welcome you, sir. Next up, we have Manu Srivastav ji. In 1991 batch, IAS officer, he holds a BTech and MTech degrees in electrical engineering from IIT Delhi. Out of the 31 years of experience, he has worked 16 years in energy sector, namely natural gas, electricity, and renewable energy. He has led path-breaking innovative projects in the field of solar energy. His 750 MW REVA project has proved to be an inflection point in the history of solar energy in India. It was the first project in the country to provide solar energy at rates lower than that of coal-based power. It is the only project in the country supplying power to an institutional customer. Delhi Metro is running on this project. 65% of its daytime demand is met with solar power from REVA. Next up, we have Dr. Rajat Kathuria. He is the Dean of the School of Humanities and Social Sciences and Professor of Economics at Shiv Nandar Institution of Eminence. He is the former Director and Chief Executive of the Indian Council for Research and International Economic Relations. He worked with the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India during its initial years. He is currently the co-chair of the T20 Digital Task Force under India's G20 presidency. He has an undergraduate degree in economics from St. Stephen's College, a master's degree from Delhi School of Economics, and a PhD degree from the University of Maryland, College Park. I welcome all our dear speakers. Now I'd like you to please unfold the conversation.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the organizers for having me. This must be the first time in my life, and I've done several panels, I think, that I'm surrounded by 3 IAS officers, either current or retired, or having taken retirement. So I feel rather rebuked. My genius seems to be rebuked here. So in the tradition of the civil service, you start with the senior most and go to the junior. I'm actually going to reverse that. So I will start with Manu. But before I sort of begin the conversation, let me say that this extremely complex subject of energy transition, it's got as we say in government in India, government is seized of the matter, and so is the rest of the world seized of this matter. Science
will either have a solution or it already does. But that is not going to be sufficient, right? I mean, one heard about population and malthus, and we thought that, you know, food production would not keep up with the demand, and therefore starvation would result and populations would die. Technology came to the rescue, and there have been several examples in economics or in the economic history of nations where science has provided a solution to the most pressing and immediate problems. And here we're talking about energy transition, moving away from coal, getting into renewables, etc. So science will have a solution, if not already, but in the future. But as I said, it needs also to be implemented. And that's where negotiations, both domestically with our own constituencies, international negotiations, elements of justice in the transition, what's fair, what's not fair, what is the international responsibility. This is a global public good if you're looking at climate change. And energy transition is going to be an input into the process of sustainability and climate change. So it's rather complex, and sometimes it becomes very, very emotive. And it has become emotive also in the COP and in UNFCCC. So extremely complex subject, but we're really fortunate. I think this is an excellent panel. And I've known Anilji and Vikram for many years, and I had the good fortune of talking to Manu last evening at dinner, and he said the most interesting thing. So I'm going to open with Manu and ask him to talk us through his experience in the REWA project, which has got endorsements from most institutions domestically and the rest of the world as well. So Manu, over to you.
Thanks for inviting me here and having me, and it's wonderful to be sharing this stage with Vikramji and Sir, Anil Jain Sir. Firstly, about energy transition, my short view is that it is not such a complicated issue, and the technology would really show us the way, and the policy would adjust around that. The policy has to develop around that. We can only hope that the policy is not trying to resist the process, but tries to help the process. I think what I shared yesterday with him was that when we moved from Stone Age to the Iron Age, it's not that we ran out of stone. It's that we got a better equipment. Iron was better than stone, so we moved seamlessly from Stone Age to Iron Age. And whatever adjustments would have had to be made by the society then, by civilizations then, were made, but they are footnotes to history. The historical processes that we moved from Stone Age to the Iron Age. So the same is being seen now as we move from coal to better forms of energy. Technology is heralding the way, and other things would adjust around it. The policy has to adjust around it. So earlier we used to hear of an oil shock theory. So now we all realize that nothing like that is ever going to happen. It's not that we are ever going to run out of oil. It is that we would have better forms of energy sooner than that. Today, as we speak, solar is cheaper than coal-based energy. So the example that you gave, Delhi Metro is running on a project that we had set up in Madhya Pradesh. 65% of their daytime demand is met from this project in Rewa, 750 megawatt project in Rewa, which supplies solar energy to them. Now the interesting part is that this energy is far cheaper than the power which the Delhi Metro would otherwise have been getting from Delhi Discoms. Delhi Metro has not made any investment in the project. So I always like to talk of it as zero investment, savings from day one, moving towards net zero. So, but as I said, this is 65% of the daytime demand is coming from this project, not the nighttime demand. For the nighttime demand, we are still dependent on conventional energy, because as we speak, solar today is cheaper than coal-based power, but solar plus storage is not. So in the daytime, it makes sense to replace conventional power it doesn't make so for the night. But this is a process of transition. Going back 10 years from now, solar was not cheaper than coal-based power. Solar was more expensive. But over the last few years, solar has become cheaper. And one would be confident that even solar plus storage would become cheaper than coal-based power over times to come. It might take 10 years, it might take 15, but it might take even 20, but definitely it's not going to take 25 years. That is why there is a lot of resistance in setting up new coal-based thermal power plants, because most people realize that perhaps solar plus storage or wind plus storage would be cheaper than coal-based power 25 years down the line. So it might not make sense to invest in a new coal-based plant, but though of course we have to continue with the plants that we have. What is the role of you talked of what could be our role, or you talked in context of REWA. My learning in that has been that when we set up this REWA project, the policies were the same as they were, but the transformative impact of this project was that we could identify the uncertainties and risks faced by investors in setting up projects. We took conscious steps to address those risks and uncertainties. It was through contractual agreements, provisions in our contracts. It was through project structuring, etc. So, large number of things that we have that it might take long to talk about them. But at the end of it, we could get prices with the same policies, prices much lower than what were the prevailing prices at that time. At that time, Government of India companies, NTPC and SECI, were paying a viability gap funding to buy solar power at 4.5 rupees per unit. And without any viability gap funding, without any subsidy, though it was a state-run company, we got prices of below 3 rupees. This was achieved through project structuring. And this, I suppose, could be the role that the government or the system could be playing by consciously trying to address the risks and uncertainties of the investors, of the developers, so that they could provide renewable energy at cheaper rates, which would finally help in greater adoption of renewable energy in the system. Thanks.
Thank you, Manu. And this is something that I have heard for a very long time, which is that if you have the right project and if you structure the project correctly, there are lots of investors, both domestic and foreign, who are willing to come in and invest in any project, give it, even clean energy projects. And one of the spillovers of a clean energy project is, of course, that you are likely to reduce the carbon emissions. So the feeling is that when you have this energy transition away from coal, away from fossil fuels, into renewables, the amount of emissions, you're actually greening your energy system. But this sort of change or this transition may not happen immediately, or may require a sort of an intermediary to be able to transition completely from fossil to, let's say, renewables. And here I bring in Anilji, who's just written a book on gas as a bridge to net zero, which is what we are all aiming at. So we've committed by 2070 we'll be net zero in our emissions. So in that process, Anilji, how do you see gas, and what have you said in your book about India's experience? Over to you, Anilji. Can you hear me? We can't hear you. I think, are you on mute?
Sorry, I was on mute.
Yes.
So thanks very much, Rajat. It's a privilege to be on this panel. My friends Manu and Vikrama here. And as I was introduced, I belong to this cadre. So it's an honor to be speaking at this event. I want to thank Raghavji, lots of my seniors and gurus in the audience. So very quickly, since we have, dearth of time. So why do we need to talk about gas? So first of all, as Manu mentioned, that these are the times of solar and wind. So where does gas fit in? Especially because gas itself is a fossil fuel. Now, firstly, we must know the science behind it. Natural gas is at least 40% less emission intensive than coal. And with India having almost 36% of its energy share coming from coal, if we were to move away theoretically from coal to gas, you can imagine the extent to which we can hit the emissions that come out of it. And even from liquid fuels, natural gas is less emission intensive than about 20%. So within the set of fossil fuels, natural gas is a cleaner fossil fuel. And we also must know that there is no consumption sector where energy is applied to which gas cannot be utilized. Gas can be used to generate power, gas can be used to make urea, gas can be used as a fuel in power sector and for cooking, transport even. So now electricity has come to the fore as EV, otherwise so far we only had to rely on liquid fuels for transport, and gas can very well serve that need. So looking at this versatility and advantage which gas offered, globally the share of gas has been about 25% in the global primary energy mix. So roughly all the energy sources until some time were in equal proportion. We had 25% coming from gas, 25% coming from coal, 25% coming from oil, and the basket of clean fuels, including nuclear, hydro, renewables, being clubbed under the balance 1/4. But in India, the share of gas for a small bit when one domestic field came into production, share of gas in India's energy basket went up beyond 10%. But ever since then, which was about 13 years back when this production happened, the share of gas is constantly coming down. So today it is around 6%. So you can imagine the dilemma or the headwinds which natural gas faces, despite the advantages which I just spoke of, that within the Indian energy system, today the share of gas being 6%, whereas there was an ambition expressed no lesser than that by the Prime Minister that India should try and get to 15% share of natural gas by the year 2030. We seem to be going downwards. So this book which you alluded to, in fact it was my second book based on my doctoral research, where I studied what might be the role of natural gas in India's energy mix in the year 2030. Now, 3-4 takeaways which my study gave away. Firstly, what I found was, I looked at, 7 largest energy consumers of the world, and I looked at their energy mix to see that over the last, let's say, a period of, I started from 1980, what was the energy mix in these 7 large energy consumers of the world? And then I looked at 2019. So I thought that maybe 39 years is a long enough time for a nation to be able to drop the fuels which it doesn't find good for the society, maybe non-competitive, maybe bad fuels, and to be able to induct cleaner, better, more competitive fuels. And to my surprise, I found that out of these 7 nations, the largest energy consumers, which of course we all know, US, China, Japan, Germany, Brazil, what we found was that it was India alone where the share of fossil in fact grew in these 39 years. So in 1980, our share of fossil fuel was less than 90%, and in 2019, it rose to be more than 90%. In all the other countries, including China, which is a heavy, guzzler of liquid fuel as well as coal, even there they were able to reduce the share of fossil fuels as a group. So that was my first finding. I mean, you can go into the reasons why is our energy system so inflexible that we are not able to induct cleaner fuels, etc. And this inquiry may be useful for us to study that when we want to reach net zero in 2070, will the reasons which hold back our flexibility continue to trouble us? The other 2-3 things which I found, domestic production of gas is correlated with a high share of natural gas in an energy system. So, well, Europe and Japan are two exceptions. You see, US has a very high share of natural gas production. Russia has, even Canada has. So these are countries which had high gas production and high gas shares. But in Europe, if you look at, let's say, France, you look at Germany, and you look at some of the other countries, and you look at Japan, they hardly had any natural gas production, but they do have a high share of gas. And that is because Japan is an exception. You see, Japan, is an island and doesn't have virtually any energy source other than maybe some solar or wind. So Japan was able to get LNG. It was able to, in fact, was the pioneer that it was able to get natural gas liquefied, and brought to the nation. So it had to import all fuel, so it thought of inducting natural gas as well. And the entire European countries, they were able to get natural gas from Russia because of the on-land pipeline, which has actually become a bane for them, that they were dependent on that pipeline and with this Ukraine problem. So another finding of mine has been that lack of domestic production does impact the uptake of natural gas. And the third important reason I found was there's a huge locking in. The locking in means that, we have set up our refineries, we set up our pipeline system, we have set up our transport system, cars are diesel-based, petrol-based. So it's very difficult to get away from an energy system which is already well entrenched, especially, our large PSUs. Very difficult to imagine that Indian Oil would think of jettisoning, closing down refineries and getting into gas or hydrogen or something of that sort. This is something we need to keep in mind for the future as well. And the fourth reason, maybe, which was very important, is non-competitiveness of gas. Because we've been importing gas, and gas markets were not very flexible, not very open. In the last 15, 20 years, there has been an improvement in the functioning of global gas markets, but the Ukraine crisis sent it again for a toss. So these were my major findings. Going forward, when you talk of what role might gas play, these 4 points reflect on that as well. Because we do not have much gas production, we are import dependent for more than half of what the gas that we consume. But if India was to press the pedal on consuming more natural gas, then the entire this increment would have to be import ridden. So you can imagine that from 55%, 52% of import dependence in gas, we may have to go up to 60, 70, 80, which is something which sets us back. The second thing which I find is that the large, share of coal, and as you know that I served in that sector for some time. Now the coal prices are controlled. There's a large PSU, Coal India Limited, and electricity. We know Manu spoke about, how renewable can make a difference. But let's not forget, as of now, more than 70% of our national grid, of the total energy that we generate in the country, comes from coal. And the coal prices to power sector is just one example I'm giving you. Since February 2018, in the last 6 years, the price of coal from CIL, from Coal India to electricity sector, has not been changed. So with this kind of a distortion in the energy markets, I don't think at least natural gas can play a role. But yes, solar and wind prices are coming down. They will play a role. So I'll sum up by saying that amongst the 4 major energy consuming sectors in which we usually divide the entire economy, one of them being industry, other being agriculture, third being buildings, in which we take up heating, cooling, cooking, and the fourth being transport. I see a role for gas only in the city systems where you have cooking. Cooking, even in well-developed economies, you do have piped natural gas. So piped natural gas is going to replace LPG in the coming years. And transport, I see a very, very bright future, both in long-distance trucking, where LNG may come in, and within the city, cars, scooters, cars, three-wheelers, etc., are going to shift to. And electric mobility will impact CNG, but I don't see it happening very, very quickly. So gas indeed will play the role of a bridge fuel, as it has been claimed all over the world for the next 10, 15 years, and then hydrogen, electric mobility, and all these things. Thanks.
Thank you, Anilji. Very informative and insightful. Taking a segue from you to Vikram. Vikram, you've had vast experience in this sector, and you're almost sort of the go-to person when people... So I wanted to ask you to share your experience on energy transition, but I have a specific question which stems from what Anilji said, is in this politics around international negotiations, when you talk about fossil fuels, coal has been singled out. And India is obviously, for the reasons that Anilji is mentioning, resisting that. So why do you think coal is being singled out? Is it because it's the most dirty fuel of all fossil fuels, or is there some other politics behind it? Vikram, over to you.
Thanks, Rajat. Just a clarification. I don't think the two IAS colleagues here would recognize me as an IAS colleague only because I never got confirmed. I left the IAS after 18 months and I had to return my salary to the government because I was still on probation. So I ended up returning 15,000 rupees, which was 15 into 700 rupees a month. That was our salary at that time. So that's just an aside. So on the energy transition, a lot has been said, so let me not repeat that, but make a couple of 3 or 4 points which are of a general nature. First is that this energy transition that everyone talks about today is the third energy transition over the past 300 years. The first, of course, was wood to coal. The second was coal to oil and gas. And now we are talking about fossil fuels to non-fossil fuels. There's a fundamental difference between the first two energy transitions and the one that we are currently undergoing. And that difference is that the first two were, in some senses, additive. In other words, you transitioned from wood to coal, but you did not replace wood as an energy source. You added coal. Similarly, we transitioned from coal to oil, but you did not replace coal. In fact, over the last 100 years, the consumption of coal in absolute terms doubled, but the share of oil in the energy basket increased relative to coal. So there was a transition, but it was not as if you substituted. The energy transition that we are now encountering, that we are now talking about, has to be substitutive if it is to be successful, if it is to reach us to that objective of net zero. It cannot be additive. Definitely there's going to be, oil and gas and coal are going to remain part of the energy basket, but the objective, and that's what I want us to focus on when we talk about energy transition in this third energy transition. The objective is to substitute fossil fuels for non-fossil fuels. So that's one difference. The second difference that I think we should talk about is that whereas the first two energy transitions took place because of economics and convenience, this third transition is going to be propelled by policy. Yes, economics is going to be a factor, convenience may or may not be a factor, but it will not happen unless government policies support it, whether through regulatory initiatives or tax incentives or other forms of non-economic incentives. By behavioral change, people will have to change their behavior. So this is another very major difference. The first two transitions happened, as I say, because A, of economics, and B, of convenience. It was more convenient, for example, to fuel the ships with oil, liquid oil, than with coal, So that's the second very important factor. The third important factor is that we're going to face a major supply chain issue when it comes to this energy transition. The metals and minerals required to effectuate a transition from fossil fuels to non-fossil fuels are copper, nickel, cobalt, and these are minerals that are concentrated in a few countries only. Just imagine, oil and gas, 40% of oil and gas come from USA, Russia, and Saudi Arabia, 3 countries. 40% of copper comes from 2 countries, Peru and Chile. It's a much more concentrated supply chain. but it gets worse. The copper ore is produced in Chile and Peru, but 65% of it is processed in China. Lithium, which is the fourth mineral, you know, it's produced in Australia. The ore is produced in Australia and Brazil and Chile, but it is the predominant lithium carbonate which is required for batteries is actually processed in China. So the supply chain is going to be a very major issue, not just for economic reasons, but also for geopolitical reasons. Economic reasons because it's a concentrated, the supply, the resources are concentrated, but also because of geopolitical reasons, because we will be dependent on China in particular for sourcing the crucial metals required for us to effectuate the transition. The fourth point is that whilst I think your opening remark hit the nail on the head, Rajat, technology is not going to be the problem. Technology has provided the solution and will continue to provide the solution. The problem is going to be finance. The problem is going to be how do you actually raise the money to develop the infrastructure required to actually scale up from 6% or 7% of renewables to 50% of renewable in the market, in the energy basket. That's the problem. And we're talking about trillions of dollars of investment that will be required. Not globally, in India itself. Okay, our grid, our transmission grid is simply not capable right now of absorbing on a scale basis the flow of molecules on an intermittent basis. What does that mean? It means that the sun does not shine all day long. You know, at night you don't have the sun. The wind does not blow all the time. So when the sun is not shining, you have to store the molecules. You have to store, and only then will you be able to meet peak demand. But we don't have the storage technology or competitive storage technology to actually store. Also, our grid, our transmission grid, does not have the robustness to manage this flow. So you have to upgrade the transmission network. Now that's a lot of money. Where does it come from? The mechanisms generating money has simply not been created. A lot of, and Rajat disagree, a lot of economists have come up with kind of solutions which work, you know, on paper, but is simply not working because of politics. And that's the problem that we face with the energy transition. We have a problem that recognizes no national boundaries, global warming. That's not something that recognizes national boundaries. If India today contributes 7.6% of carbon emissions, America contributes, I think, 13.5%, and China 36.5 or 31.5%. And yes, we have every right to claim and demand that the world does not insist on us moving from fossil fuels to non-fossil fuels. On the other hand, when the world warms up, and all of us are going to suffer, we have 150 million people living on the coastline. When the sea levels rise, they're going to lose their livelihood. When the glaciers in the Himalayas start to melt, the floods in UP and Bihar are going to affect the farmers. We can't escape from this. So there are no national boundaries to global warming. And yet, there is no international institution that has the political and judicial legal weight to implement the kind of conversations that are taking place, whether in COP28 or wherever. So that's the other problem we face. So these are the 5 issues that we face with regard to the energy transition. I'm not saying that we should be pessimistic, but I am saying that this energy transition is going to be a very long process. And just to pick up on what Anil said, our economy is embedded in fossil fuels. And it takes a very long time to shift economic systems from one energy system to another energy system. Thomas Edison discovered or illuminated the lower half of New York in 1885. It took American factories 45 years to shift from steam power to electric power. And that was because most of the factories were not designed take this new revolutionary technology. They had to be either redesigned or rebuilt. The same thing is going to happen in India and most other countries that are currently encountering this energy transition. So that's the kind of issues that we have to keep in mind. You know, we really have to not think of this in idealistic terms. We have to recognize that this is going to be a very long drawn process, and the fund is going to be politics. The governments have to move fast. And America, for example, has just introduced the largest energy, you might say, transition bill in the world. $400 billion are going to be spent on trying to bring companies, attract investment in clean energy in America. Okay? Our production-linked incentive system is all of $10 billion. So you can just see the difference. We're not going to be able to make this effect unless we actually recognize that there is going to need a lot more effort on the part of government, especially with regard to incentive schemes and financing schemes. So that's the energy transition issue. So your specific question was on coal. I think the issue of coal is simply because it is the dirtiest fuel. And every time people get together around a table, like they do in COP22, 28 and 27 and 26, they have to focus on coal because it is instrumental, it is critical if you're going to talk about a clean energy future. And in India, we simply do not have the luxury of being able to say that we are going to phase out coal. We can talk about phasing down coal, but anyone who insists on our politicians to say that they should accept the phasing out of coal, and that means, in effect, agree to, you know, to killing the jobs of over 3 million people, and actually Anil can talk a lot about that because he was coal secretary, you know. But the fact is, that's infeasible. That's not political. So that's the issue, I think, with the coal.
Thanks, Vikram. Yeah, you said something about economists, and I don't disagree with that. I agree with that. Those models that exist and the policy implications that follow often are not implementable. For example, in a macroeconomic model, if you do a dynamic structural general equilibrium model, you'll come up with services as the fastest growing sector and agriculture as the slowest growing sector. And the policy implication would be tax agriculture and subsidized services. So you can't really rely on something like those economic models. They are able to tell you something. So I completely agree that some of the models will not provide you with solutions. Often in joke, in jest, we say that for the economist, the real world is a special case. Right. So let me go back to Manu, and may I request all of you to be brief so that we can engage with the floor as well. So Manu, last night we were speaking about rooftop solar and the role you said that rooftop solar could play in creating supply for at least households and for your own use. And how do you see rooftop solar scaling up in MP and beyond?
First of all, let me just come back to what he said. And I would say that I would be far more optimistic because of perhaps some personal experience. I have myself seen the way prices of grid-connected solar have come down. I mean, of course, all of us know that solar was around 20 rupees way back, but I myself signed power purchase agreements where we bought solar at 8 rupees in 2012. In 2014, I signed a PPA at 650. In 2015 at 505. And Riva, which I developed, we signed in 2017 at 297. So this is a transition that I have myself been a part of. So if from 2012 to 17, we could come down from 8 to 2.97. And the most important is we brought down solar from above coal to below coal. But this requires a lot of things. It requires a policy. It requires a growing developer confidence in the sector, has a huge role to play, better supply chain, which is also because of greater quantity, confidence and comfort of the lenders with the renewable energy industry. A lot of things have happened. So if solar could come down from above coal to below coal, so would solar plus storage. And when that happens, things would have to fundamentally change and alter. And my belief is that if there is a good project, if something is economically viable, then money would automatically flow to that. That would not be a challenge. I mean, I would again go back to the Riva project that we had set up. This was set up by a company which did not have a permanent office, which did not have any permanent employee, any full-time employee rather. It was a first project by the company. But we had all major companies bidding for the project, including 6 international companies. We had SoftBank from Japan, NG from France, NL from Italy, Semcorp from Singapore, 1 Canadian company, 1 company from Mauritius, and all the major Indian players, the 20 bidders. So the point is that if you have a good project, then money would automatically flow in. So if something is economically viable, then I would say that attracting capital would not really be a challenge.
Sure. So do you want to quickly talk about your rooftop zone?
I would just say that, not talk about details, I would just say one short point, that very often we say that there is policy to encourage solar industry. So in rooftop, and that is what is relevant in this conversation, that there is no policy that we have to encourage rooftop. All the policies are to restrict rooftop. Because if solar rooftop would be allowed full space, then it would harm the interests of the DISCOM. So the policies there is no policy to encourage solar rooftop. All the policies are to actually discourage it. So I would again share something that I shared with them last night, that there is an old film, Naya Daur, in which there is a competition in the end between a tanga and a car. So in the film, the tanga wins, but that's a film. In reality, tanga can never win against the car. So if it's a better technology and solar is better technology, it would find its space. The policy, in a correct word, should encourage it. Sometimes it does not. We hope that it does. But finally, a good technology would prevail.
Sure. Anilji, you said something that I want to come back to, and briefly on. You're saying the coal continues to be subsidized, and the rest of the world is talking about, in India, I'm talking about India, coal continues to be sort of, in a sense, subsidized, either by, supporting, keeping the prices, at levels and no increase in prices. And there is no carbon price for India. If there is some tax, there's some cess, but there's no carbon price. And the rest of the world keeps telling us carbon price is the way to go. If you want to smoothen this energy transition, carbon price is the way to go. And that carbon price comes out to be really high for us to implement in India. So your views around this topic, the transition and the pricing or carbon pricing as an instrument to achieve the transition.
So Rajat, let me clarify that when I said that prices of coal have not been increased, I did not mean to say that it is fully because of the subsidy angle. Let us not forget that coal in India suffers a whole lot of levies and taxes. Right. To give you an example, so when I said that coal prices have not been increased, they have not been increased to the seller. Coal India Limited gets only 1,200 bucks, let us say, for a ton of coal that it might produce in Ranchi. And then see, the railways, 50%, more than 50% of railways freight income comes from coal. So what they do is they keep overloading freight charges to subsidize their passenger transport. Right. So a 1,200 rupee ton coal in Ranchi would be delivered in Dadri, near Noida, at a charge of 2,200 rupees of freight charges. So 1,200 becomes 34, thanks to the railways, and I used to laugh as coal secretary that actually I subsidize the Bombay Suburban. So, and then you have 400 rupees of GST compensation cess. So to compensate the states, is 400 rupees are levied on it. Then there's a 14% royalty. Then there is something called NMET. Then there is some district mineral fund. So a 1,200 rupee ton coal in Ranchi ultimately lands at 4,500 rupees a ton in this place. So actually, carbon pricing is already there in India.
Yeah.
In fact, one budget you may have seen, I think 5-6 years back, the economic survey, it had a chart on the carbon taxes levied in India vis-a-vis on liquid fuels vis-a-vis what they're levied in European countries. So the price of a barrel of crude, even if it is $60, $70, and then the excise duty, the import duty, the levies, etc., they ratchet it up to more than $100 a barrel in terms of finished products. So there is carbon tax in India by separate name. So in fact, this new regime of carbon taxes, which the Ministry of Power has just invoked before the COP regime, it will be very interesting to see how they fashion it. Because on one hand, you load all these levies to garner resources from the fossil fuel sector, and then you want to put, the carbon tax on it. So what will happen? I mean, will you continue to subsidize passenger transport? And so basically, you're going to keep making energy more and more expensive.
Sure.
So this is a very, very tricky topic.
Yes.
But coming from the gas sector, which I now look after,
Yes.
I think it is a must for the country to appreciate the environmental aspect in a fuel.
Absolutely.
If they don't do that, then green hydrogen, renewable solar will not be able to. So we will have to rework the entire energy pricing regime, which actually is very, very convoluted for lack of time.
Yes.
I'll not get into.
No, absolutely. I completely agree with you. That we have a carbon price, but we don't call it that. And the rest of the world complains that this is not a carbon price. This is actually a revenue-generating mechanism, and you should have a carbon price. Vikram, your take on that? Why aren't we able to convey this to that we already have a carbon price and suffer this criticism from the rest of the world?
Before I answer that, Manu, I just want to make sure that you didn't misunderstand me. I don't disagree with you that at a micro level there are extraordinary examples of success. The cost competitiveness of solar has indeed improved. My point is that if we are going to make the energy transition, we have to think in terms of scaling up. What you are doing in Reva has to become a national, and for that we need all the other things I was talking about. So don't get me wrong. I do think that there are cases of success and economic competitiveness has been established. Technology has been established. What the government needs to do is a lot more, and that's what I'm trying to get. And certainly there's the issue of financing. Financing at the level of a project may be easier to garner, but financing at the level of investing in infrastructure, which is not going to be the responsibility of the private sector, okay, is going to be the issue. And so that's just to make that point very, very clear. And the other point I just want to again point out is that a lot of the competitiveness of energy, new energy, is because we are able to source material from the cheapest source today, which is China. Okay? Solar panels are cheapest, they imported from China. The moment the price of copper and lithium and increases, and it will increase because the demand for copper is going to double between now and 2035, because every country is now looking to make this transition. The demand for cobalt will also double. And as a result, just simple demand supply, the price is going to go up, and so the economics is going to get a little tighter. So that's just the point. I don't know why we can't make it clear. We have, in a way. I think Arvind Subramaniam, when he was the chief economic advisor, made a case that we are already imposing carbon taxes. That was the time when I think, Anil, they introduced that 400 rupees surcharge on coal, if I recollect.
That is correct.
Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes.
And today, I read an article just recently where they said that the carbon tax in India is 14 euros per ton. Now, I don't know how they come up with that number, okay?
Yeah.
But there is somewhere along the line, we simply have not communicated the fact. And Anil has just done it. Anil has just given us the simple numbers.
Right.
1,200 to 3,400 to 4,500 rupees.
Right.
That's the landed price.
Yes.
And so you can just need to go through the simple arithmetics and you'll be able to communicate this message. But we're not doing it.
We're not doing it, yeah.
Communication is the other, by the way,
Right.
point I would make with regard to the energy transition. We are not communicating the intricacies of our policy, our polity, and the political economy of the energy transition effectively enough.
Enough, yes. And we therefore suffer this criticism that our price is actually a revenue generating mechanism and not actually a carbon price. It's both. It can be both, yes. And these are the standards, of course, that have been set by international institutions, which we have been so far following, but I don't think we need to follow anymore, and we can create those standards. Anyway, that's a political economy topic, which I'm not going to get into. I'm going to now sort of open up this discussion to the audience. So please be brief and address your question to a specific panelist, if you will. Yes, please, the lady there.
Hi, a question to Manu. Why should we discourage the rooftop solar energy generation? Because in the domestic sector, it's a big help contributing to the grid.
I'm not saying we should. I'm saying we are doing it. And I distinguished in the beginning by saying that I wish policy were always shaped to do the right thing. Very often, sometimes it doesn't. So I would tell you that because you've asked it. So the limit of a rooftop in most states in the country is 500 kilowatt. So the interesting part is there is no limit on putting a diesel genset. You can put as big a diesel genset as you want. There is no law which prevents you from doing it. But when it comes to solar rooftop, we limit to 500 kilowatt. This is largely to guard the interest of the DISCOMs, because the DISCOMs fear that if every good customer is those who pay and those who pay a high rate. So all the good customers would go and shift to solar. So they sort of make sure that the rooftop is really limited. And that's why I was given the example of Neador and the fight between Tonga and the car.
Yeah, the 80-20 rule, you will target the 80% of the subscribers, or 20% of the subscribers, they give you 80% of the revenue, yes. The lady here behind, yes, please.
Hi, my name is Namge Choden. I'm from Bhutan. I must start by saying that I myself am not much of a techno-optimist because completely understand that the technology is there, but as Vikramji said, there are real institutional and political problems. So Vikramji, what would be your top 3 wish list of the sort of interventions that need to come from the policy side to scale the energy transition? Thank you.
I think the first, you have to sort out the pricing. Pricing is a major distortion, and that unless we actually have a pricing system that allocates resources and also changes behavior, we're not going to make it easier for governments and non-governmental organizations to, increase the share of non-fossil fuels in the energy basket. The pricing is a distortion that has to be somehow addressed. It's politically sensitive, but it is something we have to. Second is, I do feel that the institutions of governance regarding energy transition should actually now start from, should be created at a more decentralized level. Now, I mean, I'm just picking up on your own example, Manu. There are really good examples of success, but these are still, they're developed, or these successes are developed notwithstanding the fact that we have institutions of energy governance that are very diversified, and they don't, there are 36 authorities today in India, 28 state governments and 8 union territories.
No, state government is far more complicated.
No. 28 state governments and 8 union territories.
One state government is many heads.
Oh, no, but that's fine. 38 authorities that are, I mean, your chief secretary may disagree with you. He may say he has the ultimate authority. But the fact is there are 36 authorities in India, institutional bodies that actually have a say on energy. That's what I'm trying to say. There is no one national energy body. There are in the central government, I think, 7 ministries headed by cabinet ministers responsible for energy. And then there are many other bodies of the state government. We need now an apex body that is responsible for energy transition, that is able to coordinate all of these different sort of initiatives that is to do with the technology, to do with pricing, to do with financing, to do with the international systems that we have to also work with. That is something that has to happen. I think we really need to perforate the silos that currently exist and prevent coordination at the national and subnational level with regard to energy. So, I mean, those are the two things. Decentralized institutions and sort out our pricing.
Yeah.
Yes, last question.
Yeah, my question is to Anil, sir. Sir, there is a contradictory policy with regards to cooking gas, where government is also pushing for piped gas to households, and state governments are subsidizing LPG cylinder. How do you see going forward? Is that viable for investors to invest in city gas distribution?
So, you know, I've been opposing this political agenda of subsidizing LPG cylinders, and I totally agree with you that if we feel that piped natural gas is cleaner, it's more convenient, and one thing we didn't come out in our discussion that today the prices of liquid fuels, which means crude oil-based derivatives, be it diesel, be it petrol, be it LPG, are actually cheaper than even imported gas. So there is every reason that the country should move to piped natural gas rather than LPG. But, you know, and we may not have any problem with PM Ujjwala Yojana, those 10 crore connections which have gone into rural areas, where it will be difficult to get piped natural gas because of very small market sizes, 100, 200 homes, very difficult to spread the distribution network. But let's say Bhopal, Indore, in these places, there is every reason to withdraw LPG and push PNG. So I have a feeling that as we, you know, panelists were discussing, that markets are a very strong transition triggers, and so is policy. So, and convenience technology are other things which actually impinge on pricing and convenience. So they will also play a role. So there is right now a very positive, you know, mood in the investors for city gas distribution projects, and but it will need, you know, this handicap of subsidies which are being announced by political parties during election time. That will be a setback. Maybe the governments of the day will think of a PM Ujjwala Yojana for domestic gas, like you have a PMUY for LPG. Let them give the same subsidy. It doesn't add to the exchequer. So I have a feeling that things will sort out in the coming times.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that's been a wonderful panel discussion. Thank all the panelists. And I'll just say that, you know, this energy transition for India especially is going to be sort of a long process. But the good news is that there is technology, there is markets, and there is policy. And, and you need political will to be able to do that. The constraints obviously is politics. Most important constraint is politics. And as Anilji was saying, I think the and Vikram also reiterated, which is that the institutional architecture for fossil fuel has been built over, you know, decades, you know, 70 years at least, 80 years. We've had this institutional architecture for fossil fuels. So along highways, you have petrol pumps, along, you know, in cities. So you'll need to change that architecture when you transition away from fossil fuels, and it might take a little bit of time. But, you know, political will, markets are there, policy is there, political will is necessary. Technology, of course, as we've all been saying, is always there. So thank you all. You've been wonderful audience, sitting patiently, and give them a big round of applause.
Thank you so much, dear panelists. It was definitely an insightful session. I'm sure with a combination of better technology and policies, we can definitely change the energy game around the globe. I'd agree with Dr. Rajat that it was an honor to share the room with 3 IAS officers. Now, may I please request Raghav Chandra ji, who is also a former IAS officer himself and also the president of the Society for the Culture and Environment. I'd also request Justice Madan Loku to please come forward and felicitate our panelists with a memento as a token of our love, respect, and gratitude. I'd like to inform the audience that we will be beginning with the break and we'll rejoin by 12:15, 2:15. The memento, ladies and gentlemen, is also the mascot of Bhopal Literature Festival 2024. It's a gone painting by the senior most gone artist, Ram Singh Urvati ji. It's a beautiful motif which depicts the evolution of life.
राघव सर मेरा दिल्ली लेते आइएगा आप.
Absolutely, Anil. I'm so sorry. आपका मैं लेकर आ रहा हूँ. Absolutely, Anil. Great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anil ji.
3 cheers for Anil.
This session was sponsored by REC, Coal India, Yes Bank, and I Read It. Thank you so much, sir. It was a great session. Do you want it? Do you want someone to? For him?
इतनी उम्र नहीं हुई.
Of course, one table, so I should get one table.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And for the mics, can just check if they're working. You have to keep this in the center, है ना? And the mics. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start our next session soon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Parul, and we welcome you back for our post-lunch session. Well, even if you're feeling a bit of food-induced inertia or food-induced sluggishness, we promise you that the next session is going to be all very, very exciting. Well, if there is one thing that has been a constant in the relationship between India and Pakistan, it has been anger. And as they say, with anger, there may not be a resolution. However, there can definitely be management. And who better than Mr. Ajay Bisaria, the former India High Commissioner in Pakistan, to tell us more about this aspect of the diplomatic engagement between the two neighbors. He's recently written a book which is creating waves all over the country. Mr. Bisaria is a former career diplomat in the Indian Foreign Service. He served as the High Commissioner of India to Canada from March 2020 to June 2022. He served as High Commissioner of India to Pakistan from December 2017 to February 2020. Prior to joining the diplomatic service, Mr. Bisaria worked briefly with the American Express Bank and Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited in Delhi. Sir, I would request you to grace the stage. Mr. Ajay Bisaria, the former India High Commissioner in Pakistan. Engaging him in this conversation is Mr. Pankaj Saran, a former diplomat with 40 years of experience in foreign, strategic, and national security affairs. He served in key positions within the Indian government, in the Prime Minister's office, the National Security Council Secretariat, Ministry of External Affairs, and in Indian missions in Moscow, Dhaka, Washington, Cairo, and Geneva. He served as India's ambassador to Russia and India's High Commissioner to Bangladesh, and as head of the Northern Division in the Ministry of External Affairs, dealing with Nepal and Bhutan. From 2018 to 2021, he served as the Deputy National Security Advisor for Strategic Affairs under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We welcome you, sir, Mr. Pankaj Saran, former career diplomat. Our distinguished guests join us on a session titled Managing Pakistan Without Getting Angry. Mr. Ajay Bisaria in conversation with Mr. Pankaj Saran.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much to the Bhopal Literary Festival. It's a great pleasure to share the stage with a great friend and one of India's best diplomats, Ajay Bisaria. Ajay, welcome to this panel, and thank you very much for giving everyone here an opportunity to listen to you in person, because now you're more famous because of the book. So it's great to have you face to face. And I don't intend to come in the way of the audience and you, so I would propose that we talk for about half an hour so that we have 50 minutes, and then the rest of the time we can leave for questions and answers. So I would like to begin by asking you, what is it about Pakistan that excites Indians? In your book, you have occasionally mentioned that Pakistan was a mistake, was a cartographic error, and you quote the personal physician of Muhammad Ali Jinnah. But what I found most remarkable was your paragraph on how you described how the lines were drawn by Cyril Radcliffe. And I just want to very quickly read it out for the benefit of the audience to show how you captured this, this particular defining moment in at least in Indian history, if not global history. And you say, a London judge on his first visit to India, Cyril Radcliffe, had created two Muslim majority regions in the east and northwest of India, carved out of Punjab and Bengal. Radcliffe had drawn up borders over 6 weeks, right? And we are now 75 years after that event. Despite poor maps, squabbling deputies, and bouts of dysentery. The boundary award, based on multiple opaque and largely subjective principles, some determined in secret British confabulations well before Radcliffe's arrival, had been announced on August 17, leaving millions stranded on the wrong side of the new lines, triggering unforeseen chaos. Those hastily drawn borders also provided cause for 4 wars and decades of aggravating animosity between the two neighbors. I want to ask you to begin the conversation, is Pakistan a mistake? And, we make mistakes in our personal lives, wrong job, wrong college, wrong marriage, but a wrong country. So what is your opening gambit to the audience?
Thank you, Pankaj. Thanks for this opportunity. Before we get on to this exciting question, I will be remiss if I don't do a shout out to the BLF and to Raghav and the whole team. Because my story is that soon after I was expelled from Pakistan in August 2019, I had bumped into Raghav and he asked me, why don't you drop in Bhopal? And I came 4 years ago. And really speaking, one of the inspirations for this book was listening to all the conversations, immersing myself here. I hadn't planned then to write, but that gave me the germ of the idea. So in many ways, this is a Bhopal Literature Festival inspired book. And in many ways, I think it's very appropriate that the first real conversation I'm having on this book at a Lit Fest is here in Bhopal, because it's just been released 4 or 5 days ago, and therefore I think it's poetic justice and very appropriate. So I'm not going to give you a yes and no answer to your very provocative question, but certainly Pakistan was a hastily assembled and a hastily executed idea. And there's enough historical evidence to that. And I think part of much of the problems that we've faced in the relationship stems from that seminal partition moment. And the fact that it wasn't a well thought out idea. And it's not just me saying it, this is Pakistani thinkers and Pakistani historians who now make or are brave enough to get away from the official narrative, official history, to say that the two-nation theory was a bad idea, to say that it was very hastily created a hasty idea where Jinnah had conceived of an idea of achieving Pakistan, but not really defined a blueprint of what that Pakistan would be. So I think that identity crisis in my book has been one of the central reasons for not just Pakistan's own crises, but for the India-Pakistan problems as well. And the other issue you referenced, that of Radcliffe and hastily drawn borders, I mean that we can ascribe to the British flawed choices of wanting to do a very hasty partition and wanting to exit. And certainly I would think that one of the reasons was that British national interests were better served by having a Pakistan.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Ajay. And I must also say that there is a paragraph on Bhopal in your book, and we were discussing it outside the room, where you said that the twists and turns of history are such that you could have actually had Shahryar Khan sitting here as the Indian Foreign Secretary rather than as the Pakistani Foreign Secretary.
Absolutely. I think I was thinking of this story just today. It's a delightful sort of twist to history, and in Bhopal, I think we should remember that history. Because when India and Pakistan were created, in the early years, there was a distinct probability, or at least a proposal in some people's minds, to create a Princestan, a third country with the 565 princely states. And Bhopal was one of the holdouts. So in 1947, the instruments of accession are signed by Kashmir and then by Junagadh, in 1948 by Hyderabad. But the princely state of Bhopal waits till 1949. And when it sees the writing on the wall, only then does the prince do the accession. But the interesting twist there was that his daughter, the Begum, Begum Abida Sultan, who was the mother of Shahryar Khan, then 13 at independence, she takes a call and she gets angry with her father because of her second marriage, and she decides to go off to Pakistan. And in 1950, she goes to Pakistan, and when the Nawab passes away in 1960, Ayub Khan tells her that, Begum Sahiba, you know, you are now the inheritor, the heir, because they had the tradition of the Begums of Bhopal being ruling or reigning over the state. So he gives her the opportunity, you and your son could go back and we will facilitate it. And she says no, and the 26-year-old son, Shahryar Khan, says no. He goes on to become the Foreign Secretary of Pakistan, the best Pakistani High Commissioner to India that we never had, because Pakistan's establishment decides it's too dangerous to send the Nawab of Bhopal as High Commissioner to India, so they never send him. And but he comes on his wearing his cricket hat, and he writes books, and he loves India. And I had some wonderful meals with him in Lahore and in Karachi. So I think sitting in Bhopal, one can think of the accidents of history, because if she hadn't made this impulsive choice, he could have joined the Indian Foreign Service.
Yeah. So that is one of the beauties of the book, the way it seamlessly flows from gripping personal anecdotes to extremely serious issues, which we will come to later. But one of the agendas, as we built up the two nations in the last 75 years, and we have followed different trajectories, but one of the national security objectives of the Pakistani state in the initial few decades was the lack of conviction that India would remain as a united country. And so the disintegration of India using the Indian Muslim population was a very serious strategic goal for Pakistan. But what we have found is that in 1971, Pakistan broke up into two. Today, there are very serious problems in Balochistan and other provinces. When you were there in your conversations, did you see any sense of introspection about the different trajectories of these two countries born on the same day, and where we are located in respective positions today?
Well, with me, as the Indian High Commissioner, those conversations would come only late in the night after 2 whiskeys. They were not conversations that Pakistanis were allowed to have or would risk having with Indian interlocutors. But you know, if you just see Pakistani social media and see the Pakistani influencers and their young people talking on social media, today there is a very, very strong attempt to re-look at their history, to reject the official narrative that was rammed down their throats all these years about the two-nation theory and about various issues, and to look at India with some small degree of grudging admiration, and to benchmark India as a place that Pakistan could have been. Because I think a lot of Pakistanis are looking at the flawed choices made by their leaders at different points of their history, and not only for its impact on India, but for its impact on themselves. And the cumulative sins, the accumulation of all the errors of the past are now coming home to roost when we see this polycrisis of economic, political, and security dimensions.
So your book also talks a lot about the very famous so-called Bajwa doctrine, which I will come to a little later. But I want to ask you, flowing from this discussion, are we losing something by not talking to Pakistan, by not sending a successor to you in the last 5 years? Are we better off without embassies, without visas? I mean, this kind of a breakdown in the relationship, is it okay? I mean, any views on that?
Well, I would argue that a policy of strategic neglect of Pakistan is not really a wise one. given the history of 4 wars, given the history of terrorism. And I think it's important for India not to take its eye off the ball, of this very...
But how do we benefit from engaging Pakistan?
Well, there isn't ever a situation of zero engagement. So we did have some engagement, and one of the fruits of that engagement was the 2021 ceasefire that is still holding. Some of the conversations that take place, the missions are still working at a lower level with half strength, but they still work. We do exchange messages. The problem, I think, right now is coherence within Pakistan. Who do you talk to if you talk to them? I think, but one of the lessons I would draw from the West Asia crisis and the Hamas action on Israel, I won't go into what happened subsequently, but that you could be surprised by an adversary you think you should be ignoring, and who doesn't matter anymore. So I think it's important to be watching the country closely and to have an active policy around it, whatever that policy is. But strategic neglect, I think, is not good policy.
That's a very powerful argument. So flowing from that, the Bajwa doctrine, basically the doctrine says that Pakistan needs to have a relook at its approach to India, and that this relook is coming from the core establishment itself, the army. Isn't this a big change in the history of Pakistan, and do you see it sustaining in the next couple of years?
Yes, I think it is a big change, and it was the beginning of a big change. So whether that big change was accepted all through the army establishment is not clear. We've seen over the last 3 years huge disagreements within the army. They do finally come together. But the Bajwa doctrine, for instance, was about better relations with neighbors, and finally about saying geoeconomics is better than geopolitics, which means we should be working on fixing our economy rather than fixing, and having a revisionist idea of what to do. They were also questioning the use of terrorism and giving away the monopoly of state to these militant tanzeems, which had turned against Pakistan, and we are seeing the manifestation of that in the TTP. So all this was questioned in the Bajwa doctrine. One part of it was also to have a neutral army or an apolitical army. But obviously that is not something that the army doesn't want to do. So the trouble is that Bajwa was a hesitant reformer, and the army hesitates to reform because it's so used to power over these decades that it frequently lapses into the default position of wanting to be the omnipotent force controlling everything else. So it's a hesitant process of reform, but we need to watch and understand that something was changing.
So should we therefore spend more time engaging with the Pakistani army or with the Pakistani civilian political leadership?
So I would certainly advocate a position that, and I talk about this in my book as well, that we ought to be engaging the army continuously. It is important for us. And the policy posture I would recommend is a combination of hard and soft policies, which means a position of active defense, a position of not tolerating terrorism, lowering our threshold of tolerance of any kind of terrorism coming from Pakistan and giving it a strong response. But at the same time, a policy of flexible and creative engagement. And that means that, right now Pakistan is incoherent, but after its elections, you could have army-supported civilian regime, in which case it will be a same-page government, it will be more coherent. So I think there is a good reason for India to continuously engage with the main power center of Pakistan, which is the army. And even if we are engaging with the civilians, to verify that the army is on board, because several times with PM Modi's engagement with Nawaz Sharif, with PM Vajpayee's engagement with Nawaz Sharif, the army was not on board, and we had to pay the price.
True. Let me take you back a little bit. When you were there, momentous events took place. I mean, you saw Pulwama, you saw Balakot, you saw Kartarpur, and you've written all that. And you also saw, importantly, Article 370, the abrogation. Now, all of you, or those of you who are fond of cricket, luckily Ajay is also fond of cricket, and he had Imran Khan as his Prime Minister at that time. The reaction of the Pakistani state to the abrogation of Article 370, tell us about it. You faced the full brunt of the anger and the rhetoric of Pakistan. It's a little intriguing because the fact that the BJP would abrogate Article 370 is a public document which has been in the public domain for the last many, many years. And it was not a secret agenda. They announced it right on the top of their manifesto. So was Pakistan blindsided by what actually happened? And of course, their reaction has led to the pleasure of your company with us today. You were expelled. Have they not caught themselves in a bind? Because do they actually see India turning back and bringing back Article 370 into the Constitution?
Yes, I think you're right. They were blindsided and they shouldn't have been. You know, they are such keen watchers of India. So they should have seen it coming. As you say, it was in the BJP manifesto. But more than that, it's been something that India has been doing from the 50s. You know, in the 50s, Pakistan strongly protested that India was hollowing out Article 370, that this autonomy was a sham. And Pakistan, the deep state's official position on 370 always was that it's a sham for autonomy. It's not. So, you know, when I used to talk to some folks and say, why are you protesting against something you think is in any case a sham? So they were a little confused about it. And there was a structural reason for this kind of reaction, which was that, you know, they didn't have a policy. They had only the anger. And they didn't have a policy to express that anger. So, you know, the easy pickings was asking the Indian High Commissioner to go. But beyond that, there were no hard power options. There was no way to send the tanks in. They had to change their mind about sending the Kabylis in, because in the early days, in the wake of August 2019, there was some movement of Pathans and Kabylis. They said they're going to walk into Kashmir and try to, free it. But I think what happened was Pakistan ran out of options. Structurally, what happened is that there was an inexperienced Imran Khan in power, and he sort of ran away with the talking points and had a very strong kind of reaction saying that unless you reverse Article 370, we won't speak. And the army, which was not very comfortable with this posture, was taking a back seat because General Bajwa was waiting for his extension. His 3 years were coming up. So they let this inexperienced civilian politician run away with the file, and that was a huge error.
So talking of being blindsided, did they expect the Indian attack on Balakot?
Well, they were certainly expecting something as a reaction to Pulwama. They had the model of 2016, the surgical strikes. They were perhaps expecting something like a surgical strike on the ground. The Pakistan was on complete alert because they were monitoring the anger in India after the Pulwama attack. But I think credit to the Indian forces that they still managed this element of surprise, that this action could take place in Balakot, which is the biggest action for the Air Force since 1971 in terms of crossing the international boundary, and execute it and come back unmolested. There was no one who, no Pakistan Air Force questioned this move or was scrambled to intercept any of this. So it was certainly an element of surprise with which the Indian Air Force did a successful operation there.
So if the Indian decision to go in and retaliate and try to raise the price for Pakistan for terror in India is there for everyone to see, has it had a salutary impact or an effect on the Pakistani establishment and the leadership? Number one. Number two, It's been now 5 years. Article 370 has vanished. Kashmir has become a union territory, 3 union territories. There is peace. You can't get a hotel room today in Srinagar or Pahalgam or Gulmarg. Some people say that the India-Pakistan border or LOC in J&K is today probably more peaceful than the Pakistan-Afghanistan border, and that the primary threat which Pakistani state faces today is not from India, but from the Taliban and the TTP and everything else happening in Afghanistan. How would you react to this?
Absolutely, I agree. And as part of the poly crisis that they face, the major security threat comes from the West, from the TTP, which is a very severe threat. This is not what Pakistan anticipated. On 15th August 2021, when the Taliban took over, they were expecting to have a friendly Taliban which would take action against the TTP, but that is not what they have done. But overall, even in terms of the security calculus of Pakistan, it has entered into their security calculus that India has now an answer in the sub-conventional domain for acts of terrorism. So an Uri gets a surgical strike, Pulwama gets a Balakot, and the next big one will get a Balakot plus if it happens. Therefore, the cost of for the army of doing what for decades was an easy, low-cost proxy warfare has suddenly gone up. And it's too expensive, too dangerous. So the incentives for using these kind of terrorist incidents has gone down. So fingers crossed, 5 years without a major terrorist incident. Hopefully, the message has gone loud and clear, and hopefully we won't have a major terrorist attack in the near future.
Great. In these 5 years, because of the Taliban taking over in Kabul, you actually have a situation where the Pashtuns on both sides of the Durand line are showing great signs of expressing their Pashtun nationality. You also have a very, very serious simmering problem in Baluchistan, asking for parity with Punjab. So when you have these huge problems inside your country, coupled with the economic crisis, what you see from outside is a very, very troubled and a Pakistan in a deep state of crisis. I want to just talk to you a little bit about the economy, and thereafter I want to talk to you about your personal experiences and then open the floor for questions. So on the economy, the Pakistani rupee today is 300 rupees to $1. It used to be 120 rupees, and then it fell. They have foreign exchange reserves, maybe 2 weeks or 1 month of imports. The official inflation rate is about 30 to 40%, but people say it's much, much higher, maybe close to 100%. There is huge capital flight out of Pakistan, and we were discussing it the other day, that these are systemic, structural, institutional problems which cannot be solved through a band-aid solution of an IMF or a Chinese or a Saudi. Tell us your insights into how serious the current situation is for Pakistan, and how do you see the prognosis for the next, maybe, let's say, 10 years?
So I would agree that the biggest crisis within the polycrisis that Pakistan faces, the economic, security, and the political crisis as well, is the economic crisis. Because really speaking, it's because of structural factors, and really speaking, it's a expression of the accumulated problem and accumulated flawed choice and economic misgovernance of the last 70 years. Because what has essentially happened, if you benchmark Pakistan with India and its journey, they did no land reforms in the 1950s. They had 23 IMF loans, so 23 occasions comparable to our 1991 moment, when you could have said, enough, I will reform. But because of severe elite capture, they used to talk of 22 elite families that control Pakistan, now a little more, plus the army. So the capture by the army of a large part of the economy, more than 20%, directly run by the army. So we have a situation where all these structural factors come to roost. So there are band-aid solutions, as you say. In June, they would go for the 24th IMF program. Both the twin deficits, the fiscal and external deficits, are so high that they would have to go again for the 25th, unless there's deep structural reform, which means one part of it is asking the army to step back from the economy, and the other is to do the kind of reforms India did. I would say that if Pakistan miraculously takes all those decisions now, it would still take it about a decade to become a normal country.
Great. Now I just want to shift to slightly more interesting aspects of your book, your personal experiences. How was it to be the Indian envoy to Islamabad? Tell us both the parts you enjoyed and the parts you feared. You talk about harassment, surveillance, but you also talk about meeting the Prime Minister, having high-level access, the romanticism of being the Indian High Commissioner to Pakistan, to being the focus of everyone's attention. Everything you say, you do, makes headlines. Give us a sense or a flavor of some of the most exciting moments of that period of your stay there.
Certainly, I think it's an extraordinary assignment to go for, because it's like no other you would go for. And, I remember what the late Satinder Lamba told me, the predecessor and guru of Pakistan. He said, just remember one thing, don't talk about Kashmir after 6 p.m. So the paradox of Pakistan is that, for an Indian diplomat working there, you're working in a fairly hostile environment and having tough conversations during the day. But in the evening, you're like long-lost brothers, because you get the special Balochi meats and you get the special Jhappi Pappis from the Punjabis. And you get you're the special invitee to the weddings.
Is it an advantage to speak Punjabi? I mean, you don't speak Punjabi.
Yeah, and I think that's a debatable proposition. Somehow they prefer you not to speak Punjabi, because one of the other High Commissioners, Natwar Singh, said that he got this advice, don't say we are the same people. They don't like it, to say that we are the same people. So they like to be treated as a foreign land with a good deal of cultural intimacy, because otherwise you're trying to take ownership of them and their culture if you're speaking in Punjabi and doing your shairi. So I think the paradox of hostility during the day and immense brotherhood and friendship in the evenings, and being invited socially everywhere, and them singing to you Kishore Kumar and Lata Mangeshkar and wanting the visas. I think that is the paradox. So what it tells you is that, yes, there's a state-to-state, a huge unbridgeable chasm, but there is a great deal of cultural intimacy, which makes for both a lot of latent goodwill, just like there's a lot of latent ill will.
Great. I mean, so therefore, this schizophrenic kind of existence, where you have this Bappi Jappi at the popular level, and then in the evening after 6 p.m., and from 9 to 6, you're dealing with the army and the establishment, which is equally ferociously hostile to India. So you need to have maybe 2 high commissioners, one for after 6 p.m. and one for before 6 p.m.
Or you have Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So I think that's great. Just one example of a bad time you had, some harassment, some surveillance. You walk us through some of the moments?
Well, several, because I had all the time in Pakistan the reinforced cars and a lot of gunmen provided by the Pakistan police and so on. But I was concerned about my staff, that people who are going in and out, there have been instances of harassment or beating up diplomats and so on. So one would always worry about that. But several times my car was stopped. I tried to go to Panja Sahib on one occasion, and I had to meet the Sikh pilgrims who had come from India. And I had got permission from the Foreign Office. Indian diplomats are only allowed within the confines of Islamabad, and you have to take permission to go anywhere outside. Just like Pakistani diplomats can't go for a dinner to Gurgaon without taking our permission. So it's strict reciprocity. So when I went there with permission, they suddenly called me in the middle of, I was halfway there and said, please turn back. You can't go, permission withdrawn. And we said, why? Because there's some very militant Sikhs who've come from Canada. At that point, I didn't know I would be going to Canada, who are against the idea of an Indian High Commissioner coming there, and they're very angry. But we said, but it's your country. I mean, we are going to meet Indian Sikh pilgrims in Pakistan. They said, no, they are there and they are creating trouble. So there is a strong link between the ISI and some of the Khalistani elements globally. They frequently come there and they try to create this kind of trouble. So, I never felt in any grave physical danger, but these moments when you're stopped from meeting someone or you're followed, sometimes a camera is thrust on your face, very close to your face, that kind of thing, that was very frequent.
So my last question before we go to the audience, the future. You have in your last chapter talked about the ambiguous lessons of history, and you have drawn 10 lessons or 10 prescriptions, and I will leave that to the readers to read for themselves. They're not definitive, but maybe that's part of the whole scenario. But could you talk a little to us about how you see the future of Pakistan? I mean, it's a big subject, but in brief, and the relationship, as well as my last question, do you think it's better to be an Indian High Commissioner in Pakistan as compared to a Pakistani High Commissioner in India?
For the last question, my answer is clear. Definitely the latter, the Indian High Commissioner in Pakistan. But if I was a Grand Tsar advising both India and Pakistan, unfortunately I'm not, I would tell Pakistan that its best policy would be to normalize itself, to become a normal country for its own good, which means get the army out of the economy, restructure the economy, stop using terrorism as a weapon. It doesn't help you. For India, the policy, I think, has to be creative, and it has to be active defense accompanied by a very flexible and calibrated engagement, both with the army and the civilians. And I see 2024 with some cautious optimism, because you will have the coincidence of elections in both countries. Pakistan's due on February 8th, but Pakistan loves to imitate India, so they might just postpone them and coincide them with ours. So we might have elections in both countries. And having gone through a period of no major terrorism and civilian regimes probably headed by PM Modi here and PM Nawaz Sharif there, I think there is hope, particularly since Nawaz Sharif's regime would be supported by the army, of having some kind of engagement, some rapprochement, some baby steps forward in the relationship.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ajay. This was absolutely wonderful. I think a round of applause. I would highly recommend the book. It's everything you wanted to know about Pakistan and the relationship is in one book. Both the history, the personalities, the people who played roles, the situations, it's all there. So it's a very gripping, very, very granular, insightful compilation of more than 500 pages. And I believe you took 2 years to write the book. Highly recommended. And I think in Bhopal, we are fortunate to hear you live. With this, I'd like to open the floor for questions from the audience, and please do. Yes, please. Maybe we'll take 2 or 3 questions at one time, and then so that we can get everyone into the discussion.
Former Chief of the Pakistan Army, General Musharraf has been sentenced to death by the Supreme Court. And this is the first time in the Pakistani history that the army chief has been sentenced to death. And fortunately, before Musharraf was hanged, he died in Dubai. So does it have any linkage with the nuclear bomb being transferred back to China, his death sentence?
Another question? Because, yes, please. The gentleman on the left. Yes. Yes, yes.
What is the major paradigm shift regarding the Indo-Pakistan relation since 2014? That means coming from the Modi regime.
Last, third question.
Yeah. I'm here.
Where?
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here,
okay.
yeah.
Please. Yes.
My name is Santosh Singh. Just I have want to have one question regarding the Indus Treaty, Indus Water Treaty. I understand India is building that hydropower plant, and it is run-off river kind of hydro plant, not like storage, water storage. But the long-term policy is there to connect that river to the south. How the Pakistan looks to this long-term strategy of the India?
Ajay, you want to take one by one?
Sure. So let's start with Musharraf. The Pakistan judiciary has played a unique role within Pakistan. It's often considered part of the establishment. It sometimes played a very role of being the handmaiden of the deep state. They produce the doctrine of necessity for justifying army rule and justifying the rule of Ayub Khan. But sometimes they branch out on their own and demonstrate some degree of autonomy in taking these decisions. And one familiar narrative in Pakistan is, why don't you punish the 4 dictators who ran the country for violating the constitution so severely? None of them were punished. Ayub Khan simply left. Zia died in an air crash. Yahya Khan was never punished. Musharraf, there was this attempt by the judiciary, but stonewalled by the army. So again, it's not something we read into too much. And I think nuclear bombs, certainly the nuclear program of Pakistan was supported, encouraged, built up with Chinese help. But now it belongs to Pakistan. They have ownership of it. The army has control of it.
Second question.
Yeah. So what was the second question again?
2014 paradigm shift.
Yeah. So I think 2014, we ought to remember that, right in the beginning, there was engagement with Nawaz Sharif invited for Prime Minister Modi's inauguration. Prime Minister Modi going to Lahore in 2015, 5 meetings with Nawaz Sharif. But terrorism was the game changer and the deal breaker, and because of which India changed its position. So I think the change that has come is that we now have, as we discussed, an answer in the subconventional space for terrorism. And I think the game changer was 2016 and 19. No matter what the outcomes, it showed the willingness and capacity in India to be able to have a punitive or preventive action against terrorism, and to make that point to Pakistan that it is a costly affair, that it won't be a cost-free affair. So that's the change. On the Indus Water Treaty, it's been cited as an example of a successful treaty. Since 1960, it's worked. The 2 countries decided to share the waters on this basis. But now India is questioning the way Pakistan is stonewalling some of the provisions of the treaty, particularly the dispute resolution issue. They are taking India to the various dispute resolution. There's a provision for a neutral expert to resolve some issues, and there's a provision for a court. And Pakistan is taking India for both. So India is questioning some of those bases for doing it. So far, the treaty has worked, but the 2 sides, or at least Pakistan, will have to be a little more accommodating. If it provokes India too much, that clause itself might be threatened.
More questions? Yes, please. Yes. Okay, yeah, please.
the British role in partition. I'm told that in the British archives it's written somewhere that Muslim Pakistan would be more reliable than a Hindu India. Is it true?
Next, one more we take. Yes, the gentleman in the back, blue shirt.
So, Commander Chakravarti here. I have two questions. Did Pakistan draw its tactical nuclear weapons the following day, the TNW's Nasser 9? And what role did the United States, especially like what Pompeo has revealed in his book, not even an inch, did they play in de-escalating the crisis the following day?
One more. Yes, please.
Sir, I have a question. My question is not particularly based on Pakistan policy or anything related to that, but my question is related to the SAARC nations. As you see the lot of happenings which is happening all around the world, and different understanding, the memorandum of understanding which has been going on in different countries. But the thing is that if I talk about Indian perspective and Indian diplomatic perspective in international issues which has been going on, what is the main reason which is being seen among the SAARC nation? And as you told about that there is no proper attack on India as much as we have seen in last 5 to 6 years, but there is internal conflict or some catalytic effect which has been going on, right? So I just want to know the sole reason of in a very diplomatic, in a very international perspective, sir.
Sure. So let's start with the British role. You know, I talk a lot about this in my book in great detail, some of the scholarship that has come from the British archives themselves. And a great book on this has been written by a former diplomat, Chandrasekhar Dasgupta, and another diplomat called Serela, who was with ADC with Mountbatten also at some point. So, you know, I think the basic issue that comes out is it was not in the British interest to have an India which was resolutory, autonomous and taking its own decisions. They felt a rump state of Pakistan would be better able to, for them, if they have they would have a good relationship with it, and it would be able to stem the danger from Russia, from the Soviet Union, and it would also help them guard the oil wells, which were very important in West Asia at that point of time. So there was a balance of advantage for them in having Pakistan which was militarily aligned to India. Now, this is contested by many historians who have a different point of view, but the archives, and there are notes by Lord Wavell and so on, I've reproduced some of them in my book. The other question, I think, was...
second is about the tactical nuclear weapons
yeah,
and the US role.
So that was, I think you're referring to Balakot and that period of time. So, you know, I say this in my book that Pompeo, in his book, Never Give an Inch, says that he spoke on the night, the fateful night to Swaraj, and she told him that, you know, Pakistan is doing dangerous things. It's moving nukes and so on. I conclude in my book that, you know, the US did play an important role in the diplomacy there, but perhaps this is exaggerated, the role, because he also, Pompeo also says that he called up Bajwa directly, and Bajwa tells him, no, there's no such danger, there's nothing like that happening. So, you know, it is something that I'm not privy to, but I feel, as an analyst, I feel this was an overmade claim. On your question about SAARC, you know, the SAARC was an important invention in the 1980s. South Asia is the least integrated region in the world, and the idea was to integrate it. But certainly the India-Pakistan relationship became a deal breaker. But I think the SAARC is simply right now in freeze, but it can be thawed out and it can be used, because often it is something that on the margins of the SAARC, the bilateral conversations can take place. So the purpose of that grouping is for a larger multilateral kind of approach to common good. But for India, with such a major problem of terrorism, since 2016, the SAARC umbrella could not be used because the SAARC summit was scheduled in Islamabad.
We have time for one last question?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Or maybe, if you're being generous, then maybe three? Or just one?
We
Okay.
started also a little late. We are alive to the
Okay.
fact.
Who
One
was...
last question.
Okay, yes, please.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. My question is that you stated that among the plethora of crises that Pakistan faces right now, the economic one is the most prominent one. So, sir, do you think that the creation of the CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, when it is fully constructed, do you think that it would change Pakistan's economic condition? And if so, what effect would it have on Pakistan's relation with India?
Well, the CPEC has been around for a decade, for 10 years now, so it has not really changed anything too dramatically. It's the only foreign investment that comes into Pakistan. So, there's an exaggerated claim about how much benefit it brings to Pakistan. It is not the panacea. The panacea is structural reform, and this Pakistani economists are beginning to understand, not just to understand, but to advocate that they need deep structural reforms, and such a project as CPEC can only make a marginal difference to the severe crisis Pakistan faces.
Well, I believe we have run out of time. Ajay, I want to once again thank you very much for coming and talking to us. A round of applause. Thank you so much for the pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We thank our distinguished guests for such a gripping session as we promised. And looking forward to reading your book, Mr. Bisaria. And it has definitely a lot of interesting information, including the release of Squadron Leader Abhinandan. So really looking forward to reading the book. And we are also very proud that it was at BLF that the idea came to you, the idea of the book. So extremely happy about that. And I would now like to request Mr. Raghav Chandra, the director, founder director of the Bhopal Literature Festival, to felicitate our guests. It's only befitting we do it here at the end.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed very delighted that on this occasion we are also formally releasing Ajay Bisaria's book, Anger Management. This is the first global release of his book, and indeed BLF is both honored, proud, and delighted to be doing that. Give him a big hand.
You hold it. You and Pankaj hold it.
And I'll request, we have two senior Foreign Service officers here, diplomats, Mr. Talmiz Ahmad, Preeti Saran, to also please come on the dais while we are doing this photo up for this book.
Excellent.
Yeah, thank you. And we'll just hold it together. Is there a third copy?
No, I think that's all.
Aye, sir. Come, sir, we just fabulous session.
Thank you.
Come, sir. Pankaj, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, Anger Management by Mr. Ajay Bisaria.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
And now
The souvenir, which is also the mascot of BLF 2024. Which is a Gond painting by senior most Gond artist Ram Singh Urveti ji, which traces the evolution.
I'd like to inform the audience that our next session, India's $5 trillion economy, what it takes, would be beginning shortly. We have our speakers, Rajat Kathuria ji, Madan Sabnavis ji. He is not here with us, but he will be joining online. Ranjan Katoch ji in conversation with Raghav Chandra ji. India is one of the fastest growing major economies and is currently We are beginning with India's $5 trillion economy, what it takes. India is one of the fastest growing major economies and is currently ranked as the world's sixth largest economy. Projections of growth over the medium term remain encouraging and optimistic for India. The underlying strengths are indicative of the potential of India to achieve a US $5 trillion economy by 2025. The current structure of the economy and the emerging dynamics provide us grounds to target achieving $1 trillion from agriculture and allied activities, $1 trillion from manufacturing, and $3 trillion from services. To give us a better understanding on India's $5 trillion economy, what it takes, we have with us our first speaker for the session, Rajat Kathuria ji. He is the Dean of the School of Humanities and Social Sciences and the Professor of Economics at Shiv Nadar Institution of Eminence. He is the former Director and Chief Executive of the Indian Council for Research on International Economics Relations. He worked with the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India during its initial years. He is currently the co-chair of the T20 Digital Task Force under India's G20 presidency. Our second speaker, Madan Sabnavis ji, who will be joining with us online, he has been working with the Bank of Baroda as chief economist since 2022. Prior to this assignment, was chief economist with CARE Ratings for 12 years. He has been working for 26 years as a corporate economist in organizations like ICICI Limited, ICICI Bank, L&T, and NCDEX. He is a postgraduate in economics from Delhi School of Economics after graduating in economics from St. Stephen's College, Delhi University. He is also the author of over 3,000 articles in newspapers, including Mint, Financial Express, Business Line, Business Standard, and he has also authored 7 books. Accompanying them, we have Dr. Rajan Katoch. He is an IS and is a former Secretary of Heavy Industry, Government of India. In course of a distinguished civil service career, he has served in the Finance and Commerce Ministries and on deputation to the World Bank. A student of economics, he writes regularly on topical economic issues. He will be in conversation with Mr. Raghav Chandra. He is the president of the Society for Culture and Environment and the director of Bhopal Literature and Art Festival. From the IAS, he has been Secretary Government of India and before that, Chairman National Highways Authority of India. He has written extensively on management and infrastructure issues. He is the author of the novels Scent of a Game, Rupa, Kali's Daughter, and has edited the book Eternal Wisdom of the Tribes. He is on the managing committee of the Delhi Golf Club and writes a column for Business World magazine. We are honored to have you all here. Let's have a huge round of applause for our panelists. May I please request Raghav Chandra ji to unfold the conversation.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, Rajat. Hi, sir. Rajan Katoch Saab. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. They say that money makes the mayor go round. and nothing really moves without money. The economy is as important as anything else. In fact, perhaps the most important instrument of development, and we're going to be talking about it. There are lots of discussions, lots and lots of articles on how soon India is going to achieve the $5 trillion economy golden mark, and how that is going to position us in that sweet spot where we will practically rule the world. But before we start discussing about the entire concept of how fast we are getting there, at what speed we are going, what are the bumps on the road, whether we will get there, and so on, I want to ask Mr. Rajan Katoch a preliminary question, and in fact, both the panelists here and Madan, how appropriate is it to be even talking of achieving a $5 trillion economy? How relevant is it for the entire gamut of discussions around the health and of the Indian economy and where we are going in the years to come? Mr. Rajan Katoch.
Thank you, Raghav, Rajat, and Madan, and everyone here. This, question of $5 trillion economy, it's a buzzword we've been hearing for some last few years. It has at least, to my mind, 3 dimensions. The first, most obviously, the international one. But, one might think that how do you measure the progress of a country? Till now, and the economics that when I learned in college and then in government, we used to talk about rates of growth. So, you're growing at 5%, 6%, 7%, 6, 7, that's good. So why are we suddenly talking about $5 trillion economy? So one, way in this of thinking is, rates of growth tell you how well you are doing as an economy. You might say, okay, we are at 7%, which is terrific. But Senegal is at 9%. Maldives is, I think last year was 13%. So what we are trying to do now is when you say $5 trillion economy, you're saying what's our place in the world. And then, the size of the economy is important. At 5 trillion, as in when you get there, right now we are at around the 5th largest, with Japan and Germany at, above us. We are at 3.5, they're at 4. But our rate of growth is such that by the time you get to 5, you'll be the 3rd largest. So you're sending out a signal to the world that, this is where we are. The interesting thing also to note is we are talking about the dollar economy. That means we are marking it against a market benchmark. We are not talking about, purchasing power parity, that PPP concept and all, which, frankly, is a little sort of condescending, because, that tries to show developing countries that you're doing better than you are. So that's the, international dimension. And obviously, when you start projecting repeatedly again and again over the years that we are amongst the largest, it has implications on foreign investment, on the way outside world sees us. Even I dare say in the confidence by which we engage in, economic diplomacy, for example. So that's, one aspect of this whole thing. Second dimension is domestic. In domestic, it's basically the leadership setting out a vision, and a vision which is not business as usual. You might argue that, what difference does it make to the man on the street that $5 trillion economy, very abstract sort of concept. I would have also been inclined to that, except that I've heard firsthand at a, sort of tea stall in a Mufassil town, a fairly heated debate on this subject, by one gentleman who says, "साहब हम लोग $5 trillion economy बनने वाले हैं," and the other guy saying, "तो उसमें क्या फर्क पड़ता है?" Regardless of where the debate went, but the point is the awareness is there. The awareness is that yes, something's going to happen. Our significance in the world is going to increase. So that's one dimension. And the third is within the system. I mean, being a part of the system, you realize the importance of these markers. I've been in the planning commission also in the Vajpayee days, and where some grand targets were set out. So once you put in this target and you say 5 years, it doesn't really matter where 2018 mein tha, and you'll say ki 2023 it should be done, or 2024. Today, I think the finance minister is saying 27, 28. It will happen. But what's more important is the system starts gearing up to it. So every wing of government will start seeing that, okay, is the way we are moving, will it get us to my part in this 5 trillion? Or is there some reforms needed? Maybe some more, new initiatives, priorities. If there are priorities, how are they going to be funded? Government outlays, private sector, PPP. So, the whole machinery starts churning and starts moving in that direction. That is the, and the leadership will also be asking whenever they have reviews, okay, what you've done, how is it taking us here?
True.
So I think these are the three dimensions, why it's not just a random, catchphrase or a target which is thrown about that, 5 trillion sounds very cool and all.
So I'll take it to Madan. Madan, you're in Mumbai, and thank you very much for joining us virtually. And because of the paucity of time, we couldn't get you here. Madan, would you like to talk about the relevance of the $5 trillion figure? And is it just a statistic, or does it have any larger implication for India's FDI, economic growth in the larger way, social development and other issues?
Thanks a lot, Raghav, for having me here. It's indeed a privilege to be here. And though I'm coming online, I think I can appreciate the sense out there. Now, I think this is a very important issue which has been flagged of 5 trillion, because we have had conferences here in Mumbai where you also talk of 7 trillion economy. We have heard of conferences having 10 trillion economy. That actually makes us actually sit back and think, what exactly are we talking about? Now, we should remember in economics, we have something called a real GDP and we have something called nominal GDP. And what we are referring to actually is the nominal GDP. So when I say a 5 trillion economy, it is basically a real GDP plus inflation, which gives me a nominal GDP. So this 5 trillion mark is actually a kind of an aspiration. I think it's always good to have an aspiration, because that's when we are able to target our policies and accordingly formulate things around us. But we should remember in the last couple of years, we've actually had nominal GDP grow at over 15% per annum. But my real GDP growth was much lower. What does this mean? That I can get this 5 trillion economy number by just having higher inflation. So it could be kind of a misnomer that way. So that's why we as economists normally tend to be harping more on real GDP. And as was mentioned earlier by the panelists, I think real GDP growth is something which really matters. But this said, it's always good to have, as I said, as a matter of aspiration, that we're looking at a number of 5 trillion economy, because one can actually sit back and say that every economy can target a number of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, depending upon where you are. And at some point of time, you may be able to achieve it. But I think the crux is that we need to really focus on the real GDP growth. The nominal will happen in normal course. Now, just look at the year 23-24. We've really had low GDP growth. If you look at the budget, we spoke of 10.5% growth in GDP. The CSO now says that we're growing at, say, 8.7 or 8.9, which means that our entire target achievement is going to get deferred in case we keep having progressively lower inflation, even though our real GDP growth will be in this region of 7.5%. So I think that we should look at this GDP growth, this number in this particular context. And I think more important actually when we're talking of GDP is the quality of GDP. One is whether it's being caused by inflation or whether it's being caused by real GDP. Second is what is the overall quality of growth which we are seeing. I think that is where I think we've already seen that the government has had very progressive plans to actually look at social welfare. You really go down to the grassroots. Now, look at this kind of a situation we have where the government has promised 800 million people free food for the next 5 years. So one thing is to say it's a very positive measure because this is something which is required. The second part, it also is a reflection of the fact that I have 800 million people who are still dependent upon the government to get their food. Lots of the social welfare
Madan,
schemes.
we'll come more deep into those things, but let me just get a preliminary sense of the subject from Rajat also, and both of you are hardcore serving economists, so it'll be good to have his perspective also before we go deep into the subject. Rajat.
Thanks, Raghav. I sort of agree with Rajan and Madan, both in the sense that this is aspirational. The $5 trillion target is very, very aspirational. And not repeating what both of them have said, let me just add, I mean, we will get there. There is no question about it. Madan said, if we have only inflation and no growth, if a car is produced tomorrow at double the price, then we've doubled nominal GDP in a sense. So, you know, we will get there. In PPP terms, we are already the third largest economy in the world. China is the largest economy in the world in PPP terms already. So, you know, depending on how you are sort of skinning the cat, you can, a number is a number. I mean, you know, as Mark Twain said, number can be. But let me sort of reiterate what Rajan is saying. He said it abstracts from distribution, this $5 trillion number. And sort of Madan just mentioned that you have distributional issues, but $5 trillion abstracts from all of that and gives us a sense of well-being, of the fact that we are doing well, and maybe, you know, incites the animal spirits in the stock market. Certainly, I think the animal spirits get affected by $5 trillion. But, you know, it could also have a negative. And, you know, my experience, let's say, in the telecom regulatory authority I was just mentioned, when I was in telecom, there was this number that was thrown out that the auction of the spectrum has resulted, or lack of auction of the spectrum, has resulted in a 1.76 lakh crore loss to the exchequer. Myth or reality, this became sort of where everybody, you know, anybody talking about telecom, everybody started talking about this figure. It was internalized by people who were related or not related to the telecom sector. And if you disaggregated the numbers and you did, you know, there were so many assumptions embedded in that number that it was hard put to replicate that number by a different. So if you get two economists, you'll get three numbers. So the $5 trillion economy, so it's a positive sort of aspiration, that 1.76, of course, reflecting a negative aspiration, but both are doing the same thing. They're sort of talking up the economy, and eventually, as I said, we will get there, and it's good to abstract from things once in a while.
Great. So let me start off on a positive note, that at a time when the world economy seems to be going through tepid growth, China is viewed as an economy in transition from a very, very robust growth some years ago, and the Indian economy is still managing to project growth of anything between 7 to 8%. Let's get to some of the key macroeconomic fundamentals. Madan, I'll start with you, and because you're located in Mumbai, what, according to you, are the key macroeconomic fundamentals in the monetary policy side relating to what the Reserve Bank is doing, the impact on the stock market, and so on, and how does that speak about the basic strength and fundamentals of our economy?
Okay, now if you're looking at monetary policy and what the RBI has been doing, I think it has been a very, very proactive, very, very positive kind of a position which has been taken by the RBI right from the time of COVID. So during COVID, what did we do? We actually made sure a lot of liquidity was available to all the sectors which required it. We also saw the repo rate coming down to 4%. And the critical part is that while other countries, if you look at US, you look at the entire European region, you also look at, say, China, how do we actually roll back this liquidity or this openness which was done by the central bank? So I think the way in which the RBI has done it, it has been done in a very non-oppressive manner. So we have seen the movement back from 4% to 6.5% without really coming in the way of growth. And today we have this kind of an anomaly in the situation that even though the RBI has increased the repo rate, we have not really seen a major slowdown in credit. In fact, growth in credit continues. So conventional economic policy, economic theory would have said that how does monetary policy work? You increase the rates, you're able to cut down the growth in credit, accordingly you're able to lower demand and you're able to bring down inflation. But the way in which the RBI has managed, it's primarily because of the fact that what they have done is a correction. Whereas when I look at the Federal Reserve, when you get their Fed rate to say 5.5%, that is an unusual number. So as you keep lowering the rate down to your 2%, which is supposed to be the ideal rate, we will see a lot of pain in the US economy. So that's one of the reasons. See, what you mentioned earlier, that why is it that India is different? I think because of the way in which we handled COVID, the way we have come out of it, and even if you look at what the government has done, there's not been excessive spending. Maybe at that point of time, quite a few of us were critical, saying that the government is doing everything through the RBI. We have not seen any free cash being given to people, which was done in the Western countries. But actually, there was a lot of prudence shown in retrospect. So today, when we see getting fiscal discipline, getting monetary policy in place in a non-oppressive manner, making sure that we don't really come in the way of growth, I think that has been the positive achievement. And just the last point out here, when you say why is it India is different, we should also remember that we are basically a domestic-oriented economy. So while we are talking of getting into global supply chains, we are talking in terms of stronger linkages. I think there's a bit of decoupling which is there. We are not an exporter-oriented economy. Exports help us to add to a balance of payments on the external account, but inherent growth comes from within the economy, and that's the reason why we're performing better than the other nations.
And Rajat, what would you say have been the factors in our fiscal policy? Because we have managed to control our fiscal deficit quite efficiently. The budget is round the corner, even though it's a vote on account. What specific steps do you think the fiscal policy has determined which have helped our economy to stay on an even keel, as a result of which we are doing well?
So the government's fiscal policy has been guided by trying to get the fiscal deficit down to about 3%. That's an aspiration, but that number keeps getting pushed down the road because we had COVID, we had the global financial crisis. So that number keeps getting pushed down the road. So on the expenditure side of the government's sort of balance sheet, there are some things that the government does and very little degrees of freedom on the expenditure side because the government, after COVID, after the financial crisis, government got into the economy, as Madan is saying, there was fiscal stimulus, so they invested. So there's a lot of public sector investment that is happening either directly or through the private public route. So the government has been, in times of crisis, of course, the government comes in and spends. So what I'm saying on the expenditure side, the government can do a little bit of reallocation. Given COVID, you've also had a lot of transfers that have happened. NREGA the expenditure on NREGA has been very high also. So subsidies, which form about 2.5% of GDP, those have remained where they are. So I think the reason why the government has been able to sort of keep the fiscal deficit, it hasn't gone out of proportion. As Madan was saying, nominal inflation also helped keep the, inflation also helped keep the deficit low. This year will be a worry because inflation, as Madan is saying, we factored in 10.5% and growth is going to come in at 8.9 or 9%. So there'll be a little bit of hit to the fiscal deficit target this year, what was anticipated in last year's budget. But on the positive side, I think there are a couple of developments that there is increasing formalization in the Indian economy. GST has enabled increasing formalization in the Indian economy. So although GST had an impact on the very, very small, the micro enterprises, India's, amongst the small and medium enterprises, 99.4% are the very, very micro enterprises, very, very small. So GST had an adverse impact on them, on some of them, but GST also helped formalize the system, and therefore tax receipts of the government, with the income growing, direct tax receipts have also gone up. So I think where India can make an impact and where this government has been trying to make an impact is, as I said, the degrees of freedom on expenditure side being very limited. There's some reallocation of expenditure between capital and consumption. But on the revenue side, on both on the direct taxes, indirect taxes, and some amount of disinvestment, the government has been able to keep, as you're saying, on an even keel. Although it will be some time, I think, that we reach our aspirational target of 3%. That was set out by Finance Minister Jaswant Singh, I think, FRBM, I remember, Madan, you might remember, you know, this was long ago, that we need to get our fiscal deficit to 3% and our revenue deficit to 0. Now, revenue deficit is, you know, government borrowing to spend on salaries, on subsidies. Get that down to 0, and then whatever you expand should be in terms of capital. So what Mr. Jaswant Singh, the phrase that he used very interestingly was, let us expand the fiscal deficit productively. That means revenue deficit comes to 0, and whatever the government spends extra, it is in terms of investments that can get the government return, either return in money or returns in social terms. Yeah.
So I'll continue with you, Rajat, and now I'm coming to the deeper end and more difficult issues on reasons why the economy may not really be as sound as it seems. And we are looking at not just the economy as a balance sheet, but the economy as it will be in the long run. The unemployment rate is reputed to be about 6%, 6.1 to be precise. Amongst the graduates and postgraduates, the unemployment rate is as high as 35%. The India Skills Report says that half of the graduates are unemployable. There's a proliferation of colleges, which actually means that you know, colleges are growing, numbers, getting education is high, but the quality of education is not really commensurate with the number of people going in. And the employment in the manufacturing sector versus that in the agriculture sector is being reversed. And a lot of economists have written about that, and perhaps you would know more about it. So please tell us whether that is really truthful or whether that is just a lot of bogey beating.
No. There's no smoke without fire, I think. This is sort of complex and complicated question. I'm sure if you put 2-3 economists in the room, you'll get multiple opinions. But let me lay out what I think. We are not in a, we are certainly not in a healthy or a happy situation as far as the economy is concerned, notwithstanding the high growth rates. And the reason is that, Madan pointed to one of the reasons, which is 800 million people still require, we're a country of 1.4 billion people, a labor force which is about 50% of 1.4 billion, out of which 6.5 or maybe 7% unemployed, out of which women's participation rate is at an all-time low, right? And these numbers are not, make-believe numbers. Also, the fact that employment, I think, is a ticking time bomb for us. And I'm using the word carefully because we haven't been able to create productive jobs in the manufacturing sector like China was able to do. And there's this ongoing debate in India which is endless. Raghu has just come out with a book, Raghu Ram Rajan, with Rohit Lamba, saying that breaking the mold, manufacturing is not going to do to us what it did to China, i.e., it is not going to help in taking off for India, which means employment in manufacturing is unlikely to happen. Now you juxtapose that argument with the fact that service sector in India is not competitive, and I might sound like a heretic here. The services sector, IT is competitive, but IT is only one among many services sectors in India. Banking, insurance, business services. IT services is one sector which we are competitive in. And we are not competitive in all services sectors, right? So IT being able to provide employment to the burgeoning labor force with the skill levels that Raghav is talking about, I don't think that's going to be an answer. PLI, very good, etc. The other, if you juxtapose this with the fact that what is our abundant factor? Permit me to lose a little bit of jargon. Our abundant factor is labor, relatively less skilled and relatively less educated. It's a fact. I'm not sort of trying to be, display any sort of value here. It's just as it is. You've seen the Asar reports, I guess, that come out from Pratham. So our abundant factor is labor, which is less educated and less skilled. Now, if you juxtapose this with the kind of opportunities that these people can get, And how has it been done in the past? Korea, China, Japan, Europe, China, every country before us has used the manufacturing sector for the takeoff. Labor-intensive manufacturing sector has been the sector that has resulted in a takeoff. It's not been the services sector, which is why Raghuram Rajan is calling breaking the mold, breaking the empirical evidence that is before us. Now, I don't know whether, I hope it happens, but the kind of services that you you talk to people. Do you want to sell tea? Do you want to sell, on the roadside? Do you want to create these small entrepreneur pockets, which you see all over the country? Is that the kind of service sector job that you want, or do you want a more sort of productive service sector job? They'll tell you we're doing this because we don't have an option. Nobody in India, the unemployment rate is 6%, 6.5%, because people can't afford to be unemployment. They have to do something so that they can make ends meet. So it's jobs is, the point I'm trying to make is jobs is a crisis. We've heard of jobless growth. Planning Commission, just before it wound up, it said we need 100 million jobs, 10 million jobs a year for the next 10 years to be able to sort of accommodate this growing labor force. I don't know where the answer is, whether it's services or manufacturing or a combination of the two. But this is a sort of a scary situation. If you ask me for my view, I think it's still, not opposing, Raghu is not saying that manufacturing is, but I think for us, people are not going to stop wearing shirts and shoes and ties and, you'll still, demand for toys will still be there. And I don't think they'll be automated out of existence. So I think manufacturing sector, there is something to say about labor-intensive manufacturing.
Yeah. So Madan, I'll ask you whether the Indian industry's investment in new enterprises is commensurate with the quality and with the pace, the quantum of growth that we expect. The savings rate has not increased in India. The investment rate has, in fact, they say, fallen to 29% in this decade between 2010 and 2020. And as Rajat pointed out, the share of manufacturing has not increased. We're still at about 17% compared to about 25 or 26% of our neighbor larger economy, and the agrarian labor force is increasing. So what's your take on domestic private industry? While a lot of FDI is coming into India, and we say that we have some very large, significant FDI figures every year, what about Indian industry? Why is it not investing adequately? And where is it holding up its money, and why is it holding it up?
So I think this is a very interesting question, because this was a question which could have been raised also in 2018-19, that is before the pandemic. And once we had the pandemic, of course, we went down, and now we're in a case of trying to get our act together. The basic problem with investment is, with private sector investment, is that there is absence of demand. So let's actually break up investment. See, there is investment which takes place broadly in the consumer sphere, it takes place in the infrastructure sphere. And then the third part which we can talk of is the so-called startups, all those ventures. We have been talking a lot about them. So if I look at investment in, say, the infrastructure sphere, that is, if I look at industries like cement, steel, maybe to a certain extent chemicals, which are also related to it, we have seen that investment is still taking place. The reason being that we have good capacity utilization rates. Ideally, in Indian industry, we have seen that if you cross the level of 80% capacity utilization, then there is an incentive for you to invest more in capital, because you need to produce more goods. So that's one of the reasons why you go ahead for it. Even if you're in services, for example, the hospitality industry, in case you see that there's full occupancy most of the time, or near full occupancy, then you go in for expansion, depending upon the environment. That is in terms of services. However, if you look at the consumer goods industries, we have seen there's been very limited investment, and this is something which we keep tracking regularly about the corporate discourses, their investor presentations, what is it that these companies are saying. So if you look at all the FMCG companies, the durable companies which are there, the consumer durable goods, all of them say that we're having a problem in terms of demand. Very often you point out saying it is rural demand which is absent, premium products are doing well, so that is a problem of inequality which we have. Rich are, of course, spending a lot, but the poor are not in a position to to spend. And why is this the case? I think what Rajat was talking of, the earlier question, is the case of employment. Today we're creating employment in low value jobs, construction. We're getting them in your Zomato and Swiggy people who are moving around, working for 12, 14 hours a day. An interesting thing is when I speak to these Zomato guys in 2018-19, they say they were getting 45 rupees per order. Today they need to do something like 30 or 40 orders to get something like 1,200 rupees a day. So they start working from 6 o'clock in the morning, right up to midnight, and on an works out to 20-25 rupees. So obviously with 20-25 rupees per order, you will not be able to have that kind of consumption. And that's one of the reasons as to why we have seen that capacity utilization rates are still lagging. RBI gives a certain information on overall capacity utilization. By the time we come to March, it comes towards 74, 75, and again it drops to 73%. But we actually should be looking at a number of around 80%. So I think job creation creates demand. Once there is demand, there is consumption. Once there's consumption, there's automatically more investment taking place. So today when we keep harping on saying that the central government is doing the heavy lifting when it comes to capex, the reason is because the private sector always looks on return on investment. So if I'm going to put 100 rupees, if I'm going to borrow 100 rupees, put in machinery, I need to get a return of X%. The government doesn't have to think of it, therefore they're increasing the capex. If you look at the state governments, for example, they always seem to be falling short of it. Why? Because the FRBM holds more for states than the center. Today, if the center doesn't touch 6%, they go to 7%, nothing really happens. Some of the economists will complain, writing columns in newspapers, but nothing stops them. Whereas states, if you say it's 3.5% fiscal deficit or 4% or 3.25, you cannot breach it. And what do the states do? I'm not able to do it because conditions are not favorable. I don't get enough revenue. I need to spend on subsidies and other things. Then I cut back on capital expenditure. Overall, your investment rate falls. So what you're saying is right. We had around 34% gross fixed capital formation rate. We came down to 26. Now we're coming down to 29. So things are happening, albeit very, very slowly, gradually. Private sector is always looking also at profits, so that's the reason why things are going to move slowly. So the crux actually is that we need to create jobs. Where do we create it? Is it manufacturing? Today, actually, when you talk of AI coming into the picture, should companies actually be having more labor, or you have used technology to do what labor can do? I think it's a very, very scary proposition in a labor surplus country like India, but then that's what the reality is.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Rajan Katoch, you know, the IT sector is one sector which is a very truly a success story for India. And while we may be not so happy about where our manufacturing is going, but the IT sector in terms of our service sector is something which is really looking up and for various reasons, including the digital stack, the DPI, the Aadhaar, the JAM Trinity, and so on. And as a result of which, we are amongst the second largest consumers of data in the world. Our IT industry is projected to grow to about $1 trillion in a couple of years. And thanks to that, you know, because ultimately IT does affect everything across the board. The stock market has been doing very well. I mean, it's a positive story. The Nifty has, you know, is projected to go up from 22,000 to almost 25,000. The Sensex is already at a crazy figure of 70,000, expected to go up to 74,000 in the next 1 year. And, you know, the economy, the internet economy, as I mentioned, is expected to go up to $1 trillion. And our UPI's transactions in 1 year are about 130 billion, you know, making us the cynosure of all global eyes. So do you also feel like, you know, like the two fellow economists, that something radical needs to be done on our industrial front in terms of industrial policies, in terms of our exports, to ramp up things to make the economy more sustainable in the long run?
I think both Rajat and Madan have already hit upon the issues. One, I'd just like to take off on something which Rajat mentioned about the jobs. If you just go a bit deeper, one is that, okay, there aren't enough jobs. Second is, at least that's been my experience, if you speak to people who are private sector employers, especially in the manufacturing sector, also in the IT sector, you'll find that they have tough time in hiring capable people. That means somebody who's qualified but not actually fit for the job. And many of them spend a lot of internal resources to, maybe 6 months training or something to bring them up to the level that they would like to be. So behind this crisis of employment is also a crisis of education. In fact, and particularly on the technical side, you're not creating people with the kind of skill set which are needed at this point of time. So I think that's one drag which also applies to IT, but more so I think in manufacturing. In a sense, you talked about the successes of IT and digitalization. In the most recent speech, I think, of the finance minister in Vibrant Gujarat, when she talked about 5 trillion, she also compartmentalized it as, 1 trillion agriculture, 1 trillion manufacturing, and 3 trillion services, in a way acknowledging implicitly that, yeah, that's going to have to do the heavy lifting. Whether it's possible or not, I don't know. But, but there's a deeper crisis which probably has to be addressed with the same kind of urgency as we are trying to do directly by just, capex spending and things like that.
Great. So, no discussion is complete without a comparison of the Indian economy with that of the Chinese economy. And if we have to move, as we said, that $5 trillion can be a mere statistic until and unless we benchmark it against other parameters. And one of them, of course, is the per capita income parameter, because you can be the 5th largest economy, but until and unless your per capita income is also substantial, you could still be pretty weak as an economy. So we have a set of economists here, and I'm going to read out some stats, and I want you all to react to them because, while India's overall economy is worth $3.4 trillion, China's is 4.5 times that of ours, is $18 trillion. India's share of the global GDP is 3.3%. China's is 18.4%. The number of demat accounts that we have in India covers 5.6% of our population is mapped by demat accounts, whereas in the case of China, it's 15%. In the case of the USA, it is 56%. And when it comes to all, the share of global exports, India is 2.4% versus China's 12.4%. And in the agriculture sector, whereas India, the agriculture sector contributes as much as 15%. In the case of China, it contributes only 8%. We get, in terms of tourists, 63 million tourists, foreign tourists. China gets several times more. The labor force participation in China is much more than ours. The female labor force contributing proportion is almost 2.5 times that of ours. And most significantly, the per capita income is almost 4 times or even more than ours. So Rajat, let me begin with you. Is it proper to compare ourselves with China? And should we benchmark against that? Or should we just ignore it completely and say that, look, we are doing well, we are different, we have our own unique set of systems, and any comparisons are abhorrible?
No, I don't think we should not compare. We should compare. There's no harm in comparing. I will tell you an anecdote when I was in ICRIER, the Indian Council for Research on International Economic Review. We had track 2 dialogue with China. And so Chinese were very impressed with our services sector, and we, of course, wanted to learn manufacturing. So we decided that we would do an exchange of researchers, and our researchers went to China to study manufacturing. Their researchers came here to study our services sector. And then, in the end, we had a joint conference, and we sort of presented our papers. And it turned out that, that while our it wasn't the fact that that we were not competitive in services compared to China. We were. But it turned out that in education services, the point that Rajan had made, they were much better than us in terms of all the ratios, gross enrollment ratio, education, tertiary education. So China's sort of road to success has been investment in education. In fact, all of East Asia. And on top of that, they've had manufacturing investment. Now, agriculture, so if you look at the structural transformation, how it's happened in nation, and I'll say this very quickly, US is only 2% of agriculture, only 2%, yet they can feed not only themselves but several other countries because they are a $20 trillion plus economy, so 2% of that, it's a primary product with relatively inelastic demand. So how much of food? So you go to do other items like services which are more luxury in nature. India will also eventually get there. But I think the way our structural transformation has worked out for, I don't know, whatever reason, you may call it labor laws, some people call it bad infrastructure, some people call it political economy, some people call it octroi. There are a whole host of reasons why we actually bypassed the manufacturing stage. So we went from agriculture, and instead of going to industry, which would become more productive and therefore give you a bang for the buck on GDP, we went into low productive services rather than high productive manufacturing. And can we reverse that? I still think we can reverse that. Our manufacturing needs to go up to 25%. Can we hope that services will lead us to the takeoff? I'm sort of really down. How many designers, how many people are you going to be able to accommodate in high-end services? We are aspirational. Apple will come here. PLI will get Micron here. Yes, but how many jobs is that going to create? So the point I'm making is that we should compare ourselves. We should sort of learn from what China did right. And I think one of the other things that China did right was they were able to create scale. Their small companies grew large very quickly, and we did studies which show that it took 25 years for a similar startup in India to reach the scale that China would reach in 5 years. That's the gap in how they reached scale. And scale then gives you a sort of employment opportunity. So number of startups in the services sector in India are doing well, but number of startups in the manufacturing sector in India haven't done as well as China. So I think the answer to the question of what we are going to do in the future is still sort of the old structural transformation, the Lewis model, get people from agriculture. Agriculture will decline, there's no question about it, it will go down. Whether you take them into services, less productive services, or slightly higher productive manufacturing, that's where I think we need to be able to plan and create policy incentives for that.
Madan, would you like to add to that?
See, I would largely agree with what Rajat has mentioned. And I think some of what he said is what both of us heard in our lectures room in Delhi School of Economics. So I would also reiterate the same thing. But I think when you're doing this comparison with China, I think it may probably not be a fair thing to do. The reason being that all countries are different, initial conditions are different, and more importantly, I think governance structures are different. I think we have been a democratic nation right from the time of independence, unlike China, where you could actually have a kind of a dictatorial style where you could get in policies when you want to. Think of it in India itself, how long did GST took to come about? Yeah? Because I think all parties opposed it at some point of time, all of them supported at some point of time. But I think this continuous kind of a debate was something which actually led to a very healthy structure which we have today. Similarly, today, everybody talks about reforms in the land reforms, for example. Now, is it that easy to bring about land reforms? The answer is no. See, one thing is that if you're like China, you can just say that all this land which belongs to you now belongs to me, and I'm going to use it for whatever purpose the state thinks is important. Whereas in India, it's not the same thing which can be done, and I don't think it's a fair thing. In fact, an example I always give in Mumbai is that will people be very happy if I say that Reserve Bank of India building is demolished where it is located? It's located, we transfer it to Dombivli, everything is anyway online, and we do the same thing to Bombay Stock Exchange, National Stock Exchange, everybody goes to the suburbs, and we have your metro sheds to make sure that we have very good transport. The answer is that no, nobody wants to move out from there. Why should a farmer give up his land to make sure that there's a greater good which is being satisfied when we elites are not willing to do the same thing? So these are all difficult issues. I think we are following the democratic route. I think a lot of these issues are getting addressed. It will take a longer period of time. And China numbers, of course, there, but we should always say that, okay, compared to 10 years, have we actually made progress or not? The answer is yes. Compared to 20 years back, are we still lagging in certain areas? The answer is still yes. So therefore, you find out those pain points, have appropriate policies to the extent you're able to do it. I think this government has done a remarkable job in that particular manner. All the low-hanging fruits have been plucked. Wherever there's debate and discussion required, I think it follows the parliamentary processes. And I think that's the way democracy should be. So it's not just a case of saying that China has this and therefore I should do it. Just remember, the Chinese model was flawed. You had a model which brought about high growth because of too much of focus on infrastructure. You constructed great roads, those highways and all that, but you didn't have people to run it. You ran into a problem of consumption. So today the major problem of China is that you have very good infrastructure, you have the inequality which is there, people don't have money to spend. So we shouldn't fall into similar kind of traps. Keeping the broad numbers ready is fair enough, but we shouldn't get...
Thank you, Madan. Rajan, would you like to comment on that and tell us what your prognosis going down the road for us is and how sustainable is... we're on the verge of reaching the $5 trillion economy golden mark. It may take 2 years, it may take 3 years, but we will be there, as everyone has concluded. But beyond that, going beyond the $5 trillion economy, what needs to be done? I think I'll give all three of you a chance to say a few words on what really needs to be done to perk up our economy and to ensure that we are well positioned, not just for the $5 trillion economy, but the $10 trillion economy, and to expedite our reaching that golden point.
Yeah, I think that is best left to my colleagues, but I'd just like to trail off a little bit on the China comparison. Firstly, it's a valid comparison because there was a period about 50 years back when, in terms of economy, GDP per capita, everything, we were roughly on par. China was able to put in place policies, growth-inducing policies, at least 15, 20 years before India could. And then they had the benefit of a very open trade environment, globally, which enabled them to put in place an export-oriented manufacturing model. Now, all those conditions have now changed for them as well as for the rest of the world. So while, yes, it's a legitimate comparison because at one point we were together, but today the paths are different. They've had the benefit of a very consistent, it's like having the same government for 50 years, which have a consistent, coordinated policy, which we can never have. So we have reached a certain position, which is not too bad, but you cannot really copy that model. We just hope that we overcome these difficulties over things like manufacturing, how to grow it and all. But yeah, now on the specifics,
Rajat.
So I'll very quickly say, there are multiple ingredients, and I'll try and lay out relating to what both Madan and Rajan has said. Now, when you compare from China, obviously you draw the best from what they've done, and Madan has, Rajan has just mentioned one of the things, the open, sort of oriented manufacturing export-led model. A lot of people today say that openness is not going to happen because the world is becoming more protectionist. I sort of tend to not agree with that entirely, but yes, it is becoming more protectionist. Tariffs are at an all-time low. Tariffs have come down. The protectionism is coming more in terms of non-tariff barriers and standards, labor standards, competition, state-owned enterprises, and how you operate the economy, whether you're a market economy, all of that. So tariffs are at an all-time low, and I think we should take advantage of that. So the blueprint for us, I think, is, Madan made a point about private investment. So after 91, that takeoff that we saw, after liberalization, the takeoff that we saw, and then recently 2004 to 2009, I think that period, which we call the golden period of India's growth, where we averaged about 8.5%, 9% on average every year. That is called the golden period of India's growth. What was it driven by? It was driven by private investment and government support. Minimum government, maximum governance. So government basically changes its role from being a capital provider and investor to a government that, so this is aspirational, right? You're talking about $10 trillion economy. So government changes its role from, gets out of Air India, gets out of BSNL, gets out, all of that, So government provides the regulations, private investment comes in, it provides the infrastructure, market failure, where market failure happens, government gets it. So that's one of major roles, because private investment will be more productive, definitely, and more sort of employment generating, despite public sector being the employer of last resort and so on. That's not going to happen anymore. So that's one thing that we need to do, encourage private investment. The second thing is what I think Rajan said, continue to force openness on the rest of the world, and rather than shunning ourselves out of FTAs like RCEP, I don't know whether, like it or not, we have to engage with China economically. I'm not competent to talk about strategic and geostrategy. Economically, we have to engage with China. This China plus one, reshoring, friendshoring will happen at the margin. Believe me, our mobile phone industry will shut down tomorrow if we don't have imports from China. 70% of the components of your mobile phone are imported, and most of them come from China. It is a fact. We are exporting to the rest of the world, but the components are coming from China. So we have to be more open. That's what China did. They became open, moved up the value chain. You're not going to get design in India just like that, just because you have great computer scientists who are running multinational corporations outside the country. The environment in India also needs to be similar for them to come back and reproduce what they're doing there. So openness, private investment, get involved in global value chains and regional value chains, and push, again, I'd go back to push your manufacturing sector, including sort of your agriculture-related manufacturing, food processing, all of that, because we are the second largest producer of fruits and vegetables in the world. So we should exploit also the agricultural sector.
Madan, a few quick words from your side on the caveats, the refrains, and what we should be doing to ensure that we don't stumble after we reach the $5 trillion and we sail through to the $10 trillion, because it does require a strong economic growth story. The larger the base, the more the effort.
Okay, I would tend to think that the government has done almost everything that should be done, and I think it's working in a proactive manner that whenever there's a problem, you have the right kind of policy response. So I wouldn't be actually burdening the government saying that they should be doing anything more. The initiative actually has to come from the private sector. And as what Rajat was mentioning, I think when we're talking about how do we get integrated with the global economy, being part of global value chains, I think that's what our PMFM have been talking of. That makes a lot of sense, because that is one thing which can actually give us a big push and make us more competitive. We should just remember one thing: there cannot be easy solutions to these kind of problems, because if you look at governments like say say Japan or even the USA, I think if it was so easy for governments to turn economies around in a very flippant manner, I would say there should be no problems anywhere, because all governments are trying to optimize their own growth level, create jobs, so on and so forth. So I think it's going to be a very, very slow process, and we'll have to be patient. But just one particular policy where I think we have not managed to do anything because of the political economy is on the agricultural side, because I think commercialization of agriculture is something which we should do. I thought that the farm laws which were introduced were superb laws which would have changed the complexion, but then you always have politics coming inside, and being a democracy, things have gotten held back, because still we say that I think the number is still right. 60% of our employment is still in agriculture. If we can make it more commercial, I think that can make a big deal. We could actually be suppliers to the world.
True. I think we are getting late for the next session. So I'm going to throw it open for, at best, 2 questions. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a very engrossing session, discussion, and we've only touched the tip of the iceberg. There are many issues that need to be discussed. I would have discussed subjects like infrastructure, the quality of infrastructure, the way we are managing our infrastructure, managing our cities. Urban development looks very good, but there are lots of issues to be discussed there. Managing a state of liberal affairs in the economy. But that having all been said, I will surmise, as various economic magazines say, that this looks like something of the early stages of a bull run, and this is indeed India's moment. But before that, let's have those 2 quick questions. Anybody? Sir, you've already asked a lot of questions. Let me ask this gentleman here. Please give your name.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Myself Shamit Tiwari. See, जैसा कि सर आपने बोला था, less skilled, less educated. So I have a different story to tell. I belong to HR stream. So you just give it advertisement in any of the media, you'll get a lot of application, hell lot of application. So for me, it's less skilled and educated. Because, you know, we need to do something about our education system. A lot of colleges are available. You name a qualification, you can get it easily.
We did talk about that, and that there is a dire need for it.
To
but
strengthen this, we need to do something about education systems.
So, you know, you can't take that advertisement and you're getting a lot of response for that and generalize for the rest of the...
Sir, I have an example to tell you, sir. I generally do hirings. So talking about ITI candidates, diploma candidates, even MBAs. So they are quite qualified, but when it comes to interview, technical interview, they don't know much about, so talking about lathe machine, everything, a lot of technical things. So they don't know.
So
it's up to the college. It is up to the college. It is the responsibility of college and education institute to inculcate all those things.
So the population in urban India, I mean, is about 33%. Rural India is still dominant. So your responses maybe are coming from urban India, not from rural India. Maybe they are coming. But what I'm saying is that the abundant factor in India today, if you look at the Pratham reports, Asar reports, is that they are sort of, education enrollment has gone up. Certainly it has gone up. But as Raghav also said, and Rajan has also said, there's a skill mismatch in the labor market, which is what you're referring to. But there is also low-skilled people in the market who cannot be employed. So to employ those kind of, you can't wish them away, right? To employ those kind of people in hordes, you will, my contention is that you will need, I mean, of course they'll need to get some training, you'll need a sort of labor-intensive manufacturing. That's the point I'm making.
Namaskar, I am Shripad Kundle and I am apologizing in advance for my raw type of question. There are how many zeros in 5 trillion? My first question. And really, these zeros have really zero effect on huge population who is poor in this country. Even if we become the 5 trillion economy, is it really going to affect the huge number of poor people in this country? Thank you, sir.
12 है साहब, 12 है उसमें.
और इससे गरीबों में कोई फर्क पड़ेगा सर?
वो तो discussion तो हो ही गई ना जनाब. वही तो कह रहे थे.
The lady there, please get up and announce your name.
Hi, this is Oshin. Thanks for the session, sirs. It was very enlightening. One question I had, or rather a comment, and I would invite a comment from all of you, is that you spoke about low female labor force participation rate in India, right? And as compared to all the other competitors, the tiger economies. So should the government, in all its policies, also bring an element of gender so that we, especially with the socio-cultural fabric of India, kind of keeping women back? And also, is there a way that we, as we talk about increasing formalization, a lot of women's activities are at the border, right, in agriculture and allied activities that are not getting counted in GDP. So should we have, as economists, your comment on how can we count them in our GDP, in the formal GDP?
Okay. You know, this is a sort of very important question. So let me start by saying that, you know, there are reports and reports, Bank, OECD, etc., which suggest that if India had a balanced labor force participation rate, then our GDP would be 2.7 trillion, already higher than 2.7 trillion rupees, not dollar. I'm forgetting the exact number, but it would, you know, be growing 1.5% faster. So, and that's one of the shortfalls that Indian labor force participation rate for women has been lower. How do you get equal participation, or at least increase it from the abysmally low level? So one is policy support. Definitely, the government needs to do policy support, which it is doing. So there's reservation now, you know, there's a reservation in Parliament which will kick in, I think, in 29, in 24. No, in 29. It'll kick in 29. So that's a start. And there are reservations now in board positions. There are reservations for independent directors have to be women, etc. So reservation will not be the complete answer. It will have to be the market. But there's a whole social issue in the country that needs, and that's cultural change is a very slow process. And you know, I have friends who are sociologists in the university, we're a multidisciplinary, so they keep saying that the social taboos, once income goes up, then the women are not allowed to go to work. Even if they're allowed to go to work, they are doing work which is not mediated through the market, which then doesn't even get counted. So there are multiple challenges, but I think reservation, and there's a lot of stuff that is happening in urban areas, especially to empower women now. And the government is also encouraging women empowerment. But if we have equal number of women in the labor force, our sort of GDP will be higher. So my first impressions of visiting East Asia, and this was, I won't tell you the year, but it was decades ago. So visiting East Asia was every sort of women had just come. Krugman would say, or Solo says, how do you get growth? Well, on your right-hand side, you have capital, labor, and innovation. You put in more capital, you'll get more growth. You put in more labor, you'll get more growth. You have more productivity, which is the best form of growth, you'll get growth. Labor in East Asia, first it was all male. When they fell short of labor, women came into the labor force. And then if you visited, Vietnam and Cambodia, you will see, taxi operators, lift operators, front desk, receptionists, hotels, everywhere there was a point when you saw women. And then today, they've graduated into doing higher skilled jobs. In urban areas, we seem to be going through that. Now you see women driving taxis, women as lift operators, as receptionists, etc. But it's not become as pervasive as it was in East Asia.
Just one point could I make here?
I think we have to... Madan, sorry, I missed that. Okay. Please go ahead, Madan.
Yeah, just a very quick point. If you look at the Indian manufacturing sector, for example, if you leave out the admin and HR functions, we don't see women even opting for it. So today, if you carried out a survey of your IITs, for example, you are a qualified engineer, you would probably go into the BFSI sector, rarely do you go into manufacturing. And today, when we're talking of how manufacturing creates jobs, it tends to be more male-oriented. Women would also not like to go and work in factories. Or probably it's happening, but at a very, very slow pace right now.
But the law also is anti-women, anti-gender. The old law, which did not permit women to...
We've all come up with new laws, and we have a lot of Ladli Bahina and a lot of positive news for women. And I think, that's another discussion, another session for what impact it has on the budget and on the fiscal deficit and everything. But for the moment, it's good news. It's positive news. It's helping, as we saw, fill up the gender gap, and it's positive news. And on that very, very happy note, I want to end this session with a large thanks to Madan Sabnavis, the Chief Economist of the Bank of Baroda in Mumbai, Mr. Rajat Kathuria, who has been the chief economist for many, many institutions and is now a professor at Ashoka University, Shiv Nada University. Rajan Katoch Saab, who has been a senior IS officer, who has been secretary heavy industries, but he's been a bit of a chupa Rustam because he's very cleanly hid one of the reasons why at one time it looked like the ease of doing business was smoothened, because he also held the charge of the enforcement director, a much reviled institution today, but he held it with great aplomb and with great subtlety and decency. On that very, very happy note, we end this session. Thank you very much. Give them a large hand, please.
That was indeed a very informative and enlightening session. As much as we'd wanted to continue, we have time constraints.
Please come and give us the souvenir.
I'd like to request I'd like to request Devendra Mehta sir to please come forward and felicitate our panelists with a memento. The memento, ladies and gentlemen, is also the mascot of Bhopal Literature and Art Festival 2024. It is a painting by senior most gone artist Ram Singh Urvati ji. It's a very beautiful motif which represents evolution of life. I'd also like to inform our audience that our next session is titled The Stories Behind Tiger Conservation, Gargi Rawat and Latika Nath in conversation with Deshdeep Saxena. May I please request Gargi Rawat ji, Latika Nath ji, and Deshjeet Saxena ji to please come on the dais. I'd like to inform the audience that you will find the authors and panelists on the authors signing desk in the forecourt. So you can find them there and get your answer to your questions. Latika Nath, Gargi Rawat, and Deshjeet Saxena. Everyone, please settle down. We are about to begin our next session, which is on the stories behind tiger conservation. Gargi Rawat and Latika Nath in conversation with Deshjeet Saxena. Raghav Chandra ji would also be a part of this conversation. The tiger is an iconic species. Tiger conservation attempts to prevent the animals from being extinct and preserving its natural habitat. Project Tiger started in 1973. It is a major effort to conserve the tiger and its habitats in India. Let's welcome Gargi Rawat ji. She's a senior news anchor and environment reporter who has worked with NDTV 24/7 for the last 2 decades. For many years, she has been a regular face on the channel and has filmed several documentaries and environment-related programs. She worked on the first ever news show on wildlife in India, Born Wild, and anchored its Hindi version as well, which is Safari India, for the Hindi channel NDTV India. She has just released her first book, Tiger Season, a work of fiction which has themes of tiger conservation and environmental concerns. She has received widespread acclaim for her award-winning documentary series on the state of the river Ganga. Joining her on the dais, we have Dr. Latika Nath. She's the first Indian to do a doctorate on tiger. That deserves a huge round of applause. She has lived and worked in MP for almost 30 plus years. She started her work as an academician and worked as a consultant in various national and international organizations, including IUCN, UNDP, UNFPA, and ICI MOD, on the environment and wildlife. The session would be moderated by Mr. Deshjeet Saxena, an author, journalist, and political commentator. Mr. Saxena has been in the profession for the past over 3 decades. He has an enduring interest in wildlife and environment. He has also authored a book on the tiger crisis, Breathless, Haunted and Hounded. The tiger runs for its life. He is also a blogger and writes regularly for the wildlifeindia.com. Joining them, we have Raghav Chandra ji. He is the president of the Society for Culture and Environment and director of Bhopal Literature and Art Festival. From the IAS, he has been Secretary Government of India, and before that, Chairman National Highways Authority of India. He has written extensively on management and infrastructure issues. He is the author of the novels Scent of a Game, Kali's Daughter, and has edited the book Eternal Wisdom of the Tribes. He is on the managing committee of the Delhi Golf Club and writes a column for Business World magazine. He has master's degree from Delhi University and Harvard University, USA. We are honored to have you all here. May I please request you to please unfold the conversation.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Right? Is it okay? So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. After a heavy dose of economy, now let us proceed to environment and wildlife to have a fresh whip of air. So, another exciting evening of this wonderful Bhopal Literature Festival. I'm joined by, she has already introduced, the 2 talented ladies and Mr. Raghav Chandra. So I think let's get started. When I was going through your book, Gagi, there are many characters, but one of the characters is Zalim, Save Zalim campaign. But before asking a question about Zalim, let me put things into perspective. Zalim is a tiger in her book, antagonized villagers, attacked became a cattle lifter and attacked villagers. So people wanted to remove Zalim from that park where the novel revolves. So what is happening in India is, after a successful 50 years of Project Tiger, the conservation program in India is facing a problem of plenty. You know, we have plenty of tigers in some areas, but there are still some tiger reserves and national parks which are bereft of tigers. The population is very low. So if I give you one example of, Tadoba Andhari area, about 5 lakh population is jostling for space with as many as 100 tigers. And it is one of the major flashpoints of man-animal conflict. This area is on the edge of Tadoba National Park, and it's called Brahmapuri Tiger Forest Division. People there just hate tigers. In 2022, there were as many as 55 deaths related to tiger attacks. Cattle lifting cases alag the. And as many as 14-15 tigers also died. So, there are frequent cases when villagers want tigers to be removed. Whenever there is a case of tiger attacking a villager or lifting a cattle, villagers would want it to be removed. Maharashtra government is facing a typical problem. They hardly have any space now to, to place tigers after capturing from the jungle. Now, with this background, let me ask you now. So, you saved Zalim, from being displaced from the jungle. Tell viewers about, audience about this story. How did you go ahead with the novel? What
All
leads
right.
to this?
Thank you so much for that, and thank you for having me here during this literature festival. I just want to start by saying that Raghavji, many years ago, I released his book. I moderated the session then, and who would have thought that many years later, I would have written my own book featuring with the theme of tiger conservation, and you're with me today on this session as well. So yes, my book is about this aspect of conservation, man-animal conflict, and tiger attacks. And the tiger does get removed. He gets removed to a zoo or some sort of a park area away from this national park that I've created in my novel. So my purpose of writing this book was also so that people who read it, and many people in cities love going to tiger parks and taking those photographs, but they don't really understand what man-animal conflict entails. They always talk about, oh, save the tiger, and without really having any empathy for the people who live around tiger parks, as well as the forest department that does so much to protect the tigers, as well as have to deal with angry villagers and all sorts of conflict situations in which very often they also are attacked. So the spark for writing this book was an episode that happened near Ranthambore with this particular tiger, Ustad T24, and he killed a forest guard. And this was the second forest personnel who he had killed. And overnight, the forest department there decided this is a problem tiger. Yes, we do have problem tigers, and he needs to be removed. And they moved him to Udaipur, to a park there. But it just sparked this sort of protest in many cities. There were these candlelight vigils in Bangalore, in Lucknow, in Delhi, etc., in which people came onto the street saying, "Save Ustad, you're removing him from his home, which we have invaded," etc., etc. While it was all very nice to have people who are so passionate about tigers, so much so that they come out onto the street, I was just astounded at the absolute lack of sympathy for the forest department, the forester who died, the villagers who lived there, because Ustad used to regularly, come into the villages as well and lift cattle, etc. And if you speak to any conservation, any scientist who's worked there, they tell you remove a problem animal, because saving tigers is not just about a particular tiger. It's also about, you know, the entire ecosphere. It's about the park as well as the people living around the park, the villagers. You need their support. They have to be a part of the conservation. They have to feel it benefits them, because let's face it, we are a very poor country. I know you just had a conversation about 5 trillion to 10 trillion, etc., but we are very poor. For a poor farmer, his goat getting picked up or his cow getting picked up is huge. So we need to work to sort of, you know, come in there, help them, assist them, have a stake in tourism, have a stake in conservation. It has to benefit them without being so antagonistic. So I had reported on the Ustad episode at that time, and I was heavily trolled on social media by all these, you know, tiger lovers, etc., who are like, you know, you're siding with the lodges. They found all kinds of reasons to kind of explain why I was in favor of removing this tiger. But so my book, I suppose, it is an answer to that, and also it's an adventure. There's a little romance, there's a little Bollywood, but there's also conservation, and I hope people who read it, who may not know so much about tiger conservation, you know, come to understand and empathize with everything that goes into it. And next time you hear of a tiger attack and you're you know, going to become this social media warrior and say, oh no, save this tiger, please understand you have to also have empathy for the people living around there. So this was my little way of trying to put that message across.
But the problem is spreading in more and more jungles, in more and more national parks. You know, recently, yeah, I'll just. You know, recently, tiger was removed from Bandhavgarh National Park. Then in Kana, you must have heard. Kana, though, they insisted that they want to, the villagers wanted to see the tiger, which was captured. And when they were not, when they refused to show the pinjra where tiger was captured, the villagers attacked the forest department official. So it's not a simple problem.
No, it's not a simple problem, and I'd like to address this a little more holistically. The reality is that we made a commitment to protect the tiger, and we also stated that we would double the population of tigers in the country, which we did very successfully. And it was a one-sided, blinkered approach, and the goal was to get that number, the magic number. There was absolutely no focus on what the consequence of that double tiger population would be given the situation in India today. We have not done adequate research on improving the carrying capacity of national parks. We have not estimated what is going to happen with the youngsters that move out of national parks looking for territories. We have not understood that there is the fear of man was a taught behavior. And because there has been no hunting and these tigers have grown up in a protected environment for several generations, they are losing their fear of humans. And they are unlearning the fear of man. And this is being seen more and more in parks like Corbett, in areas like Chandrapur, in the Tadoba landscape, where this is an issue. We have the same thing happening with leopards in many parts of the country. So the government now needs to come up with a new plan. We need to address the issue of what we're going to do with these growing numbers of animals. We need to address the issue of dispersal of these animals. We need to figure out new ways to teach these animals to keep their distance from humans. And for this, we can come up with innovative solutions. We need to understand that citizen science is essential. And it's an important and integral component of every wildlife conservation program run by the government. So participation of citizens and stakeholders is something that we do need to focus on. So this is a very complex issue. It's no longer an issue of debating whether we're doing development or we're talking about environment. These are two parallel tracks, and they have to be done parallelly to enable the country to progress. So I think our thought process needs to change.
Yes, true. And you know, about 35% of tiger population in India lives outside the national park and So, Raghavji, I would like you to answer one question. You have written a book also, The Scent of Tiger, right? So, it's about man-animal conflict also. And the tiger corridors, you know, when we talk about that dispersal of tiger, she said, tiger needs to be dispersed from one national park to other. And when the moment it comes out of the national park, survives for some time till the prey base is available, then either it is poached, electrocuted, killed in some or other way. So what is the way out then?
Yeah, it's a very, very relevant question. But before that, I must applaud both the ladies here for their wonderful answers to these very, very difficult, complex questions. And you've handled them with great, sensitivity. And I fully agree with the approach that you've talked of a very rational, a very well thought through policy. It does require a lot of thinking through. For instance, the wildlife resorts such as Pench, Kana, Achanak Marg, they need to be connected. That corridor, which was a historical or a natural passage for the tiger to roam through freely, that has been usurped by human beings, by all of us, by building little townships and such like. That passage needs to be, carved out afresh so that there are adequate tracts for tigers to roam around freely in those areas. Government will agree to do that only when it sees that it is compensated adequately. And for that, the government itself must come up with a suitable tourism plan, of ecotourism plan or a tiger tourism plan, something which is not just related to Pench or giving away, leasing out land in Tadoba or Kana or Bandhavgarh to a few hotels or a few resorts. It needs to be a comprehensive strategy where we can say that, look, this is what we are doing by connecting these, these are the tiger corridors we are connecting. This is how we connect them, whether Tadoba and all can be also connected or not. This is the landing strip for the planes. This is where, tourists can be taken to see them. And we will not allow any construction or any residential habitats to develop along those passageways. Where government wants to do, it can do. As for instance, in the Sivni-Pench elevated corridor that they built on the national highway to, when there was a movement that tigers would, their movement would get hampered, government spent some 700 crores or 600 crores to build. Not willingly, and it took many, many years. And ultimately, because Gadkari ji is from Nagpur, because the pressure was huge, the courts got involved, finally it's been done. But that's just one component, an elevated corridor. It needs to be a very, very comprehensive strategy where we've got to think through and say that, look, this is our 20,000 crore tiger development plan, and our objective is to recover it over 10 years or 15 years, and we'll get tourists from foreign tourists to land there directly. We'll create this many resorts, 5-star resorts, this many 4-star resorts. So that's my little take on it, that it needs to be a very comprehensive strategy, and government has to think it through.
I'd like to just, before you add to it, because end of the day, let's face it, across the world, people love tigers. You have children sitting in Scandinavia, if they're asked, what is your favorite animal? They'll say tiger, they'll draw a tiger. They've never seen a tiger, they've only watched it on TV. Where are the tigers of the world found? In India, we have, 70-80% of the world's wild tiger population. I mean, this is the only country, despite all our challenges and poverty, that we have managed to create these safe spaces, managed to save a population of tigers and have them, do so well. And so definitely, I think tourism for a very long time, when I started reporting some, 15, 20 odd years ago, tourism was like this bad word when it came to tiger conservation. It's like, oh, we don't want to be commercial. It's like a very pure sort of purpose of saving tigers, and let's not mix the two. But I think there has been a lot of change in thought, hopefully, and hopefully more can be done to make tourism something when we talk about, again, I'm coming back to your previous conversation about this many trillion economy. I mean, tourism is one of those places we can really attract a lot of people, and if it's done the right way, it could help the locals as well and improve their, their situation. I know, Latika, you have more to add on that.
We'll pick up this issue of tourism.
I'm not talking about tourism.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. I wanted to put two new thoughts in your head. Yes, tourism is really important. Livelihood generation is really important. But for the government now, we need to start thinking about getting help from the economists to look at two things for India. One is the value of ecosystem services that are generated by the habitats that are critical for our wildlife. Okay, so we need a quantification for that, and we need the government to feel that they are benefiting in terms of a realistic number from ecosystem services that are generated by these habitats. And the other is that we need the planet as a whole to recognize that we, by having this much forest cover in our country and the immense amount of biodiversity, are actually contributing to the benefit of the planet and fighting climate change. And we should get carbon credits, which are something that we can trade in across the world. And I think when this happens, then and only then will the government take this really seriously. So, two thoughts that I wanted to share.
That's a fantastic idea, and we need to do that. Going back to that, picking up tigers from one national park to another, till 2 years ago, there were 33 tiger reserves in India, which had very less number of tigers. So there are tiger reserves overflowing with tiger population, and there are tiger reserves which hardly have any tiger population. There are some tiger reserves which don't have any tiger, like Baksa and one or two more. Valmiki, there are tigers. Yeah, where man-animal conflict is, at a higher rate in the Tarai Arc area. So, do you think that government should also, come up with this idea of picking up tigers from one national park to the national parks where there's hardly any tiger population?
Okay, there's two thoughts on this. Yes, this is something that we can definitely do. We can repopulate areas, but there have been studies, and we had an in-depth discussion recently with Dr. Vidya Athreya, who's worked on problem leopards that were translocated. And they discovered that problem animals become even more problematic when they're moved out from their territory to strange territories. So we do need behavioral scientists to actually come in and analyze how we can do this. What we can do in the meantime is to have really large enclosed spaces in the national parks that have low populations, because there we can give the animals that are supposed to be now removed from the wild and kept in confined spaces in larger, better confined spaces. So maybe, of 10 square kilometer spaces in a national park. But all of this is stuff that we need to actually study, and we need more data on. And we don't have this data, and we haven't got the support yet from the government to do studies like this. So we do need to do this to have all these answers.
So we need to look at the tiger conservation with an altogether different
absolutely, tiger and leopard, both. Yes, the big cats. Yes, a totally new way of looking at things.
So let's pick up this tourism now, which is, a very, very important factor in tiger conservation also. You talked about some, the lodge in your book and how people were coming there, visiting the national park. So how, people in general and the villages around can be connected with these tourism thing.
Right. So, I mean, this was one lodge, and I created it out of experience with many different parks at Bandhavgarh, in Corbett, etc. I've seen these, sort of the lodges and the promoters and this whole, how it all comes together in terms of managing the local populations and the politics with the first department and conflict and how they can help. So when we talk about tourism in, in tiger conservation, we've already spoken how it can be a tool. Also, I'd just like to add here that I'm lucky that I got a chance to report this much on these issues, because in NDTV, we always gave it a lot of space, and we had these very popular tiger campaigns that we did when the numbers were 14, 11. I think everybody remembers that when we started our campaign. And it's important that the media also report on these issues. And I think that also comes out in the book, because it, the kind of situation that is there, it harks back to an earlier time in India, in the country, when the media had time to do these long format stories that matter, stories that could make a difference. Right now, we're all caught up with the 9 o'clock news and whatever the latest fight and sensational sort of issues are. But this is where, I mean, the media could be responsible and do a lot more, like the national highway between Pench that is on an elevated road. I know how long it took, how much reportage we did, how much activism people did on the ground, and we gave them that platform that finally, after many years, they paid that extra hundreds and however many crores it cost to make these elevated highways. Nowadays, I'm not sure if one can report that much on these projects or be very negative about them. That space, sadly, has shrunk to, I think, mainly online. Yes, so coming back to the resorts, etc., as Raghavji was saying, that you can have plans, resorts can employ people. I've been to various resorts that actually make it a policy to make sure that they hire people from the local population. I've actually seen one young man, he was, I think he was a Gujar from the Corbett area, and he had been sent for wine tasting by the particular resort so he could serve the guests, and it was quite interesting to see that, and in terms and taxi driving, etc., etc. There's so much, and guides, and so this thing needs to be thought of. Homestays, I think around Gir you have a lot of homestays, in Corbett as well you have a lot of homestays. So all sorts of things can be promoted by the government to ensure that the local population also benefits from tiger tourism, and they don't have this sort of and any wildlife tourism, frankly, and don't have any sort of antagonism towards this.
That's exactly this thing, except that I'd like to augment that by saying that what I'm really envisaging and positing for the government's reflection is something like a tiger zone, a special tiger zone, which is all along the tiger corridor. And Latika, you as a tiger expert would perhaps be able to say whether such, I mean, administratively it is feasible. It requires a lot of effort, but that kind of expenditure and that kind of allocation of resources is possible only if it comes as part of a larger economic or tourism plan, not a fragmented one where you're looking at just 5 kilometers, where you're looking at giving it a passage all across and then allowing selected areas in that, creating the requisite infrastructure, which will mean also a connectivity where cars can go, because after all, tourists also need to use cars, but also providing the requisite segregation, and so that tigers can coexist and yet go across, and to create habitations. So you need to relocate people, but rather than relocate in the buffer zone or outside the buffer zone, just to relocate along a certain pathway or along a certain corridor, so that they can then be gainfully utilized for the tourism activities. So it's a, it has to be a complete blueprint of has to be prepared, and I think perhaps, I mean, that is feasible, but it has to have a very high level of enterprise and determination on the part of the government and the tourism department and the environment ministry to think of it as a national venture which will have international positivity.
So, Yeah, please.
Sorry. Okay. So tourism. I have 2 or 3 things that I need to say about this. While tourism is a great idea, mass tourism can lead to the death of a destination. And the government is simply not acknowledging this fact. Our urban and town planning and rural development plans do not understand what the impacts of mass tourism are on a region. And the other truth that we need to live with is the fact that there is no way that we can plan for our natural resources and our wilderness spaces to be open to 1 billion people. They just can't withstand that pressure. So yes, we have to restrict the number of people going in. There's no 2 ways about that. We need to control the quality of accommodation providers. We need to understand how we're going to deal with waste. We have to understand demands for water and electricity, energy, where the food is going to come from into these areas. We need to understand that if you have a park which allows you to take 500 people into the park on a given day, you cannot have accommodation for 30,000 people outside the park. It doesn't work. So if India has to stand up to the world and say, we are the best destination for wildlife tourism, we need to ensure that the quality of experience we provide is commensurate with world standards. And this is something that we're just not talking about enough. So the minute you improve the quality of your experience, you have to train your people better, they get higher wages, you get more support from local communities. If local communities have to deal with hordes of tourists coming in and taking over their landscape, and they're then obligatory, sales of lands to people who want to make, pitiful resorts. They lose prime agricultural land. All sorts of things happen. So we need to, as a nation, understand and take a decision on what we're doing and how we're doing it. Yeah?
So economy again seems to be taking over the environment.
Yes.
So let me talk about some other aspects of tiger and tiger conservation. Your book, it talks about Bari Mada, how it disappeared.
In the story,
yes. So poaching still contributes, to, it is one of the major reasons of the present-day tiger crisis. There are international gangs operating from a small national park, how tiger body or tiger parts goes out to China or Far East countries, European countries, America. You talked in detail about your book. So let the audience know about
well, I have spoken about, and this was a book which was set in 2006, just for your this thing, and you all are experts. So 2006 was the year where Manmohan Singh ordered an inquiry through the CBI of all the things, because tigers vanished from Sariska. And even in Madhya Pradesh, I remember that is the period 2006, 2007. Every time I would come back from a game of badminton from a Rera club in the morning, the first thing in the newspapers was tiger killed here, tiger killed there, somebody ran over a tiger, somebody electrocuted a tiger. So I was fascinated by the tiger story and I wrote about it. In a very pedantic sort of way, I've looked at the history of tiger poaching, the shikar by the Maharajas and things like that. I've written, not really fictional way. I've converted non-fiction into fiction, so it's like that. There's one nugget which I want to mention, which will be of great interest to the audience here, because you mentioned about my book, and is that about taxidermy as it used to take place in the earlier days when tigers and leopards and elephants and various wildlife was being killed in a big way in India by the British. King George V came and, he had thousands of elephants and he managed to kill a couple of tigers. There are pictures of him and Queen Elizabeth standing with Lord Mountbatten, after a tiger hunt and all that. So coming back to this taxidermy company, which I had heard of as a child, because my father had no clue, but somebody had presented him a leopard skin or something which eventually disappeared, from a company he said was Fanningen and Fanningen. So thanks to the Google and the internet, I was able to research that, and it turned out to be a company called Vanningen and Vanningen, which was located in Mysore. They were the largest taxidermists in India. And so their history said, and their account book said, they operated between 1899 and 1999. So that's 100 years. In that 100 years, they stuffed something like 50,000 tigers. So, and an equivalent or maybe 100,000 leopards. So if they stuffed so many, so you can imagine how many were actually killed, because for Rajas, Maharajas, the British to be able to send their trophies all the way to Mysore would have costed so much. So, and that's in their account books. And they were the biggest taxidermists here, like, you know, Roland Ward of England and various others like that. So I've related the story of Badi Mada who disappears and brought in a lot of karma and all that into how this person who had his father's tiger skin manages to save tigers and is thereby redeemed and finds redemption and is saved by tigers again.
When I was researching, when I was writing my book, during my research, I came to know that tigers in Far East countries, in China, it is marinated like chicken. Bones are glued. You know. So another important, interesting aspect.
Tiger wine also.
Tiger wine, yes. The traditional Chinese medicines.
And not just China, I think the several Eastern countries, there's this demand, and that's India's tigers go there to, you know, feed this demand of medicines and various aphrodisiacs and all sorts of Chinese medicine, yes.
So another interesting aspect, do you know how, I don't know how many of you know about Latika ji. She is known as Tiger Princess of India. And for an hour-long program produced by Nat Geo, so let them know something more about it. How
Oh gosh. Okay, no, this was just a strange thing. I was doing my PhD on tigers, and this was a long time ago. I did my research from 92 to 99, got my PhD in the year 2000. And when I was at Oxford, National Geographic realized that there was this woman in India who had done a doctorate on tigers from the University of Oxford under the very famous carnivore ecologist, Professor David MacDonald. And by the way, I was a friend of mine who did her PhD same time as me at Oxford is somebody who's been responsible for changing history in India, Dr. Laurie Marker, the person who brought cheetahs in. Laurie and I were colleagues. We did our doctorates at the same time. And National Geographic approached me to do this film, and it was about my work and my research and what I was doing in India. So that was the 1-hour film. But yeah, that was a long time ago. Yes.
So that's an interesting aspect.
Yes.
Let's take some questions. We are just on time.
So I was actually, listening to that poaching thing while we're taking the question, and I was in China recently, and I was interacting with some people there, and it just leaves you gobsmacked at the arrogance with which they say, yes, we farm tigers. And there are farms of tigers. China has more tigers in farms than we can imagine. And they're farmed, and there's literally like, when you go into these farms, there's like a canal with, 50 tigers sitting in it.
Yes,
and they farm them, and they use them for Chinese traditional medicine. And it's something that's done openly. When I was with the Global Tiger Forum, I was, I've been involved with several of these things. And this is an issue that as a country we need to deal with. And I don't know how, but it's something that it's a fight, and it's an ongoing fight, and we need ever greater support from people and the government.
I think more more films on tigers also. Maybe there's so many interesting aspects when you go into a tiger behavior and you've studied about tigers. I remember in Ranthambore there was this very interesting story about how this tigress, she was ailing and the forest department was tracking her. She had cubs and she died. But they didn't know where the cubs had gone, and that's always the fear when the tigress dies, that the cubs are going to, disappear. But they couldn't find them anywhere, and then suddenly one day they see these pug marks of a male tiger and smaller marks of like cubs, and then they realized the father was actually protecting the cubs, and he was training them in a sense to hunt, etc. and all, and I think the forest department also helped in some way. But that's very interesting because you don't see that usually, and it's just like a different sort of tiger behavior to have the father actually, because the
Generally
male tigers never really
generally
involved
mothers
in
who do it.
Yes, so that was, so there's so many, and behavior that, needs to be looked at. And in Madhya Pradesh, this is the tiger state. I know there's that Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh fight with who's the tiger state, but Madhya Pradesh is, in a sense, has been the tiger state for so long.
And there's nothing official in the tiger state.
Yeah. Yes. So, yes, and, Collar Wali was such a famous tiger. So
Yes.
isn't that something that, we need to know more about the secret lives of tigers?
Absolutely.
And these stories, who made these stories? The gypsy walas. Most of the time it's the gypsy walas, the drivers, come out with interesting tiger stories.
And
even
the old
naming,
mahouts.
even
And the mahouts.
And the mahouts, yeah.
Yes, the mahouts also, and of course, lots of the forest department people who work day and night in the field, they're absolute treasure trove of knowledge on behavior. So I think we need to acknowledge all of these men and women who are working tirelessly in the forests and protecting our wildlife. I think that's, we need to give a big shout out for them also.
That reminds me, you also raised this issue in your book about the grassroots staff, the hardships faced by them.
Right, absolutely. And when we did our tiger campaign at NDTV, we did a telethon, and the purpose was to raise money. Many people pledged money, and we used that money for in various parks for the staff to help in their, the chowkis, because and I put this in the book as well. I remember in Corbett speaking to one of the guards, and I said, what is the most difficult, aspect of your day? And they patrol with a danda. They literally like go out and, they're just with a stick, and he's like, everything is fine. What's the worst thing is when I come back to the chowki in the middle of the park away from family for weeks on end, is that I have to go to the river, get some water, then I have to boil, then I have to do this, I have to chop, whatever. Very rudimentary sort of arrangements were there, and that's so sad. At the end of the day, working so hard, and then there was very little sort of thing there for their own comfort. So I feel that one must appreciate them more, also have more, they get attacked. I remember and it was in Bandhavgarh, I think one of them got attacked by a bear and mauled, and then another forest guard had to take him on a motorcycle out because it's so far away, and finally.
And they're unsung heroes,
all
basically.
this sort of thing.
They're unsung heroes.
Absolutely, yeah. So and in my book, that's another aspect I want to just draw attention to, that to appreciate.
And it's very important
the forest guards and the foresters who work so hard and take on poachers also, or whatever else they have to do.
And these days they have to face this timber mafia.
Yes.
And the poachers right inside the forest.
Mining,
so life is even
timber,
more difficult.
Mining mafia,
Yes.
timber mafia. Bamboo extraction. Yes, there's so much that they have to take on, and it's just to protect these parks that we all love to go to.
Apart from service politics.
Yes.
Climate change and forest fires is a big issue now, all over the world, and this includes India. We've got, in states like Madhya Pradesh, where Mahua time people set fires, and that's a dry season. We have so much problem with forest fires, and so many animals and so many people have lost their lives to this. And then I think it's really important that we acknowledge that also.
So let's take some questions from
And I think I also just want to say finally that, news also, you've reported on environment, I've reported, my colleague Anurag is here, we've all reported on these issues, and unfortunately the space has shrunk. These are issues that earlier used to be of great importance. We used to talk to ministers, we used to go and try to interview them, we used to ask them questions about environment, tigers, Falana dam, Falana mining and all. Now, of course, you can't ask any minister anything. no secretary will talk to you. It's very difficult. It's all opaque, and yeah, it's difficult doing those stories anymore.
You are lucky working with NDTV. I was working with a news channel, from 2003 to 8. I won't name the channel. I was raising the issue of Panna National Park. 1 story, 2 story, 3rd story. After 4th story, he said, "Kya Discovery Channel bana rahe ho kya my channel?"
So, yeah, so it's very important.
Yeah, please.
Hello. Yeah, sure. I'm Shantanu, and I am deeply interested in wildlife. I just wanted to ask a very weird question: that why save the tiger? Are we copying the international trend? Like, for example, the Britishers took away the right of tribals. We continued that. The Nehru government continued that. Like in '72, Mrs. Gandhi signed international agreements, and we took away the forest to the collateral list from the state list. So are we just copying? Is everything a number game? For example, in Simlipal, tigers are inbreeding. And we have one tiger more than Karnataka, so we are the tigers.
It's not a number game. Latika ji will answer.
Okay, I'm glad you asked that question. It's something I'm asked often. Please understand, we don't only protect the tiger. We protect the tiger. We have a Project Tiger. We have a Project Elephant. We have a Project Rhino. We have projects to protect, marine mammals. We have projects to protect now mesopredators, which are the smaller cats. Each one of these species has been selected because it is a charismatic mega species, which is the top of the food chain. By protecting that animal and all its habitat, you protect everything that happens under that umbrella. So in India, for instance, over 300 rivers originate from tiger habitats. If the tiger goes, and the leopard goes, and the elephant goes, there is more threat to convert these forest lands into something else. The very water security of our nation is threatened. And after the fuel wars, the next thing that's going to be an essential commodity on earth is fresh water. Also, we have a population of cattle that is huge in this country. Fodder comes from these same spaces. So you're also addressing the needs of a very rural population in this country. We have a tradition of Ayurveda in this country. And much of the medicinal plants and the wild genetic gene pool is from these same regions. So you're not just protecting the tiger. You're using the tiger because it captures your imagination and the imagination of the common person to say that to fight global warming, to guard against climate change, to guard against drought, to ensure that we find new medicines and new cures, to find food for all of the hundreds of thousands of animals that are in our rural landscapes, we need these spaces. That is why we protect the tiger.
No, so, I mean, obviously everything Latika said there, and I understand what you're pointing about, tribals and all that have been moved out of these spaces in the past. Yes, I think we all must recognize that there was this very unsung sacrifice made by these tribals. I've been to Ranthambore and Bandhavgarh where they point out, yahan pe gaon tha, logon ke, temples the, whatever, everybody was moved out at that time. It was very heavy-handed. And yes, I think we must appreciate that. But today, I mean, as you said, this is, even now you have development projects that are being talked about in Tiger Park. So you can imagine if we take away that protection, what will happen.
Yeah, Rahul.
Hi, my name is Rahul. My question is, a large part of the, substantial part of the literature and the writing in India on wildlife in the past has been about shikar stories. And some of the most popular as well, if it's Cobbett or Kenneth Anderson or Hugh Allen or Bulu Imam. That option is not available right now. I mean, it's not coming.
Shikar option?
No, writing on that. I mean, those stories are.
Story option.
So how easy or difficult is it to write something which will be widely read? in the absence of that option? How does one make that story interesting, or
All right, interesting. Yes, so it's
my question's about writing on.
Right, I get that. No, so there are all these other books on tigers, which are the factual books, research books, etc. And there's so many people who love tigers, conservationists, and everybody who reads those books. My book is. It was a challenge, but as I said in the beginning, the spark was that whole Ustad episode, and I wanted to put across this perspective. And those who know tiger conservation and all the issues know it, so there's no need for me to tell them about this. That's why I kind of wrote this fictional book, which is a bit of adventure, romance. There's a Bollywood campaign, which we've also done at NDTV, used Bollywood for Save the Tigers, etc. So I put that in there to make it fun, and I hope people who may not be that into tigers or conservation or wildlife issues will read the book and also understand a bit of the various issues involved. So yes, it is challenging. I've tried my best, and thank you, Raghavji, for giving me this platform to talk about it a bit more.
And the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So all our books have sold out. I'd asked for 6 copies to be brought here, but there's only 1 left, unfortunately. So
that's good to know, and encourages me to perhaps write more on this issue.
And we can have the climate change angle also vis-a-vis tiger, The
Bhattacharya Sahab, Principal Chief
Sorry.
Conservator Forest.
Yeah, please, Bhattacharya.
Next time I'll sit on the right side, because right side, sitting on the right side, get preference. Thank you. Hello, Ratika, it's wonderful to see you here. And from what you narrate, the importance of tiger in the whole ecosystem, I think the tiger reserve should be called as wildlife reserves. So actually we are working for carbon credit in 2 tiger reserves, Kana and Pench. So we are expecting to extend the carbon credit to the eco-development committees, that, the communities which are directly and the frontline staff who are responsible for the conservation. So before I go ahead, I'll just share some quick points. So I'll raise 3 questions for all of us and to answer to ourselves. First, what is difference between protection and conservation? Second, what is wildlife? And third, what is the difference between wildlife reserves and the tiger reserves? And last is, what is tiger conservation and versus forest conservation? So you have been discussing that. So let's take 30 seconds and then we come to that. The first is question, difference between protection and conservation. Okay? So most of the even our foresters, wildlifers, they probably don't know or confused between protection and conservation. And so that's why we are not able to protect whatever we want to protect. In India, we have Wildlife Protection Act. In most of the other countries, we have Wildlife Conservation Act. So conservation is protection plus utilization. So you mentioned about the ecosystem services that is included in the utilization. Since we ignore utilization, so we are unable to protect. So we are unable to conserve. That's one point. Second is wildlife. In all the all the gatherings, all the interaction with the students, the officers, I ask 3 persons, tell me 3 wildlife, and 10 persons. So all of them will speak out what? Wild animals, not wildlife. Not a single person will name any plant. So wildlife is both plant and animals. So we are ignoring plants in the botany, in wildlife definition, wildlife management. And third is the wildlife, tiger reserves versus wildlife reserves. So our focus is on tiger. So if we protect forest, tiger will be protected. So there are examples where if we have ignored forest protection, we have ignored forest conservation, and the tigers have vanished. So I will prefer to call all tiger reserves as wildlife reserves rather than tiger reserves. And if we protect, our focus is on the forest protection, the intensive forest protection, the ecosystem protection, the tigers will be automatically conserved. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Last question. Anyone else?
So we can close this session.
Yes.
We can formally.
The Tiger Season by Gargi Rawat ji. Congratulations on the sold out, ma'am.
also an author of a book on tigers, no, by the way?
It was launched in 2020 and from this
That would-
platform only. Thank you so much, Raghavji. Thank you so much, Gargi and Latika.
That
Thank
was
you so
a
much.
very insightful session. Now, may I please request Mr. Pandey, Principal Chief Conservation Forest, to please come forward and felicitate our panelists with a memento, which is a symbol of our love, respect, and gratitude. The memento, ladies and gentlemen, is also the mascot of Bhopal Literature Festival 2024. It is a gone painting by the senior most gone artist, Ram Singh Urvati ji. It's a very beautiful motif which depicts evolution of life. Our next session is about to start in a few minutes, so I'd like to inform the audience to please be seated. If anyone has some questions, you can always find our authors at the author signing desk. Thank you so much. Very.
Well conducted.
Thank you, thank you. Very, very good fun session. Gargi? Yes, we are looking forward to it. Hmm?
No, nothing to it. This is fine. So you can stick it whichever way you want.
You don't have to say Raghav ji. लिखने की आदत देख रहा हूँ छूट गई है
Yeah, I
बोलने
know.
की अच्छी हो गई है लिखने की That's how it is with me also.
My writing was never good. Handwriting.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Gargi.
you. Thank you so much, sir.
There's an author signing desk.
Let somebody escort the author there.
Volunteers, please escort the author.
हाँ, सो कहीं नहीं जाएगा ये तो बिल्कुल ठीक है एक स्टेपल यहाँ पे एक स्टेपल यहाँ पे और हाँ एक स्टेपल बीच में यहाँ पे इधर कहीं और इसमें इधर कहीं
And sir, is this fine to read?
हाँ हाँ दिस इज परफेक्ट ओके सो इसको आप करके बाद में देना मुझे नाउ आई विल फोकस ऑन माय दिस प्रेजेंट वर्क
And Pankaj Saran was here sitting? I would request everyone to settle down as we are about to begin our next session. I would request all the members of the audience to settle down. We shall begin our next session. We've had a lot of diverse themes being discussed today, from economy to tiger and now to dragon. You'll find the author at the author signing desk outside Antarang. You can get your copies signed. China's bid to exert dominance in South Asia and India's determination not to let China extend its influence further across what New Delhi sees as its natural sphere of influence, even as China warms up to Bangladesh, Nepal, the Maldives, and Sri Lanka, is a perennial bone of contention. So will China be forever our enemy, or there is some potential to befriend the Asian giant? Joining us for this session is Mr. Jayadev Ranade, Mr. Pankaj Saran, and Brigadier Sanjay Agarwal. Mr. Jayadev Ranade, a former Additional Secretary, Research and Analysis Wing, is a security and intelligence expert. He's a seasoned China analyst. Mr. Ranade was a member of the National Security Advisory Board and is presently president of the Center for China Analysis and Strategy and a distinguished fellow with the Center for Air Power Studies. He's presently a member of the core group on China of the Indian Council of World Affairs and has specialized for over 40 years in analyzing developments related to China, Tibet, and East Asia. And his foreign assignments include Hong Kong, Beijing, and Washington, D.C. A prolific writer, Mr. Ranade has authored 4 authoritative books on China, and he's also the editor of Strategic Challenges, India 2030. Mr. Pankaj Saran has been the former ambassador to Russia and India's High Commissioner to Bangladesh, a former diplomat with 4 decades of experience in foreign, strategic, and national security affairs. He served in significant positions within the Indian government, in the Prime Minister's office, the National Security Council Secretariat, Ministry of External Affairs, and in Indian missions in Moscow, Dhaka, Washington, Cairo, and Geneva. From 2018 to 2021, he was the Deputy National Security Advisor for Strategic Affairs under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Joining them is Brigadier Sanjay Agarwal, Sena Medal and Bar, former Security Advisor to the Union Ministry of Home Affairs, Advisor to the Government of Seychelles, Advisor to the National Highways Authority of India, and President of the Services Selection Board, Defense Ministry. He's a visiting faculty at premier MBA institutes, a trainer in soft skills, and a self-development coach. He is regularly invited by TV channels to speak on security issues. We are privileged to have you gentlemen here. Please begin the session.
Thank you. Thank you, Parul. Thank you, audience, for being here. So without wasting any time, let's straight away jump into the topic. And there's lots to talk about. और हम चाहते हैं कि दर्शकों के प्रश्नों के लिए समय बचे. इसलिए, when we look at the map of the world and the events around us, we find from the Indian context, there are multiple hotspots and there are some bright spots. The bright spots would include, most fresh in your memory could be events around the G20 summit last year, where India was able to pull through a joint summit declaration where it was not expected even when the leaders had arrived. It was a major diplomatic victory. And again, associated there was India's being recognized as the voice of the global South. And of course, the introduction of the African Union into the G20. And before that, in the COVID time, the goodwill generated by Maitri, the vaccine Maitri. And when you talk of it internally, the numerous successes of ISRO,
the success of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Gati Shakti, the capacity expansions involved, the rescue of numerous Indians stuck in global hotspots. All this has direct international implications and has raised the stature of India in the global playground. So with that, let us briefly ask our distinguished panelists to list out the challenges as they see them. So Jayadev sir, how would you prioritize the global landscape in terms of challenges that India faces?
Well, the first and obvious challenge is China, the country to our north, which has adopted for the last few years, or at least since 2012, a very aggressive foreign policy posture, not only towards us, but towards others also. But with us, it has become more aggressive. The second I would list as Pakistan. We had a session earlier. I think there were no conclusions as to whether Pakistan is going to be benign or not. But we need to factor in that Pakistan and China have become extremely close. They've got military officers posted in each other's general headquarters in the ops directorates. These are not good signs for the future, particularly with China's own agenda unfolding. The third is the squeeze that the Chinese are putting on us in economic terms and on the foreign policy front. When I say foreign policy, I mean in the international fora. They're trying to stymie our growth, stymie our expansion of our influence, and they're trying to put us down. I would look at these as the main challenges. As far as the others are concerned, the United States, etc., I think so far we are progressing well. I don't think we are starry-eyed about our relationship. We are quite pragmatic. But I'll leave that to, I think, Mr. Pankaj Saran, who's more hands-on on that.
Okay, so I think that's a fair introduction to the global geopolitical landscape from the perspective of the challenges India focuses with a focus on the regional challenges. So Pankaj sir, tell us, what worries you, what gladdens you, and what do you think are those aspects that India distinctly, urgently needs to do?
Thank you, firstly, Sanjay, for hosting this discussion along with Mr. Ranade. You talked about worries and difficulties and what India needs to do more. There are many, many parts to this answer, but I'll just try to limit the focus. I think as Mr. Ranade has said, the global landscape, the main characteristic in my opinion, is that it is changing very fast and it is characterized by a lot of uncertainty. And this is both a challenge because we do not know what may happen in the future. So we have to be therefore extra prepared to deal with unforeseen events. But it is also an opportunity because as an emerging and a growing power, there is space for India to use difficulties and uncertainties to advance your own agenda, your own interests. So I would see this both as a positive and a negative. Frankly, to be honest with you, what worries me, and we have discussed in the previous session on the Indian economy, is that, at the end of the day, you're as strong outside as you are inside. And unless and until, and as long as we are able to keep the focus on our internal strengths, not just numbers as was discussed, but stability, social harmony, everything, we should be okay. So the main challenge, in my view, to be strong outside and to be respected outside is to be good inside and actually ensure that the transformation of India takes place, number one, but it also takes place in a manner that doesn't threaten others, and it also takes place in a manner that benefits the entire population.
Excellent. Internal strength, cohesion, and internal power is essential before we can think of effectively projecting external influence. So with that as a start point, ladies and gentlemen, let us ask Jayadev sir for a subject that he has very deep understanding of. He's also a master of Mandarin, China. So a simple question. Will it remain a forever enemy, sir? Or is it possible that it can become a potential friend in the long term?
Answers to simple questions are not simple. but let me say that when you say, can it become a potential friend in the long term, how long a term are you talking about? Are you talking about when the Communist Party collapses in China? Are you talking about Xi Jinping's disappearance?
Foreseeable future.
Foreseeable future, I don't see a friendly China. In fact, as I said, it's going to be aggressive. It's expanding the areas where it is putting us under pressure. I don't see them becoming friendly towards us. Certainly not as long as Xi Jinping is the president. And I'll just remind you that at the start of this term, his third term, on the opening day of the party congress, which is the major event, happens once in 5 years, policy is laid down. On the opening day, when the past, present and future Communist Party leaders as well as government leaders and military leaders are present, they screened in the Great Hall of the People a video clip of the clashes at Galwan. The message was very clear that this is the relationship that we have with India and it's going to remain. And to underscore this, let me mention that China does not discuss foreign policy issues at the party congress. So there is a very clear meaning in that video clip that they showed.
And also the Galwan officer, they put as their Olympic torchbearer, which is when India had an objection to certain issues. So with that, Pankaj sir, coming back to you, spoke about the internal strength and the internal security. So I'd like you to share your views with us about the non-traditional threats to national security as one bucket and the internal security threats as a second bucket.
So I think they both overlap to a great extent. I would just like to use this opportunity to share with the audience that in the last few years, there has been a very major and a significant evolution in the way in which India's national capability is being upgraded to handle all kinds of security threats, not going well beyond traditional security threats. And so the importance of national security in the overall government policy formulation has definitely become much more salient than it had been earlier. So this fundamental recognition that national security or hard security is not a bad word. It is not anti-Gandhian. It is a requirement and an imperative of today's world in which we live. That is a big mental change that has happened in government. And so, structures and all have been created to deal with this. What are these threats? Clearly, they go beyond traditional military threats. Mr. Ranade will be talking later on about the kind of threats we face from China. But there are other threats. I mean, there are threats of coming from different domains today. It's just, cyber, space, digital, maritime. So these are different kinds of threats for which we need different responses and different skills and different capabilities. There is the threat of information warfare, psychological warfare. Then when you come to the internal situation, I would say, one of the biggest threats India faces is regional imbalances between different regions of India. We face threats coming out of social harmony between different groups within India. We face the threat of climate change and the impact on the ecology, on the livelihood. These are the threats which we have to recognize, not push under the carpet, and deal with them as national security threats. So when we talk of, let us say, the resilience of the nation, we have to go well beyond aggregate figures of, headline figures of the GDP growth or the value of the GDP. We have to look at inequalities. We have to look at empowerment. We have to look at skill development. We have to remember that it's an internalization process. There is no one you can look up to as an example to solve your problems, for the simple reason that today India is the largest country in the world by population. So there is no example to follow. We are sui generis. Every solution that we have to find has to be an Indian solution. You cannot copy what Singapore is doing or Korea is doing. You have to find your own solutions.
Thank you for that. And two questions in my mind flowing from what you just said for Jayadev sir. You spoke about information warfare and therefore influence operations. We are aware of the United Front Works Department of China and its influence operations within India and their detrimental effect on national security. So that's one issue I'd like you to share with the audience, sir. The second is, in the non-traditional threats, there is definitely a water wars threat, typically with the Brahmaputra and the Indus, the riparian issues. If you could tell our audience about those, sir.
I'm glad you touched on the United Front Work Department of the Chinese Communist Party. It's something that is a shadowy figure. Not many of us know about it, or we don't want to acknowledge it. What they do, essentially, is try and, as they say, quote unquote, win over friends in various sections of society of countries of their interest. So, since you spoke about India, let me mention there are 4 or 5 prime targets that they have. The first are the academics. So in many of the universities, they have approached the academics. Some of them are on their payrolls. The second are students whom they've targeted. Students generally are innocent. They wouldn't be aware of what's going on. The third are politicians, bureaucrats, and journalists are a very prime target too. So they approach them, and there are various ways in which they do it. I'll just give you a couple of examples because I know time is short. The first is, as far as academics are concerned, many of them do research on China, which means that they have to go on field trips. So what the Chinese do is first offer them visas or threaten to deny them visas, which will upset their entire PhD program. So therefore they go soft on whatever they write on China. The second is they offer them trips to China in order to, as they say, facilitate their research, which they happily accept. So they're getting whatever grants they're getting, but they're also getting this. And once they're there, the Chinese request them to give a few lectures and arrange their field trips for them. So obviously the end result is that they come back pretty satisfied with what has happened.
Sir, please continue. Sorry for the interruption. Please continue, sir.
So they come back pretty satisfied with what has happened without realizing that actually they're advancing China's agenda. The same thing happens with the other sections. So, for example, journalists go very often. They're usually given, everything is paid for on their trips, and their articles when they come back are soft articles, which they write. They approach educational institutions, and I won't mention the name, but there was one very recently in Maharashtra where they went. It was a tier 3 town, selected a school, went and met the school teacher. Now you can imagine a tier 3 town school teacher is not going to be very well acquainted with international affairs. And they promised to help the school. They gave a donation. They promised books, etc., etc. So this is the way they are penetrating a country. In India, we were late to wake up to it. We've just started looking at this as an issue. And I can mention that I run a think tank, incidentally, which you know. When we raised this United Front, the threat of United Front at one of our conferences, people were quite surprised that this was happening under our very noses. The second thing you mentioned was about non-conventional threats in terms of water. That's a very big threat. Just to give you an example and to put a little context, the Chinese have been thinking about irrigating their north, which has a lot of arable land, but it's water-starved. So they decided on diverting the Brahmaputra River and pushing it to the north. And there was a lot of denial, there was a lot of reluctance to take it up with the Chinese, etc. But finally we did. But they denied it. Now the plans are out. And the plans are still not conclusive to our mind. But they've decided on 17 dams along the Brahmaputra, or Yarlung Sangpo as they call it, to divert it. And this includes one major dam, which will be the largest in the world. It's bigger than the Three Gorges Dam, which today is the largest in the world. And it involves what they call a minor nuclear declaration. I'm quoting their language. At the Great Bend, which is where the Brahmaputra turns into India. And according to them, once they do that, they'll build a hydroelectric power plant there, and that will generate enough electricity for the entire Southwest China and Tibet. So that is their grand plan. Now, if this happens, whether they do this grand hydro project or not, with those dams along the Brahmaputra, the flow of water will reduce. Now they've tried to say it's run of the river, but these were the same people who denied that there was a dam coming up till we showed them satellite photographs. So I don't go by that run of the river. But even if it were, 17 dams of that type would reduce the flow of water. It would cause heavy siltage. And there is an argument that there's more rainfall once the river turns rather than before. But if the river itself has reduced to a trickle, will that rainfall help or will it change the course? So these are all issues that are coming up. And we have the example of what they're doing with the Mekong, where they're refusing to talk to the Mekong River countries. Yes. And I anticipate that will be the attitude here. So this is another threat that we face, in addition to, of course, the developmental activities in Tibet, which are raising the temperatures in Tibet and which are accelerating the receding of the glaciers. And let me just remind others here that all the rivers that flow into India and in fact in Asia are glacier fed and from Tibet. So that's going to cause a problem.
So you would also remember that in 2017 Doklam crisis, we had floods. Because when we requested China for data so that we get advance information of floods, it was denied to us. And yet, a further downstream country, Bangladesh, had that data from China. So that is the degree of this threat, how real it is, what is being brought out. Some other non-conventional, when Sir spoke about the educational threats, please Google Confucius Institutes. They are world over, and what America has done with them. In fact, the ambush and the killings in Pakistan, or was it in Afghanistan, where the Confucius Institute people were killed in the cab by the local terrorists. Afghanistan. On the non-traditional threats, please remember that we had a major power outage. And we've had infiltration into banking sector, computer networks. These are only pointers. And capabilities we can well assess. And these are the systems we need to harden. Wars will not only be fought by soldiers on the front. So all this has been brought out. Jayadev sir, I want to put it in simple terms. India's relationship with China and India's relationship with America. America wants India in the Western camp, understandable. Equally understandable is India is in no hurry to go into the American camp. So how does India balance its relations with these two superpowers, America and the emerging one, China? The balance that India needs to do and the challenges in that balance.
Well, I think at the moment we are playing it well. The Americans certainly want us on their side. I don't think they are in a position to take the Chinese on alone. But having said that, in my opinion at least, the real big showdown, if I may call it that, or the real contest is between the United States and China. And that's for the #1 position. The Chinese have made it very clear that by 2049, they want to be the global power.
Their 100-year celebration, 1949 to 2049.
Whereas the Americans, I think, are equally clear that they don't want to yield that position. So that's going to be the showdown, where the Americans certainly want us on their side. We have no reason at the moment to side with the Chinese, but we are trying to keep them guessing whether we will go or not. So I think that's the situation. But the Chinese, if I may say so, despite a popular myth that the Chinese are infallible, they made a series of mistakes. The first strategic miscalculation was what they did with us in April 2020.
Galwan.
By coming into Ladakh and then Galwan. I think that is something we are not going to forget for a long, long time. They've destroyed all trust between us. So that's one. The second is the manner in which they're pushing us on other fronts in international fora, including by telling international organizations not to depict Arunachal, etc., on their maps or in their reports because that territory is disputed, and to not permit aid to go to poverty alleviation projects in these places. Now, these are things which go against, I would say, even humanitarian grain, but they're being done. So we are tackling them. But by doing this, what China is doing is actually ensuring that we are not going to back them, which is why you'll find, shall I say, not hardening, but a more clear position on Quad, etc., coming out with us. So I would just say that at the moment we are balancing them, and I think when the time comes, we'll have to take a call. But till we can balance them, that's what we'll do. We have enough other problems with Nepal, Maldives, etc.
I'm coming to that itself, sir. Would you like to share, just now, Maldives, a new president, Muzo, the next day he wants the Indian defense people there, which are manning the helicopters for them, for their good, for their search and rescue. He wants them out. Then there is a major, 3 ministers of theirs speak against Mr. Modi in a disrespectful language and against our country. And the next day, this new president goes for his first ever visit to China. And now when he comes back, today's papers have it that he's talked about, we may be a small country, but you can't bully us without you naming India. So all the challenges that we were speaking about, these other countries around us, if you could call them the SAARC countries, etc., how do you view these challenges to India's strategic position?
No, I think when you look at our overall national security, one of the fault lines or the black and white between internal security issues and external security issues has now almost disappearing fast.
Blurred. Yeah.
Because one impacts the other and the other impacts the first. And this is most evident in our immediate neighborhood, the Indian immediate periphery. So on the Maldives, yes, what you're saying is true, but I would like to see it in a slightly bigger frame, which is, you know, you have your neighbors, they're all smaller than you, and that's the reality of geography. Some of them are very unsure about their identity and the national identity vis-a-vis India. Clearly, all of them, their national power is much, much smaller than yours. So they have to come to terms with how to deal with a huge elephant right next to them. They will therefore evolve, they will have elections, there will be governments, they will have governments which are in favor of India, they will have governments which are opposed to India. This is the cycle of life that we will live through. Till yesterday, you had a very friendly government in the Maldives. Today, you have this kind of a government. Day after tomorrow, you may have something else. The question is whether we respond to each in an episodic fashion, or we sit back, take a deep breath, and look at the history and the future, and create, you know, structural solutions on how India should deal with even the smallest and the tiniest neighbor. You can't, you know, you can't treat them as equals because they're not equal. There is an emotional quotient. There was a session here. It applies even to foreign affairs. And that applies even to the largest and the most powerful countries. So we have to have a more structured and a more dispassionate approach on how to deal with our neighbors. We have to be ready to take the good with the bad. We have to decide how to respond when situations are not good and how to respond when situations are good. I think extreme reactions are counterproductive. There are limits to power, which even the United States has realized, that even with a tiny Palestinian, which we discussed yesterday, there is only that much the Americans can do. So this is the reality of life. How much can you push a small person to the back to the wall? So I think when it comes to the immediate neighborhood, we have to keep this in mind and develop methodologies, develop solutions on how we can tackle every situation as we see it, and what best can we do to ensure that our smaller neighbors maintain and respect the geographical reality that they are next to us.
Next to us. And that we have helped them in every time they've... You wanted to say something? Yeah.
Going from what he said, is that as our economy improves, I think our approach towards these smaller countries, our ability to win them over and keep them with us will improve, because it will help to keep the Chinese at bay.
The ones we have deeper pockets, we can help them more and buy influence. And I think Sir gave a very mature response that our response need not be episodic. Sit back, make policy decisions, mature responses with consistency of long-term strategic approach is what Mr. Pankaj Saran was talking about, and I at least individually fully endorse it, which is not what your TV channels want in their TRP-hungry sensationalization issues. So now, I want to ask both of you, do you want audience questions first, or you want to give your closing remarks first? Audience, how do you want it? Okay. So, going by seeing Mr. Pankaj Saran in the previous 3 sessions, he's got an excellent memory. So, he takes 3 questions at a time, and he's able to remember all 3, and they can respond between them. So, what I will request you, please keep your questions short. Sorry for being rude, but sometimes the question is longer than the answer. So, introduce yourself, a brief about your background, and then your question. If you raise your hand, I will indicate, and a mic will come to you, and then you please speak. Okay. Okay. Who's the next who wants a question? Okay, there's a big bright hand there I've seen, and there's one there. No, so see this hand? Yes. Okay. Okay, you're the 4th one, ma'am. First here, please ask. Second there, third there, and after these 3, we'll have the lady who's asked from here. Yeah.
Sir, what you have talked, I'm Colonel M.K. Tyagi, retired in 2005, staying in Bhopal. And when Mr. Raghav Chandra was here in the state, I had a interaction with him also. Thank you, sir, for organizing these sessions. We are loving it. Sir, my question is to Mr. Ranade. We have talked about the immediate neighbors, but what most of us are seeing, the South China Sea as the next flashpoint of the world. There, the smaller countries like Philippines, Taiwan are being bullied by China. China does not respect the modern laws of
So what is the question?
My question is, how do you contain, and should we react the way we are reacting as it is bullying Philippines and Taiwan, or we should sit back and let it happen the way it is happening?
Thank you. Good question.
That's really a issue between the 2 major contestants, which is the United States and China. The United States has treaty agreements with the Philippines, with Japan. It has given a kind of a moral, I mean, they will deny it, but a kind of a moral commitment to the Taiwanese that they'll come to their aid. There's been a bit of going back and forth on that to create strategic deniability. But I see no reason why we should, shall I say, display our cards right now. Let things develop. If Xi Jinping decides that he has enough trouble on his plate at home, he might decide to divert attention and undertake an adventure, which is when the United States will have to take a call whether it steps in or not. chances are it will step in. As far as Japan is concerned, Philippines are concerned, and Vietnam is concerned, let me assure you, they're no friends of the Chinese. They're trying to sort of play along with the Chinese at present. But once the US comes in, the situation will change. And at that time, we'll have to see how which side we will go with. It's, I think, very clear which side we'll go with. We have already signed a number of agreements with the Americans. Those will be brought into effect. So we will certainly become a player. Whether we are going to be an active player or a passive player will depend on how the circumstances unfold.
Thank you. Next question. And we'll change the order instead of there. This lady has to go. It seems she's signaling, so she can ask the third question. Yes, please.
Hi, sir. Good evening. So my question is, like, America is a powerful state, and they use their they use their sanctions like Comcasa on into their interest. So will India also be crafting such a sanction we can impose it on China and allies?
The question has to be repeated with a better mic, or you can come forward. Come forward. Yeah, sure. Take my mic.
Sir, so my question was that America is a powerful state. They uses Comcasa-like sanctions and to oppress the countries who... Sir, anything? Okay. Sir, like America have their powerful sanctions like Comcasa. So India is also a powerful country now. So can we impose or can we craft such sanctions like Comcasa? So we can impose it on China and their allies who are against our interests and policies.
I think both of us will have to respond to that, but let me just say that firstly, US has imposed sanctions on a number of countries, and the assessment is that it hasn't worked, including on Russia. Second, I think the power imbalance between us and China is such that we are in no position to really impose sanctions on them, much as we would like to, but we are not in a position like that. So when things improve, maybe. But over to you.
Yeah. No, firstly, Comcasa is not a sanction. So I think what you mean is probably CATSA. But on the sanctions, it is not India's policy to impose sanctions, number one. Number two, we are not yet as powerful as the United States or China to impose sanctions on other countries. We have other methods where we have problems. We've done a few things with Nepal in the past and so on, where we've had difficulties. But we are not yet at the stage where we can introduce sanctions. Also, we do not believe in unilateral sanctions.
Next question, please.
Sir, I would like to ask a question that I completely agree that episodic reactions are definitely a kind of an emotional outburst that we place on the global platform. But I would like to ask in context to the SAARC countries, is time ticking as we keep waiting on the fence, thinking and deliberating on our policy and before the other person takes an action?
I'm not quite sure exactly who are you targeting, but within SAARC,
Sir, I'm targeting in relation to Maldives, as you said, that, kind of an episodic reaction. But is time ticking as we wait on the fence to decide our policy and deliberate?
It's, in foreign affairs, there are some actions and some decisions you can take instantaneously. And there are some and sometimes not taking a decision is also a conscious decision. And in the case of the Maldives, right now, we are doing some things with the government of Maldives directly. They obviously have chosen to go public on many aspects. So the decision we have to take is, do we do a tit for tat in the public domain? And do we express our disagreements through the media? Or we let tempers cool down a little bit? Because the geographical reality and the cultural reality and everything else is such that it stares in the face of every Maldivian. He knows it. And that also adds to his sense of helplessness against India. So the question here becomes, what kind of a personality do you want to show to the Maldives? Because everyone is watching. Till yesterday, for example, we had very difficult relations with Sri Lanka. But when the economy tanked and collapsed, we were the first to go in. So in foreign affairs, and particularly in the neighborhood, you have to be nimble, dexterous, patient. Sometimes you have to show the anger, sometimes you have to hide your anger. This is all part of the trade and the craft.
Let me give you a small specific on this show the anger. When this happened, thereafter on, I think it was on the 9th that the Maldives High Commissioner was called to the Foreign Office, the Indian MEA. Do you know how long he took? How much time the MEA gave him? I wrote in the morning, I wrote 4 minutes. And in the evening, this came on the evening news with the time ticker. His car came in at 9:35 and his car drove off at 9:40 in the morning. Imagine the walking time from getting off the car to going up to the concerned office. All inclusive, 5 minutes. This is showing anger, very politely. Now, next question there.
हेलो सर, माई सेल्फ अंकित शर्मा. सर अगर आपत्ति ना हो तो मैं हिंदी में अपना प्रश्न पूछना चाहता हूँ.
अवश्य. भाषा मात्र माध्यम है विचारों के आदान प्रदान का. मैं भी बड़ी क्लिष्ट हिंदी बोलता हूँ. अवश्य पूछें.
सर, जैसा अभी कुछ रिपोर्ट्स सामने आती हैं और आरोप लगते हैं कि भारत में ही रह के कुछ मीडिया संस्थान जो हैं वो भारत विरोधी एजेंडा चीन के इशारे पर चलाते हैं. क्या हमारी जब आंतरिक सुरक्षा की बात अभी आपने की कि काफ़ी मजबूत है, तो इस मजबूत आंतरिक सुरक्षा के बीच ऐसा संभव है, और यदि ये संभव है तो ये देश के लिए कितना खतरनाक हो सकता है?
संभव है, और वही मैं कह रहा था, यूनाइटेड फ्रंट वर्क डिपार्टमेंट जो है वो ये मीडिया हाउसेस जो है उनको विन ओवर कर रही हैं. तो एक दो मीडिया हाउसेस ऐसे हैं यहाँ पे जिनको काफ़ी शैले से लार्ज साइज्ड एडवर्टाइजमेंट्स मिलते हैं, तो बहुत मुनाफा कमाते हैं वो उसमें. वो एक तरीका है विन ओवर करने का. दूसरा है उनके जर्नलिस्ट को वो टारगेट करते हैं. तो सब तो नहीं, बट अगर 2, 3, 4 जर्नलिस्ट मिल गए तो वो मीडिया हाउस का जो ओरिएंटेशन है वो बदल जाता है. तो ऐसा ज़रूर होता है. 2 मीडिया हाउसेस मेरे ख्याल से हैं ऐसे जिनके बारे में लोग जानते हैं, और उनकी कोशिश ये है कि औरों को भी ऐसे करें. पर ये चलता रहेगा. ऐसा नहीं है कि एक मीडिया हाउस को विन ओवर कर लिया तो छोड़ दिया. और सरकार भी देख रही है आजकल.
देखिए, इस पे मैं एक विचार और बता दूं. लोकतंत्र की अपनी कुछ विशेषताएं होती हैं और कुछ ताकत होती है, और एक गेम है जिसका नाम है जूजुत्सु, जैसे कराटे होता है. जूजुत्सु में क्या होता है? शत्रु की ताकत शत्रु के विपरीत इस्तेमाल करी जाती है. मैं कमजोर हूं लेकिन शत्रु की ताकत उसी के ऊपर इस्तेमाल करूंगा. तो लोकतांत्रिक देश की जो मजबूतियां हैं, फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच वगैरह वगैरह, ये इस टाइप के शत्रु इन हमारी लोकतांत्रिक फ्रीडम्स को अपने उसमें इस्तेमाल करने में पीएचडी हैं. अगले सवाल के लिए एनी क्वेश्चंस? आपका एक और कोई? ओके, एक नीली शर्ट में इधर, एक मैम इधर. तो ये आपने सबसे पहले हाथ उठाया था, आपको माइक दीजिए. उसके बाद ऊपर उधर नीली कमीज और इधर मैम को. पहले इधर.
Good evening, everyone. Sir, my question is very simple in 2 parts. Who is real threat for us, China or Pakistan? Who is real threat for us, China or Pakistan? Or we are a developing economy. If we are forced a war, are we competent? Can we handle? Are we competent right now? Can we handle? That's all. Thank you.
Your question about if a war is thrust on us, can we respond? If it's thrust on us, we have no choice but to respond. And I think you've just seen an illustration which is continuing. It started in April 2020 when the Chinese came to our borders. There are now 70,000 troops deployed by each side along the entire border. That does show a willingness, a resolve, and an ability to hold the line and keep the other person at bay. Plus, a willingness that if shots are fired, then we will also respond. So I think on that there is no doubt to my mind. And in today's wars, I don't think it's going to be a quick and easy victory. I think the Chinese planning that they'll have a short, swift, decisive war is, they're living in a fool's paradise. It's going to be long, it's going to be bloody, it's going to be protracted. In other words, they'd have lost the war. Because as far as we are concerned, if we inflict even a bloody nose on them, we won. They have to really defeat us. So that's one. Your first part, which is a bigger threat, China or Pakistan? If you speak to the people who spoke at the last session, they will say Pakistan. But in my view, it's China which is the threat. It's multiple times larger, stronger than Pakistan, and it's bigger than us. I don't think Pakistan is a threat. We have magnified it in our minds. It's actually a small country. We should have dealt with it accordingly over the years. We made a mistake. And we misread the Chinese. That's the second mistake that we made. So I don't think, and let me just end with one comment. It's a personal anecdote. I was sitting with a Chinese friend some years ago. Of course, as you said, in the evening after 6 p.m. They also indulge. And I asked him, I said, what are you really doing with this China-Pakistan economic corridor? Is it worth it? Is it viable? So he looks at me and he says, you know, Mr. Ranade, till now we had bought the Pakistanis. Now we are going to buy Pakistan. So keep that in the back of your mind when you
What a good answer. Till now we had bought the Pakistanis, now we'll buy Pakistan. Yes, please, next question.
Commander Chakravarti here. So my question to Dr. Ranade is...
You are the space expert.
No.
Okay, go continue.
Okay.
Okay.
So my question is, there is a general sort of agreement or consensus in lots of quarters that the Chinese will make the move on Taiwan by 2027. So what is your assessment of this? And the second part of it is, if they do in this time period, which is we are in 2024, 3 years, what should be our response being part of the Quad? And how do we, if they move, so how do we, where do we throw our cards?
This 2027 is an assessment or a projection made by the Americans based on the fact that the PLA, which is the People's Liberation Army, completes 100 years of its founding in 2027. Also, the fact that Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, advanced the date for their modernization from 2030 to 2027. So I think these are the two indicators that they had in their mind. Whether Xi Jinping actually moves against Taiwan or not will depend on his determination of whether the US will intervene or not intervene in a clash. Remember, it's an amphibious operation, which is a very complicated operation that they will undertake. The second is that they will have to mobilize at least their entire eastern seaboard for this operation. And the third is that while in the newspapers you will read that the Americans have to come a long distance, the British will have to mobilize, etc. We forget the fact that they've got precision-guided missiles. So they don't have to move their ships as such up there, and in any case, they're already deployed. They've got bases all around. So it's not going to be an easy decision for Xi Jinping. Having said that, let me just say that Xi Jinping today is facing a lot of problems at home. And if he decides to divert attention, then he may undertake an adventure like this. But he may also decide to take one of the outlying islands and stop there. Then we will see, there was another question about sanctions, whether the Americans will apply sanctions. That we'll have to see. But I think these are the scenarios, and I think his own army is probably telling him that let's wait a while, let's get organized before we mount an operation.
Next question, please.
Okay.
माय क्वेश्चन इज़ कि आज पूरी दुनिया जो है वो रेड सी की प्रॉब्लम्स को फेस कर रहा है, हुतीस प्रॉब्लम, और जब इसके कॉन्टेक्स्ट में रिजोल्यूशन लाया गया यूएन में तो चाइना और रशिया दोनों ने बैकआउट किया है और इंडिया ने सबसे ज़्यादा अपने वॉरशिप्स भेजे। तो ये जो इस तरीके का बिहेवियर है चाइना और रशिया का दोनों का इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, उसके लिए आप क्या कहेंगे? एंड द सेकंड छोटा सा क्वेश्चन है कि चाइना एक ऐसा पहला कंट्री बन गया है जिसने तालिबान को रिकॉग्निशन दिया है और ऑफर किया है उसे पार्ट बनने का BRI बेल्ट एंड रोड इनिशिएटिव का। तो इस पर थैंक यू सर।
नहीं, जो अभी जो रेड सी में हुआ है और जो चाइना और रशिया का जो रवैया है उसके ऊपर, actually it has less to do with the Red Sea, more to do with the China US and Russia US geostrategic competition. तो जो भी अमेरिका करता है उसका ऑपोजिट ये लोग करते हैं। तो चाहे वो यूक्रेन में हो, चाहे रेड सी में हो, चाहे और भी कहीं जगह हो, जो भी चीज़ इनका जो टेंशन इतना बढ़ गया है चाइना और अमेरिका और रशिया और अमेरिका के बीच में, कि जो भी मसला, जो भी हॉटस्पॉट है दुनिया में, अगर अमेरिका सोचता है उनको नुकसान होगा तो अमेरिका वही करेगा। अगर चाइना और रशिया सोचते हैं कि अगर मैं ये पोजीशन लूँ और उसमें अमेरिका का ज़्यादा नुकसान है तो वही करेगा। सो जो इंडिया कह रहा है एज अ ग्लोबल साउथ वगैरह कि अगेन लाइक इन द कोल्ड वॉर यू आर यूजिंग स्मॉल कंट्रीज, रीजनल हॉटस्पॉट्स, रीजनल टेंशंस टू फाइट योर बिगर बैटल्स। सो आई डोंट थिंक वी शुड it is not so much on the merits of the conflict in the Red Sea, but more on how to create discomfort for the Americans. On the other question, I couldn't understand on the BRI and Taiwan.
Taliban.
Oh, the Taliban. Achha, sorry, I heard Taiwan. No, Taliban, that is again, Chinese opportunism. जो चाइना ने मौका देखा है कि अमेरिकन्स हैव गॉन, दे हैव बीन डिफीटेड, अब तालिबान आ गया है। एंड अफ़गानिस्तान चाइना का बॉर्डर ऐसा है कि जो अफ़गानिस्तान के अंदर जो टेररिस्ट ग्रुप्स हैं, ख़ासतौर से शिनचियांग में, द लॉट ऑफ देम आर बेस्ड इन अफ़गानिस्तान। तो चाइना ये समझ रहा है कि उसके लिए एक मौका है टू मेक फ्रेंड्स विद द करंट न्यू रेजीम इन काबुल, सो दे रीचिंग आउट टू देम। हम भी काम कर रहे हैं अफ़गानिस्तान के साथ, लेकिन हमने रिकग्नाइज़ नहीं किया है, ये डिप्लोमेटिक नाइसिटी है। बट अफ़गानिस्तान भी चाहता है कि भारत जो है वो अफ़गानिस्तान में दोबारा घुस जाए और प्रोजेक्ट्स करे और डेवलपमेंट करे। बट अगेन दिस इज़ अ चाइना US contestation and game which the two are playing, and Afghanistan is one more theatre.
अब मैं हमारे दोनों वरिष्ठ विशेषज्ञों से निवेदन करूंगा कि वो अपने अपने अंतिम टिप्पणी करें और उसके बाद हम इस सत्र को समाप्त करेंगे।
So as we were saying, I think, at least to my mind, it's very clear that the main threat that India faces, and I'm calling it a threat, is from China. It's a multi-dimensional threat that we have, not only on the land, but at sea, in the skies, from cyber. So we have a multi-layered threat from the Chinese, which we have to tackle. But I do want to make one point, which I think may be slightly out of course, maybe. We've heard a lot of talk about the economic imbalance between India and China, about how we are dependent on them, etc. I think that is not really the right way of looking at it. We are behind the Chinese in economic terms. Certainly, we have a lot of indicators where we are lagging behind. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we are weak. What it does mean is that we have to decide, or we have to prioritize the areas that we are going to focus on. That is the first point I'd like to make. So it's not a game over kind of situation. The second is that when we talk of being dependent on China for imports, I think that's a wrong way of looking at it. That's the mistake that we made. When we allowed mobile phones in India, we did not work out a policy. We allowed mobile phones to be imported and assembled and sold. So you had Chinese products. We never developed these on our own. We talked of cyber, we began training people in software, But our best people in high-end design of chips are sitting abroad. Or they're sitting in small little outfits in Bangalore, producing for Honeywell Corporation, etc. of the United States. We have not co-opted them. We have not brought them into our net. And we haven't worked on scale. Similarly, we did not work on developing the hardware capacity that we need to do. That's something, in fact, Pankaj, you remember we talked about it. We haven't done it. So that is why we are dependent. Someone made a remark that if we don't get X mineral or whatever, our mobile system is off. Well, let me bring home to you one fact, that if today the Chinese get upset with you, they can switch off your mobiles. Because all your mobile phones, the backroom operators of whether it is Vodafone, Airtel, whatever, are Chinese companies. So all they have to do is switch it off and you're immobilized. You have no communications. So these are the threats that we have to plan for and look for. And I think we have started on the right track. It'll take us about 5 odd years, maybe 10 years. But by then we'll be independent. But we need to start on this, move towards being independent of other countries, particularly in vital sectors. So I just wanted to make this point before we go away with a bit of a gloomy mindset.
No, I agree completely. TikTok, one estimate that existed was that before it was banned, it had 40 crore followers in India. It's like 400 million people, and mostly in tier 2, tier 3 rural India. So, and the penetration of the software is another major issue. The Chinese dictum is today how to win a war without fighting a war. And the Chinese threat to India is not just on the Tibetan plateau in terms of its military, etc. It is much more in terms of how they will exploit India's fault lines. We have fault lines. China also has fault lines. They have problems in Tibet and Xinjiang, everywhere else. So the Chinese threat is there. But the question is, can India and China as two ancient civilizations live together in peace? There will be no greater political or global crisis than a full-fledged India-China war. That is a major, major scenario. So I think what we have to ask ourselves and talk to the Chinese is, what is your vision of Asia? Is it that China sits on the top and everyone is subsidiary to you? Or do you want an Asia in which everyone is equal? That the Chinese civilization, the Indian civilization, can we both coexist? We cannot be you and you cannot be us. You have your strengths, we have our strengths. Second is, as Mr. Ranade says, today in the government, and it has been going on this process for the last 15 years, predates the current government, but it is accelerated under the current government. As I mentioned to you, we are not shy today anymore of developing our hard security capabilities, which is what the Chinese discovered in 2020. The amount, the scale, the speed, and the determination of the military mobilization by India against the Chinese ingress was something which they had not even foreseen. And it stopped them in their tracks. So and now the other aspect of this China business is that we want friends who can help us. And these friends are those countries who see the similar nature of the threat. We don't have to become allies, but we need friends. And those friends are countries such as the Americans, the Australians, the Japanese, the Koreans, the Europeans, etc. So we have a mix of policy options on how to, we don't want a war with China, we don't want that, but we also want to tell the Chinese that we may be weak economically, but we are determined and we will maintain our basic identity, basic positions. We will not be cowed down by threat. And we also want to live in an Asia which is respectable and which respects every country, whether it is the Maldives or India or China, but we will not accept a second-rate or a second-grade status in the Asian region. That's really, so the issue today is of a civilizational competition or contest between India and China?
Sorry?
And that, Pankaj, is the difficult thing, and that is the crux of it. Being able to live with respect. Because the Chinese believe in one thing. There can only be one tiger on the mountaintop, and that's them.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it remains for me to thank these two distinguished domain specialists, and of course, to thank all of you. Give them and yourself a good hand. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I've enjoyed it.
We've enjoyed it too, Brigadier Agarwal, and rightly said that we need friends to manage China. However, China is not our friend in foreseeable future, as you rightly pointed out. Well, this was a session, China forever enemy or potential friend. We thank our distinguished panel for this engaging and informative session. I would now request Ms. Gitanjali J. Angmo, co-founder and director, Himalaya Institute of Alternatives in Ladakh, to felicitate our distinguished panel. Mr. Jaidev Ranade, a former Additional Secretary, Research and Analysis Wing, and a seasoned China analyst with over 40 years of experience. Mr. Pankaj Saran, former Ambassador to Russia and Indian High Commissioner to Bangladesh. And Brigadier Sanjay Agarwal, former Security Advisor to the Union Ministry of Home Affairs and Advisor to Government of Seychelles. The souvenir, the memento, is also the mascot of BLF2024, which is a Gond painting, painted by senior-most Gond artist, Ram Singh Urveti.
I'd like to inform the audience that our next session, titled In the Language of Remembering the Inheritance of Partition, is about to start. I'd like to inform the audience that our panelists will be there at the author's desk. Everyone, please settle down. Our next session, in the language of remembering, the inheritance of partition. Achal Malhotra in conversation with Dr. Seema Raizada. The partition of India in 1947 was the change of political borders and the division of other assets that accompanied the dissolution of the British Raj in the Indian subcontinent and the creation of two independent dominants in South Asia, India and Pakistan. May I please welcome Achal Malhotra ji. She is an oral historian, a writer from New Delhi. She is the co-founder of the Museum of Material Memory, a crowdsourced digital repository, traced family histories and social ethnography through heirlooms, collectibles and antiques from the Indian subcontinent. She has written extensively on the 1947 partition and its related topics. Her first book, Remnants of a Separation, won the Council for Museum Anthropology Book Award 2022 and was shortlisted for the Sahitya Akademi Yuva Puraskar, British Academy Book Prize, Hindu Lit for Life Non-Fiction Prize, and many more. Her second book, In the Language of Remembering, tracing the long-term cross-border generational legacy of partition, was published in critical acclaim in early 2022 and named one of History Today's best books of the year. Her latest work is a debut novel titled The Book of Everlasting Things. Joining her, we have Dr. Seema Raizada. She is a professor of English at Maharani Lakshmi Bai Government Girls Postgraduate College, Bhopal, Shakespeare scholar who has her PhD and D.Lit degrees on the works of the Bard and has also authored a book titled Double Vision of Shakespeare, research guide and a subject expert to many institutions. She is the founder of Club Literati, which is an exclusive platform for both established and budding writers and artists, and all those who love to explore literature and other creative arts. Club Literati was recently rated as one of the best 5 reading clubs of India. She is editor-in-chief of Inkpad, a literature and arts quarterly. We are delighted to have you with us on the dais. May I please request you to initiate the conversation?
Thank you. Welcome to the Bhopal Literature Festival, Anchal. Friends, after a pretty long and a very pleasant spell of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav that culminated, still the spirit is still on. And we are marching ahead targeting Vision 2047. India has come a long way. India is dazzling. You know, we just heard the experts before this session how India is taking on the world. And we feel happy about it, that we are living in these times. And yes, one of the expressions of this, that we are living in the happy times, that we are all sitting here in this very beautiful Antarang, attending the very colorful festival, Bhopal Literature Festival. So we have reasons to be happy, to feel happy about our present, and feel confident about our future. But India has come a long way since we got free from the bondage, the subjugation. But that was not all. And as the country was awakened to life and freedom, to quote Nehru in his famous Tryst with Destiny speech, there's something traumatic happened, we all know, as the country was divided into two. We have Anchal, she's an oral historian, and she has written this book, a very lovely book, in the language of remembering the inheritance of partition. This book is very different in nature. Probably it takes us away from the gruesome, harsh, images that probably, you know, something like what we see on the cover of Fikr Toswi's The Sixth River. And we get so upset hearing the stories of violence, of turbulence, leaving numerous scars on people across who now live, and generations, I mean the second and third generations who now live across the globe. Amidst this fact of partition, Aanchal has come up with this very different book, I should say, and you know, it's not that she doesn't mention the scars, she doesn't mention the violence, she doesn't mention the disruption, but she also mentions through the second-hand memories, through the memories of the descendants, as she calls, the stories that are relived through the inheritors of the sufferers, you know, the first generation. So there is trauma, but at the same time, there is a pleasant episode, there's a pleasant mention of the fact, which gives us, you know, this is a ray of hope that we get, that in one of the places that is mentioned in the book, the mosque, which was the place, or what was once a mosque, is used, you know, as a gurudwara. The same structure is being used, you know, is a gurudwara. They have not changed it. So isn't that a very, it's a very positive sign that we get through this book. So I welcome you, Aanchal, and compliment you for this lovely book. And believe me, this book is, you know, a labor of love. And as I was carrying this book, you know, I got several comments from my friends. You are carrying something, you know, your own weight, something like that. So I said, this book is worth, you know, its weight in gold. In not, I would say, rather weight in words and emotions which form the crux of this book. So Aanchal, my first question to you about the genre of this book. How is this book different from the other partition books?
Well, thank you for that very, very complimentary introduction, and thank you for joining me here, everyone. It's the last session of the evening, so I appreciate you being here. This is a book of oral history, and for those of you that don't know, the methodology of oral history is focused on oral testimony collected by people who were present either at a particular historical event or seen through a particular lens, thematic lens. How this book is different from other books of partition, perhaps it is, perhaps it isn't. Depends on your reading. But it looks at ordinary people's stories from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, the diaspora. It looks at stories not just at the time of partition, but stories beginning from partition and continuing on, because partition is not a static event. Very often, I have a book before this as well, which looks at stories of survivors in India and Pakistan. I spent several years traveling between the two countries, recording stories of the older generation, people of my grandparents' generation. And one of the things they said to me very frequently, which my own grandmother echoes, is that we never wanted to pass on any of the memories to our descendants. We never wanted to pass on the pain, which meant for many of them, they passed on silence. Silence is the loudest carrier of stories with partition. And a good way to gauge this is to look within your own family about, if you are a partition-impacted family, how much do you know about where your grandparents or parents came from, and the specificities of their migration. Now, as I was interviewing these elderly people, and it's quite, there is a big distance between them and me. Not only am I very young, I know this and I was told several times, but there are also several generational gaps, and not to mention geographic gaps when you're interviewing Pakistanis or Bangladeshis. But the one thing they kept saying was that our younger generation doesn't know anything and we did not want to talk about it. And yet, when I spoke to the younger generation, sometimes they were present during our interview. they had things to offer on their own. Whether these are things they have garnered from collective memory, whether it is things that they have collected from the media, from films, from books they have read, that's regardless. But younger people always had something to say. Now, an oral archive, unfortunately, is not given as much weight in this country as the written archive. We believe, and this is a very Western notion, that if something is written down, then it is truth. We are a country of oral tradition. We have always been. And South Asia is like that. We are countries of oral tradition. We pass on our stories. So why does a story that your grandmother tells, or your mother or your uncle, not have as much weight as something that is written down? So the one thing I want to distinguish about oral history is that it relies on oral testimony, which is one version of the truth, just like a written archive is. The other place where this book differs maybe from other books on partition is that it relies on descendant narratives. Interviews of generation second, third, sometimes fourth after the survivor. While there is importance given to eyewitness accounts, there is very little given to descendant memory, as if memory does not pass down, as if silence does not pass down, as if grief, loss, hurt, all of these emotions, fear, bitterness, anger, othering, all of this cannot be passed down. But that is not true. It is very much passed down. Any event, when viewed through the prism of memory, will provide us innumerable versions of it. So what I have tried to do in this book is to interview younger people, people that were not physically touched by partition, but emotionally, intellectually, and in other ways have found the route to partition, to see, I guess to answer a very basic question, is partition relevant? Should we still talk about it? What does it mean to younger people? Is it run parallelly only with the politics of India and Pakistan? Does it mean different things for different people? And then the third, sorry to go on and on, but I'm going to stop just after this. The third part where I think this is a unique book is that it is structured through emotion. This is not a book divided by India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. Its chapters are titled as belonging and borderlands and hope. There's a chapter on love. There's a chapter on the other. There is a chapter on separation. There is a chapter on loss. There's a chapter on grief, on fear. These things, these emotions are without national identity. Everyone feels love. Everyone has felt loss. Everyone has been separated, maybe not in the way of partition, but otherwise. And this felt like a categorization that was devoid of any ethnic, religious, or national difference, which we anyway constantly make between the three nations of between South Asia. So I think that is maybe how it differs from other books on partition.
Yes, Anjal. I mean, this is something which I found very interesting, the categorization or the chapterization that Anjal has done. And of course, she has done it alphabetically.
Yeah, because I don't want to give any.
Yes, no prominence or no, she has not prioritized any one particular emotion. So these are emotion or action-based chapterization. That is something very unique. And she mentioned a few emotions, like fear, love, grief, hope, discovery. I mean, each chapter you would find that there are 4 to 5 different stories from different countries. The countries, of course, mainly involved India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. And people, of course, spread over, across continents. So as Anchal mentioned, how the younger generation, the third generation, sometimes the fourth generation, coming in, even a little girl coming into the conversation sometimes, how they reacted to the memories and as she put it, the willingness to share and sometimes the silence. So the descendants that she mentioned, people that she interacted with. So first of all, Anjala, I'd like to know, how did you select the descendants? These people, how did you choose these people? Because I think if you must have made a count of them, there may be more than 100, I don't know, around 100? Because there's so many people that are involved, and from different places. So what was your kind of criteria? Were there any in choosing the descendants?
No. No criteria, no one, I said no to nobody. Actually, I should preface this by saying I worked on this book for 9 years. In that time, when I was working on my book with survivors, lots of younger people would come up. When you're discussing a book in a forum like this, often people come up and say, I have a story, or, this happened to my grandmother, this happened to my father. And I would always say, can I take your contact? Can we discuss this at length? Yeah, actually, काफ़ी बुरी बात है, because you end up being a very heavy person when you always tell everybody, of course I'll listen. Which is what I did for several years. So conferences like this, or once people understand that you're a scholar of some seriousness in a particular subject, they will reach out. Also keep in mind, in our countries, there is no, ab to chalo, there is Partition Museum in Amritsar, in Delhi, in Calcutta. Before that, there was no physical space where we could go to see people like us, people who had been impacted by partition. There was no physical space where we could go and grieve, mourn, understand. So people gravitate to scholars, and they tell their stories to us. So for many years, I collected these stories. I didn't really say no to anybody, but these descendant stories were always side research for me, because already it was so complicated and difficult to make people understand that the statistical understanding of partition, which is 15 million people displaced and 1 million people killed, is only a statistic. It means that behind each of those numbers is a person, is a story, and each of those stories is different. This is the statistic that we learn in our schools. So it was already so complicated to make people understand that there are millions of stories, in fact, from partition, that I felt, who would understand a second-hand story? How much emotion can be felt in second-handedness? Because if I feel my grandparents' loss, it's not the exact loss that they are feeling, because I've never lost homeland, but I can empathize with it. It is at a distance. It is a second-handed emotion at a distance, which is also a valid emotion, because you must see how a historical event is carried through the generations. So for 8 or 9 years, I kept collecting these stories, and then they became quite a collection, and they became quite varied in the kinds of things they said, in the kinds of landscapes they were from, in the kind of emotions that they garnered. And when I started to put it together, I thought to myself that these are like, I think, 130 stories, and this book is something like 800 pages, which already is like a big joke with people I know, that you've written such a big book, and I use it as a paperweight, and if someone is angry with me, I swat them with it. But think about this. This is only the tip of the iceberg. For everyone that willingly spoke, there were people who were hesitant to speak. For everyone that had language to vocalize how they felt, there were people that didn't have language. And language is not always verbal, particularly with events like a partition. There are many kinds of languages. So for everyone that didn't have language, there was also denial, that they didn't want to know about partition. Now think about how many people there are with stories unrecorded, unaccepted, unknown. So in that sense, it is a very small effort to archive something that is very, very large, and will have and has had so many varied repercussions for us. We had a conversation earlier today about Pakistan. Stems from partition. There are so many things about our geopolitical, social, cultural landscape, divided things that stem from partition. So it is an effort to capture those things.
So, Anchal, you just mentioned about, sometimes when there was few words, more of action, more of expression, emotions. Can I quote from, this beautiful episode of this one woman, which comes under the, the chapter Fear. The lady, from Mirpur, and when she came, when I just would like to, read those beautifully put sentiment here. When Anchal says, I want to ask her more, but her son tells me that this is enough. The son comes along with this old lady, who was a little hunched and not very clearly visible. He begins to stand up and expects me to do the same, and I scramble with my recorder and notebook and pen. I look at the woman, still sitting, still touching her necklace, and ask him whether I can photograph her. He's quick to tell me that she doesn't like to be photographed, but I tell him how I am interested in her hands. The way they sit folded in her lap, the way they find their way to her necklaces, the way they reveal. There is beauty in her hands, I say, and rather unenthusiastically he agrees. I lead her into the light of the veranda right by the front door. She walks slowly, hunched over, gently placing the one step after another. When she sinks into the beige plastic lawn chair, she lets out a sigh. And then Anchal says, your hands. I gesture to her, she says, can I see your hands? Now there are no words spoken here. This is something which is, body which also acts as a memory. She humors me. I'll just read this line and then just, bring out the emotion in these lines. She humors me by stretching them out, turning them around as my camera captures the fine lines. And, as she is watching intently, she feels her hands. Her hands remind me of my grandmother's, for they have the same soft to the touch, lathered daily with Pond's cold cream feel. And then what happens? Would you like to continue with this?
I'll tell you the full story, but firstly, everybody knows what grandmother's hands feel like, because they're so synonymous to old age and tenderness. हर रोज Pond's cold cream लगाना, and plus I live in Delhi, तो हर रोज और भी लगाते थे. Very cold. This lady, she was from a place called Mirpur, which is now in Pakistan. And why I went to her is a rather sad and interesting story. She lived in Jammu. She passed away a few years ago. And I went to interview her because I was told by somebody that she had been abducted for several months and kept inside Pakistan after partition. And I went to ask her about that. Now, a few key things in this interview which you have read out. One, it is obviously an interview that is very sensitive. So I went there to ask her what happened in those months that you were taken, you were kept. She was taken on horseback with a son who was 1 year old, not the same son that was sitting in the room with us. But as I'm sitting there, it becomes very clear that there are things she is allowed to say and things she is not allowed to say. Which should tell you sometimes the autonomy of women in telling their stories. What is the language we use to tell our stories? What are the spaces that we have where stories feel safe to tell? How do we verbalize, voice our stories in our words without men giving us permission? Because every time I asked her a question, she would look towards her son and he would say whether she could answer or not. Now I understand this because obviously it's a very sensitive story and there are aspects of shame attached to an abduction. So there are things that they want to conceal, they want to keep for the honor of the family, which is fine. So what she did tell me was she was taken, she gave me the dates that she was returned. And when I calculated, as per the calendar, she was not taken for a month, as I was told, but a full year. A full year. I wanted to ask her what had happened in that year. How were you kept? She told me very brief details about the fact that there were other ladies with her, some young enough to be her children, which should tell you already enough. And then, as I was asking her more things, he gets up and he expects me to do the same, which you read out. Now I am not ready to leave. So I make up this excuse that I want to photograph her, but you know, she has a very old face. She was in her late 80s, early 90s when we met. Very, very, very old face. So I said, oh, I want to photograph her, and he said, no, she doesn't like to be photographed. So then I said, her hands. What can hands tell us? Nothing and everything. They can tell us everything if we are looking for something there. So we walk outside to the veranda. She sits down on this beige chair, and I'm photographing her hands, and she's humoring me like this, like this. She probably thinks I'm some stupid city girl. It's come from Delhi to speak to her, and I was looking at her hands. But I don't know, something changed in her then. And she holds my arm like this, and she says to me, because her son was not around, she says to me, a few months after it happened, a few months after I came back, I received a letter with my name on it. A letter came to my house with my name on it, and I thought for sure it was them, the abductors. What if they had found me? Now there was so much palpable fear in her voice, in her grip, which 67 years after partition, that's how long it had been, I could still feel. I could feel her fear in her body, in my body. And I wanted to say to her, what if it was a bill? What if it was your sister writing you a letter? But she said, what if it was the abductor? And I had no heart to say anything to her. So the emotion that you feel most prevalently at the time, it carries on, and it is strong, and it can be passed on. And I will never forget that tone in her voice. And I was very privileged to have had that small conversation. And the fact that she felt safe enough with just the two of us to say that to me, you know. Yeah, thank you for bringing up that conversation. It was very important for me as well.
Yeah, so stories like these run along the book. I mean, this is the chapter which is titled Fear, and there are, you know, about 4 or 5 stories, something like this. And when I read this part, believe me, I was left teary-eyed. It's something we could relate to, our grandmothers, our mothers' hand, you know, with wrinkles. I mean, I could feel that emotion, you know. And this is what Anchal has done in her book. So Anchal, another aspect of you know, of oral history is, you know, people generally, you know, as happened with so many descendants in the book, that, you know, when they try to talk to their first generation people, they were not very keen on disclosing. It happened with you as well.
Many times.
So Anchal also has, you know, her great-grandfather coming to India, and the famous Bahari Sons book shop in Khan Market that was started by him. And later on, when you, why don't you share that story with your grandmother when you wanted to know?
Well,
from
yeah, actually, I'll read a little bit because she was very, like, she wasn't just hesitant. She just had never spoken to anyone about partition, which I found quite surprising.
No one asked. I mean, this is
No
what.
one asked. But it's also surprising because my grandparents lived in a refugee camp for nearly 10 years, which is a very common thing with partition-impacted families, that they lived in camps, and then those camps became neighborhoods, and then those neighborhoods became kind of refugee neighborhoods. But truly, no one had asked my grandmother, and also my grandparents firmly looked ahead, and they were very reticent to speak about that time. So just very briefly, I want to read what she said. So this is me asking her just a very simple question. So then when did you first talk to someone about partition? I asked my grandmother one evening. It's been 7 years since we first spoke about her experiences of migrating from Dera Ismail Khan in the Northwest Frontier Province to Delhi in 1947, and I'm curious about whether there has been a memory keeper in the family before me. When you asked about it all these years ago, she answers nonchalantly. My mouth dropped slightly open. No, surely that couldn't have been the case. Surely 66 years couldn't have passed before she began talking candidly about possibly the most devastating event of her life. I knit my eyebrows together and cup my face in my palms, unsure of how to continue the conversation. Then my eye catches the wedding portraits of my grandparents hung above her bed. Several years ago, at a conference in Bangalore, I had seen a presentation about how men and women who had been part of the Italian resistance during World War II often ended up marrying one another, for no one else would understand what they had been through. Who else can I speak to about this? They asked. At this time, it had left a very deep impression on me, and I wondered whether couples who had both lived through partition found solace in the fact that they could speak to one another about it, that the other would understand. When I asked my grandmother if this is the case, my grandparents had met in the Kingsway refugee camp in 1948 after all. She dismisses it with a click of her tongue. Partition happened, we came from D.I. Khan, they came from Malakwal. He was in college at the time, that's all I knew. But I never asked how he felt about it, and neither did he. Imagine that. I try and inquire further, but this is not a topic she wants to discuss, so I veer towards the second generation, their children. I ask her, did anyone ever ask you? No, never. What would they know about what a partition was? That was her answer. What would they ever know about what a partition was? So imagine, probably one of the most traumatic moments of your life, and the first time you talk about it is 66 years after it happened, when someone asks. And the problem is also that we don't know how to ask the questions. We are, as countries that are born from so much violence and so much disparity and separation and othering and such traumatic consequences of decolonization, we don't know how to question that event. We don't know how to start asking. When we learn about this in school, the first question we should ask when we come home as children at the age of 11 or 12, when we first learn about what this partition is, we should come home and say, do you know what this partition is, Mom? You should ask your grandmother, did you live through this thing? But we are not. And so partition. And I was very surprised at how many people I spoke to said that it was quite an effort to get their family to talk about it. Because once you know your family comes from the other side, there are so many questions. There are so many questions about land and belonging and loss that flood your mind, at least flooded my mind.
Thanks, Anchal. Anchal's, eventually, of course, they had a, they got married. They met there and they got married. And so this the chapter on love, again, it's full of such 3 or 4 stories which take you to that the times when things were not probably too much in their favor, but yet they managed to come together. So the message, of course, that the love, it's not, cannot be bound, or any positive emotion cannot be bound. There are several instances in the book when we feel that these boundaries, the partition, did not perhaps make much difference. It did, but then in certain cases did not. At the same time, until now, I just got the instruction that we have to wind up this session, and another 5 minutes maybe. So one last question to you. Your first book, Remnants of a Separation, It was widely acclaimed and, of course, nominated for, shortlisted for several awards. Could you please tell us something about this material memory? And then after that, we can open the floor for questions.
So when I began my work on partition, it was 2013. I was 23, and I had just come home. I was living in Canada at the time. I had come home on a short sabbatical before I started my thesis. And the reason why I came back to India is because I had no ideas for my thesis. So when I was in India, I thought to myself, okay, well, if the idea comes, it comes organically. And at the time, I was introduced to two objects that my family had carried from Lahore to Amritsar. And these were such ordinary objects. It was a vessel in which lassi is made, a ghada, and a guz, a yardstick, used in a clothing store. And they were so ordinary that I probably saw them my whole life and didn't really ask anything about them. But when those objects were taken out on that day, and they were talked about, all of a sudden, my grandfather and his elder brother started talking about their childhood in Lahore, which had really never happened before that. And they started talking about it in such a visceral way. You know, as they were touching the ghada, or they were telling me how to use the guz, they were saying, the lane in which I used to go to school, and the bicycle I used to ride on, and the chilgoza I used to eat. I don't know what chilgoza is in English. Pine nuts. All of these things are really kind of such ordinary things. And as they were speaking about it, I was fascinated how a simple object could transport them not just back into the past, but across this very heavy militarized border. And they said things like, we cross the border in our dreams every day because that's the only way we will return home. Till then, no one from my family had gone back, which is a sad reality for many people who are partition-impacted families. So I saw those two objects, and I couldn't stop thinking about them. Obviously, everybody else who was present that day didn't really understand what was happening, but for me, I was sort of fixated with the idea that an object is a portal, and a belonging can tell you about the notion of belonging. So for the next 3 or 4 years after that, I ended up traveling across India and Pakistan and interviewing Bangladeshis, though I have not been there, about the things that they carried. And they were always very funny conversations, because I wasn't asking, like, tell me about the enormity of memory that still remains. I was saying, well, why did you carry this ring with you? Okay, it was your mother's. Okay, why did she pack this? Okay, it was valuable. Why didn't you sell it when you came here? How did she know she had to pack valuable things? When did you hear about partition? And the reason why I chose the aid of objects is because to ask unaided felt so intrusive. To say to somebody, tell me the most traumatic period of your life in great detail, to me, almost always, who was a stranger to them, it felt too invasive. And plus, I think, as I said earlier, there was not enough vocabulary at the time. So we were also building a vocabulary as we were going along. Oral history of partition is very young. It only started in the late 80s, early 90s. So the vocabulary is still very much being built. So the object helped to speak about the past, because it told you about the ethnographic landscape that they had left behind at partition, and of course details surrounding the object. And I wrote my first book on that.
Thanks, Anchal. And can we have questions now?
I don't have a question. Mike. Volunteers, Mike, please.
Just thank you for this session, Dr. Raizada and Achal. So evocative. And you know, my daughter has asked me about partition, and one
so
gives
glad.
a very factual answer. And this is when my husband's family is a partition-impacted family, and his grandfather is with us. He's 96 years old. But thank you for this session. I think the next time we go back home,
Using an object,
yes, and
is
also
very helpful.
make them have this conversation, because somehow it just never enters our system that this is a conversation that's also possible between a 10-year-old and a 96-year-old man.
You know,
who's
and
seen
you would be
partition.
very surprised at the kinds of questions children ask.
Yes.
There was a story in my first book about a lady who talked about being a child. She was like 4 years old at the time of partition. Children who were 12 years old read that story because they related to her naive, childlike perspective of that time to understand what partition may have felt like for a child. And I didn't really think it was 12-year-old safe, that book. But the kinds of questions they asked was not, oh, tell me about the geopolitics between India and Pakistan. They asked, well, how will I know if someone is a Pakistani if I see them?
No, I agree with you because my daughter asked these questions and we are an army family, so that is another angle. And then she has so many questions about it and somehow one feels not equipped enough to answer, but I think a lot of things that you spoke about today made a lot of sense. So
I'm very
thank you.
glad.
Just
Thank
wanted
you.
to share this with you.
So there's another question. How many questions can we take? Two more?
Hi, Anshul, my question is with the kind of perennially online lives we live today and the kind of traumas around us, we're always chronicling our own histories. And with your research, what do you think is changing from the times of partition that you've experienced towards the chronically online times that we are in today with the traumas around the world?
Oh, that's such an interesting question. Well, I know that the aspect of journaling is very different, and it takes place in various shapes and forms. The one thing that I was very struck by always when I was speaking to elderly people about their experiences of partition and before is that they could always pinpoint, like, maybe it had been 70 years that they had migrated from this one place, but they could pinpoint the route that they took to play in this one bagicha. Or, you know, we used to walk for, like, let's say 10 minutes from here to here, then we used to go here. Like, they could draw full maps.
Even the dates, I believe.
The dates, the villages, the cities, full maps of these places from mere memory. Now, if you ask me or someone younger than me to do that, we can't do that because we rely so much on our smartphones, on the internet. We don't need to remember those details. And in my opinion, we are at a loss for it. We are also gaining a lot, but we are very much at a loss for it as well. So I don't know. That's a very personal question to ask about chronicling and archiving. Social media has helped me a lot in my work, but it can also be seen as detriment to the actual act of remembering.
Some of the interviews I believe you had on, you know, from the other countries over a video call. Yeah.
Absolutely, yes, yes. Yeah,
So,
go ahead.
yes.
Yeah, it's you, definitely.
First of all, ma'am, I would like to thank you so much because I'm an architecture student. And when you said that there is this there is no placemaking for the entire idea of material memory, one of my best friends who lives in Delhi is a victim of partition, 4th generation now. And she was heavily dependent on your research for her thesis. So I would really like to thank you for that.
Thank you.
And
That's very kind.
I would like to ask you a question that what would be your message to, so as budding architects, and since this is an age of so much information, I would like to ask you what would you say to the entire idea of placemaking, which is very architectural.
Great question.
Which is connected to the idea of material memory, because her entire project was based in Khan Market and a museum and the idea came from material memory and collective memory. So what would be your stance on the entire idea of placemaking through material memory?
What for you is the shape of the house of the past? What does the house of the past look like? No, it's not like it's not like a clapping question. It's just a genuine question to people. The house of the past doesn't exist because it is a place of memory. It is always changing. It is always shifting. This is also not a concept of mine. It is something that one of my interviewees who is doing a PhD in architecture from Lahore asks about Lucknow, where her family is from. Is memory enough to conjure spaces of the past? Is that the role of memory?
Yes, ma'am, quite a provocative question.
That's what she thinks as well. So she doesn't think it's necessary enough for her to go to Lucknow. She's not interested in going to Lucknow because the Lucknow that she is studying from pre-partition doesn't exist now. Right? Just like if I go to Northwest Frontier Province, I go to the village of my grandmother, I will find a different place. I will not find a place of memory, which is also why some people are quite disappointed when they go back, and some people are unwilling to go back because they don't want to distort the place of memory. Right? The house of the past is an invisible one. This is Georges Perec, it's not me, who is an excellent writer, dead now. You should all read. But memory is enough to construct the house of the past. It is ample, right? Which should tell us that we can construct an entire lifestyle of the past and stand in the house of the past and have it be erect and be enough, right? Which is also a way for us to make ourselves feel a little bit better about not being able to physically go there. The one thing I used to ask when, sometimes, social media is really great. And it helps you connect, not you, but other people you have interviewed, to the cities and villages they left behind by other people. So one time I managed to find an interviewee of mine, a contact to the exact street that his mother left. And this woman on the other side in Pakistan, her father was the lambardar of that village. Lambardar is like the caretaker. He said, okay, I'm going to show you around, and he took the phone and the house was there. And it's incredible to know that 70, 75, 76 years later, a house is standing, right? Now he asked me a question. He says, the thing I asked myself all these years, if the house was still standing, did it know that my mother was thinking about it? Was it waiting for someone to come? And what does it mean when someone rehabitates a house of the past? These are all just questions. I don't have answers for them, but there's just something for us to think about the house of the past. Yeah.
So the memory, I feel, there was one question. Someone else? Yes, please.
Thank you.
I think this is
For your
going to
question.
the last.
Yeah.
Then we'll
The last question for tonight.
Thank you so much, Achal, for that very, very insightful session. I myself teach literature here at ISER Bhopal.
We've been exchanging emails for a very long time.
Yeah, so I had a couple.
Antara.
Yes. If I have time, else I'll go with one. My first question was about method. We all know that oral histories take a very long time to build that trust, and you mentioned how your interlocutors would often not be able to speak because you were a stranger. So if you could shed a bit more light on how that relationship was built over time, and also your own, you talked about how loss, grief are passed on. So your own inheritances, because I myself from the other side, what role did that have in your, in your work of a historian? So that was one. I think I'll stop there.
Such a great, so two very great questions you asked. The first is about trust. Very often, I guess I should say that for me, an interview is not a transaction. So it is not that I'm going to go speak to someone once and then that's it. It's very common for me to stay in touch with every single interviewee of mine for years. And when they have passed, unfortunately, many of them have, to stay in touch with their children and grandchildren and so and so and so. So I really see it as a relationship, kind of building a very big family across the three nations. But when you meet someone for the first time and you're sitting with them, it's awkward. And even though they know that you have come to ask about partition, they have no obligation to speak to you about it. And old people have their own things, आज नहीं बात करनी, बड़े थक गए हैं, मन नहीं है, उसके बारे में नहीं सोचना है. And yet, it is your duty to continue to make that relationship. So, sometimes we used to spend many hours talking about nothing. And by nothing, I mean their children. We used to have chai, coffee, lunch, tambola game. You see, you have to make someone believe that you genuinely care about what they are going to say, particularly if they are elderly, because in the older generation, there is palpable loneliness. There is often even alienation. And by that, I don't mean that no one comes to see them. What I mean is no one really cares about the things that they are saying in many families. So if you are there to speak to someone, you have to make them believe that you care about their version of events. Very often when I was in Pakistan, people would say to their families, she has come from Delhi to speak to me. See, this means that my time with them means something to them. The fact that they can speak uninterrupted for 4, 5, 6 hours should they wish to means something to them. It also means sometimes I have missed trains, I have missed flights, I have, completely derailed the schedule of the day because the thing that they are talking about is important enough for me to listen to. Sometimes people have said to me, I've been speaking for so many hours about so many sad things. Aren't you tired? Yes, I am tired, but I'm here, I'm listening. Because this may be the first time you've spoken to someone about it, and that means something. It means something for people to have their story written, to know that it will be read, hopefully be learned from in the future. It means something. Sometimes when you go back, I have this tradition where after the book is published, I take it back to the person to have them sign on my page. So this book is like a book of, like a really interesting codex of signatures and messages. They often read their story. They know it's in the book. They've read it before it's been published. They've edited it. This is the version they have approved. This is the ethics of interviewing as well. They will read their story, and throughout the thing they'll be nodding. Yeah, aisa hi hua tha. It was like this, reaffirming to themselves. And these are small gestures you pick up, along the way. What was your second question? A kind of longish one, right? No, sorry, my answer was not.
I think
I'll answer it later.
Answer over a cup of tea outside. So thank you very much, Anchal. And I'm sure we'll, this is our maybe takeaway from the session, that it is important to have a conversation at home, to have a conversation. I see so many youngsters sitting here. Please spend time with your parents and grandparents, probe them, prod them, and know from them, try to know from them if they have anything to share. And that is something which will not only, help you. Not that it's something, it doesn't matter whether it's a sad memory or a happy memory. Memories are there. Certain moments are frozen in time. But yes, we do have them, we do carry them. And something as intangible as the memories or something which there remains inside, maybe something, the organs that are not even visible. So thank you very much, Achal, for giving us this beautiful book to read, and thanks everybody for sparing your time and listening to this wonderful rendering of this book by Anchal Malhotra. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an incredible session. As much as we want to continue, we have our constraints. For anyone who have any questions, we have the authors at the authors signing desk. You can just speak to her there. Moving forward, may I please request Raghav Chandra ji, the president of the Society for Culture and Environment, to please come forward and felicitate the author and the discussant with a memento as a symbol of our love, respect, and gratitude. The memento, ladies and gentlemen, is also the mascot of Bhopal Literature Festival 2024. It is a gone painting by the senior most gone artist, Ram Singh Urvati ji. It's a beautiful motif which depicts evolution of life. I'd like to inform the audience that now Bahirang has been shifted here. And over to you, Siddharth.
Thank you so much, Raghav sir and dear ladies, for such a wonderful session. Yes, the session that was scheduled at Bahirang has been shifted to Antarang. So if someone's wondering, या आपका कोई दोस्त या साथी बाहर छूट गया, उन्हें बता सकते हैं कि यहाँ आ जाएं. And please be seated, क्योंकि अब हम एक ऐसा session शुरू करने वाले. Certainly it's the last session of the BLF, but of course ऐसा session नहीं जो आप आसानी से भूल पाएंगे. A session जो आप लंबे वक्त तक याद रखेंगे. Yes. Please settle down yourselves. हाँ, आ जाइए please. Make space for others. थोड़ा shift हो जाइए आप सब. Yes. Yes. We'll just take 2 minutes so that everyone is able to be seated. मैं देख रहा हूँ वहाँ towards the right, extreme right कुछ जगह खाली है. I'll request people सब shift हो जाएं. काफी लोग, सभी लोग अटेंड करना चाहते हैं ये सेशन और ऑफ कोर्स द वैलेडिक्ट्री. तो मैं चाहूँगा वहाँ एक्सट्रीम राइट में जगह खाली है. अगर हमारे पास वहाँ जगह है तो एक पैसेज बना दे जिससे बाकी लोग वहाँ पे जा सकें. प्लीज़ थोड़ा आगे आगे शिफ्ट हो जाएं. आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट द यंग वंस टू प्लीज़ शिफ्ट, ताकि जो ओल्डर वंस हैं वो यहाँ पे आके बैठ सकें. ऑल द यंग वंस, वहाँ पे जो सीट्स खाली हैं, सो दैट उन्हें ज़्यादा ट्रैवल ना करना पड़े. वहाँ पे बैठ जाइए आप सब. Also, the young ones जो चेयर पे विराजमान हैं, I would request you to please leave it for the senior personalities है. और माफ़ी चाहूँगा, मैं किसी को उम्र दराज महसूस नहीं करवाना चाहता हूँ, बस आपका ख्याल रखने के लिए. Yes, yes. Yes, वहाँ एक्सट्रीम राइट में भी जगह खाली है. प्लीज़ वहाँ पे आप सब शिफ्ट हो जाएं. Yes, जो लोग यहाँ पे पैसेज में हैं, डियर वॉलंटियर्स, पैसेज में जो लोग हैं उनको अंदर भेज दीजिए आप सब, क्योंकि आई एम श्योर अभी बहुत सारे लोग और आने वाले हैं. ठीक है, यहाँ पे भी थोड़ी जगह खाली है. यस, वहाँ पे हम और गद्दी लगवा रहे हैं, तो प्लीज़ बड़ी अच्छी बैठक जमवा रहे हैं. बिल्कुल बैठक वाली फीलिंग आएगी आपको. तो प्लीज़ धीरे धीरे शिफ्ट होते जाइए अगर आपको जगह दिख रही है तो, ताकि सभी लोगों को जगह मिल सके. उस साइड जाके थोड़ा शिफ्ट करवा दो. ओके, सो फर्स्टली, एम आई ऑडिबल टू एवरीवन बैक? जस्ट शो मी अ थम्स अप इफ आई एम ऑडिबल टू यू. कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं जो सुनने के बाद भी थम्स अप नहीं दिखा रहे, बट ठीक है, मैं एक्सप्रेशन देख के समझ रहा हूँ. नो वरीज. सो गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन. मैं आपकी आवाज़ नहीं सुन पा रहा हूँ. गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन. हाँ, ये हुई. चाहता हूँ सिर्फ मेरी आवाज़, मैं चाहता हूँ आप सबकी आवाज़ सुने. अच्छा, जस्ट एक सवाल पूछूंगा. आई वुड लव टू हैव अ शो ऑफ हैंड्स. आप में से कितने कितने लोगों को गीत पसंद है? और अगला जो सवाल है उस पर अगर आप एग्री कर दो, दोनों हाथ उठाइएगा. कितने लोगों को पुराने गीत पसंद है? सभी को पसंद है, राइट. तो ये जो, और मेरे ख्याल से क्योंकि आपको पुराने गीत पसंद है इसलिए आप यहाँ मौजूद हैं इस सेशन के लिए. और यकीनन कुछ ऐसे लम्हे रहते हैं जहाँ पे हम गीतों को याद करते हैं. जैसे जब कभी आपको कोई आसपास वाला या आपको कोई परिवारजन, कोई दोस्त परेशान होता है, बेबस होता है, हारा हुआ महसूस करते हैं, तब शायद आपके मन में गीत आता हो, लग जा गले. या फिर जब जब आप अपने सपनों के लिए शहर छोड़ के जाते हैं, या शहर में रहते हुए भी देर रात तक घर आते हैं, तो आपकी जो माता जी हैं उनके मन में जो बोल आते होंगे, जो गीत आता होगा, लुका छुपी बहुत हुई, सामने आ जाना. या फिर जब आपको जीवन साथी या प्रेम नहीं मिलता, जब दिल टूट जाता है. मैं देख सकता हूँ काफ़ी दिल टूटे आशिक दिख रहे हैं मुझे. जब आपको प्रेम नहीं मिलता, दिल टूट जाता है, या प्रेम मिल जाता है पर पार्टनर नहीं मिलता, पार्टनर मिल जाता है, प्रेम नहीं मिलता, या जब पार्टनर प्रेम दोनों मिल जाता है तब भी साथ नहीं रह पाते, तब आपके मन में शायद ये गीत आता होगा. अजीब दास्ता है ये, कहाँ शुरू कहाँ खत्म, ये मंजिलें हैं कौन सी, ना तुम समझ सके ना हम. और जब कभी आप ये सोचें कि क्या आप जितनी भी मेहनत कर रहे हैं, जितनी जद्दोजहद कर रहे हैं, किसी की छोटी सी मदद कर रहे हैं, या कहीं पे छोटी सी कोशिश कर रहे हैं, कितनी कोशिश मायने रखती है या नहीं रखती, क्या दुनिया के किसी कोने में मेरे कुछ मायने हैं या नहीं हैं, जब आप ये सोचें तो शायद आपके मन में ये गीत आएगा, रहे ना रहे हम महका करेंगे बन के कली बन के सबा बागे वफा में। और आज कहीं ना कहीं इन्हीं ख्यालों के साथ ये जो सेशन है इसको हम शुरू करने वाले हैं। इस सेशन का टाइटल इसलिए, और जो एक किताब आप देखने वाले हैं, टाइटल है रहे ना रहे हम महका करेंगे, द टाइमलेस लेगेसी ऑफ द आर्टिस्ट दैट वी ऑल रिगार्ड एज द नाइटिंगेल ऑफ इंडिया, द ग्रेटेस्ट Lata Mangeshkar ji. And for this most awaited discussion, we are going to have on stage one of our esteemed guests, जिनका हम तालियों के साथ इस मंच पे स्वागत करेंगे। Please welcome डॉक्टर मृदुला दाड़े जोशी जी। जोरदार तालियों से उनका स्वागत करेंगे। साथ ही साथ पंकज सक्सेना जी का हम स्वागत करेंगे इस मंच पे। पंकज सक्सेना जी मॉडरेट करेंगे इस मोस्ट अवेटेड डिस्कशन को। Dr. Mridula Dhade Joshi ji excels in music both at an academic as well as at a performing level. Besides being a PhD in music, she has learned the nuances of her art from greats such as Guru Pandit Gajanan Buva Joshi ji, Pandit S.K. Abhyankar Buva ji, P.T. Madhukar Buva Joshi ji, and Dr. Asha Parsanes Joshi ji. Starting and yes, definitely calls for a larger applause, everybody. Starting in 1984, Dr. Joshi has given thousands of light music performances. Dr. Joshi has traveled across the world for lectures and demonstrations on the aesthetics of light music, and her collection of music includes Amartala, elaborating Lataji's Gaiki, Sahirnama, explaining Sahir Ludhianvi's works and musical context, and Yaad Na Jaye, explaining Shailendra ji's film's lyrics. Mridula ji is also a regular performer on Doordarshan, Zee Marathi, ABP Majha, and All India Radio, and she has also sung vocal classical alaps for Sanjay Leela Bhansali's Devdas. In her book, Rahe Na Rahe Hum, she has shared her insights on some of the great composers of Hindi film music such as S.D. Burman ji, C. Ramchandra Roshan, Khayyam Jaydev, and many more. Ma'am, it's a pleasure for us to have you here with us. Zordar Taliyan, please. As the discussant for this most valuable session, we are glad to have Pankaj Saxena ji with us. He is a Film and TV Institute of India alumnus with diploma in film editing and post-diploma in film direction. In a professional career spanning 4 decades, Pankaj ji has written, edited, directed, and produced a large number of documentaries, short fiction films, television programs, public service advertisements, and news stories. He has also held senior management positions, including those of the Vice President at Discovery Channel, Head of Programming at BBC Worldwide, and Executive Director at Lok Sabha TV. I think that calls for an applause as well. और मुझे पता है कि आप मुझसे ज़्यादा उनको सुनना चाहते हैं, तो अब इसलिए मैं मंच उनके हवाले करता हूँ। जोरदार तालियों से हम उनका स्वागत करेंगे।
Thank you. Can you hear me? First of all, my friend, thank you for a very kind introduction on behalf of Mridula ji and myself. Lovely introduction. Thank you very much. और आप सब सुधीजनों का और गुणीजनों का बहुत आभार है कि आप समय निकाल करके हमारे सेशन को अटेंड करने के लिए आए. We are conscious that you are giving us 50 minutes of your valuable time. Maybe it will extend to 60 minutes, so thank you very much for that. One thing that I can promise to you कि ये सेशन मनोरंजक होगा. ये उर्दू में जो शब्द है वो लुत्फ़ है, आपको लुत्फ़ आएगा इस सेशन में. ये मैं इसकी बेसिस पे कह रहा हूँ कि मैंने मृदुला जी के साथ पहले जो सेशंस किए हैं, दिस इज़ द फीडबैक दैट वी गेट. बट इससे पहले कि हम लोग लुत्फ़अंदोज़ हों, मैं थोड़ा सा पर्सपेक्टिव सेट करना चाहता हूँ इस सेशन का. इसकी थोड़ी सी हिस्ट्री है और वो हिस्ट्री शुरू कई जगहों से होती है, मगर मैं उस चीज़ की बात कर सकता हूँ जो मुझसे वाबस्ता है, जो फिल्म इंस्टीट्यूट का फिल्म एप्रिसिएशन कोर्स है. फिल्म इंस्टीट्यूट की स्थापना 1960 में हुई थी और सबको पता है कि वहाँ पे फिल्म बनाने की विधि सिखाई जाती है. 1960 से ही फिल्म इंस्टीट्यूट में सिनेमेटोग्राफी, एडिटिंग, साउंड डिज़ाइनिंग ये चीज़ें पढ़ाई जाती थीं, मगर ये ज़रूरी समझा गया कि उसके साथ फिल्म एप्रिसिएशन के डिसिप्लिन को पढ़ाया जाए। वहाँ से हमारे हिंदुस्तान में फिल्म एप्रिसिएशन एज एन एकेडमिक डिसिप्लिन शुरू होता है। और वो ज़रूरी इसलिए था कि बच्चे टेक्नोलॉजी सीखें, एस्थेटिक्स सीखें, उसके साथ साथ सिनेमा की वैल्यूज़ क्या हैं, सिनेमा की लैंग्वेज क्या है, इस चीज़ को भी वो सीखें, ताकि उन नुआंसेस को, उन लेयर्स को वो अपने काम में इनकॉर्पोरेट कर सकें। तो पहले दिन से वहाँ के बच्चे जो हैं वो इसलिए वो डंकी और मेरी क्रिसमस जैसी फिल्में बनाते हैं। 4 या 5 साल बाद ये महसूस हुआ कि अगर हम सिर्फ फिल्म मेकर्स को ही ये विधाएं सिखाएंगे तो और देखने वालों को नहीं सिखाएंगे तो फिर वो नुकसान होगा। एक फिल्म सत्यजीत रे की अपराजिता है, जिसमें एक पॉइंट पे हरिहर जो है उसकी आंखें बहुत बड़ी हो जाती हैं और उसके नेक्स्ट शॉट में कई सारी परिंदे उड़ जाते हैं। तो अगर आप नहीं जानते हैं तो आप सोचेंगे हरिहर की किसी कारण से आंखें बहुत बड़ी हो गई और उसके बाद एक दूसरा सीन शुरू हो गया जिसमें परिंदे उड़ गए। मगर अगर आपने सुना है प्राण पखेरु का उड़ जाना तो आपको पता है क्या बात हो रही है। देन इट इज़ नॉट अबाउट हरिहर्स आईज और इट इज़ अबाउट द बर्ड्स, इट इज़ अबाउट समबडी डाइंग। तो ये चीज़ें हैं, ये मीनिंग्स हैं, ये लैंग्वेज है। तो 6 साल बाद फिल्म इंस्टीट्यूट के शुरू होने के वहाँ पे एक फिल्म एप्रिसिएशन कोर्स शुरू किया गया। वो फिल्म एप्रिसिएशन कोर्स आज तक चल रहा है और बहुत सारे लोग उसको अटेंड कर चुके हैं, जिसमें फिल्म स्टूडेंट्स, फिल्म एंथुजियास्ट, सिनेफाइल्स तो हैं ही, उसके साथ साथ फिल्म मेकर्स, जजेस, पुलिसमैन, आर्मी मैन, तरह तरह के लोग हैं जिनको सिनेमा में कोई इंटरेस्ट है। तो एक चीज़ मुझे याद आती है, आदिल हुसैन ने कही थी गुवाहाटी में, मृदुला जी, उन्होंने पूछा सभा से कि आपने किसी ने कभी नागा भाषा में फिल्म देखी है, नागामीज़ में फिल्म देखी है? किसी ने नहीं देखी। नागामीज़ में बनती है फिल्म? पता नहीं क्यों नहीं बनती है फिल्म, शायद नागा लोग फिल्म नहीं बनाना चाहते हैं, नागा लोगों को फिल्म बनानी नहीं आती। उन्होंने कहा ये जवाब नहीं है, जवाब ये है कि नागालैंड में सिनेमा हॉल ही नहीं है। अगर सिनेमा हॉल ही नहीं होगा तो दर्शक ही नहीं होगा, जब दर्शक ही नहीं होगा तो फिल्म मेकर कहाँ से आएंगे। यही हाल कश्मीर में 90s में रहा, वहाँ सिनेमा हॉल थे मगर बंद थे। तो आपने कोई कश्मीरी फिल्म मेकर्स का नाम सुना नहीं है क्योंकि वहाँ पे ऑडियंस ही नहीं। तो ये एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी किसी भी एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन की है कि वो बनाने वालों के साथ साथ सुनने वालों, देखने वालों और ऑडियंस को तैयार कर सके, तभी किसी चीज़ का लेवल ऊपर जा सकता है। तो हम लोग बहुत सालों से ये कोर्सेज कर रहे हैं और हमारी बड़ी खुशकिस्मती है कि फिल्म म्यूज़िक के कोर्स को करने के लिए हमें मृदुला जी का साथ मिला है। आपने बताया ये रेयर कॉम्बिनेशन है कि शी इज़ एन एकेडमिक, शी इज़ अ PhD, शी टीचर्स एट बॉम्बे यूनिवर्सिटी एंड शी इज़ ऑल्सो अ ग्रेट परफॉर्मर, जिसको हम सुनेंगे यहाँ बैठ के और बहुत आनंदित होंगे। अब अगर हम सिनेमेटोग्राफी या कॉम्पोजिशन या लाइटिंग या इन चीज़ों को, मोन्टाज को, मेज़ॉन सीन को पढ़ाएंगे तो साथ साथ हम फिल्म म्यूज़िक को भी पढ़ाएं तो अच्छा है। और आपको जान के आश्चर्य शायद नहीं होगा, किसी भी फिल्म स्कूल में मृदुला जी फिल्म म्यूज़िक को नहीं पढ़ाया जाता। कितने बड़े से बड़े और छोटे से छोटे फिल्म स्कूल में ये है ही नहीं, जबकि ये हमारी सिनेमा का कोर है। इसका छोटा इतिहास ये है कि 1931 में जब आलम आरा बनाई अर्देशीर ईरानी ने पहली टॉकी फिल्म, तो उसमें 7 गाने थे। उनके पास कोई टेम्पलेट नहीं थी, उससे पहले कोई फिल्में बनी नहीं थी जिसमें 7 गाने थे। उनको कुछ नहीं पता था, उनको ये पता था कि मेरे पास अब ऑडियो आ गया। उन्होंने ज़रूरी समझा कि 7 गाने उसमें डाले जाए। वो कहाँ से आ रहा था उनको? पारसी थिएटर से आ रहा था। पारसी थिएटर में ये काम होता था। पारसी थिएटर में बात को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए गाने इस्तेमाल करते थे। पारसी थिएटर के पास कहाँ से आया? भरत के नाट्य शास्त्र से आया। उसमें बताया गया ये सीन्स हैं जो आप गाने से शुरू कर सकते हैं, ये सीन्स हैं जो आप गाने से ख़त्म कर सकते हैं, ये मूड है जो आप गाने से कन्वे कर सकते हैं। तो ये एक बड़ी यूनिक चीज़ हमारे सिनेमा में है। और ये तो लता जी का ही कहना है कि एक शुरुआत जो हुई गानों की, फिर वो ऐसी पराकाष्ठा पे पहुंच गई कि इंद्र सभा नाम की एक फिल्म बनी, उसमें 70 गाने थे। 400 मिनट की फिल्म में 70 गाने, इतना ज़रूरी हमारे लिए हो गया। वो शायद खैर पराकाष्ठा थी, वो दूसरे एक्सट्रीम पे चले गए, मगर 8 गानों का एक सिस्टम चलता रहा, क्योंकि LP रिकॉर्ड में 4 गाने इधर और 4 गाने उधर होते हैं, तो वो 8 का चला। फिर LP का प्रचलन चला गया तो कोई 6 गाने, कहीं 4 गाने, मगर गाने ज़रूर होते थे। और हमारे जो सिनेमा की पराकाष्ठा है, जिस पे मृदुला जी ने किताब लिखी है, वो हमारा गोल्डन पीरियड ऑफ सिनेमा है, जहाँ पे नौशाद ने, अनिल बिस्वास ने, मोहम्मद रफ़ी ने, किशोर कुमार ने, लता मंगेशकर ने, रोशन ने, खयाम ने, इन सब लोगों ने हमारे सिनेमा म्यूज़िक को एनरिच किया है। तो ये एक दिस अ मैटर ऑफ ग्रेट प्राइड। हमारे यहाँ हुआ क्या कि जब हमारी फिल्में 52 में हमारे यहाँ पहला फेस्टिवल हुआ था, हमारी फिल्में बाहर जाने लगी, तो दूसरे देशों में जाने लगी। तो हमारे फिल्म मेकर्स ने पाया कि वो हमारे सिनेमा को गाने की वजह से सीरियसली नहीं ले रहे, वो आपको कोई इनाम बर्लिन में, कार्लोवी बारी में, कैन में नहीं दे रहे, क्योंकि वो अचंभित हैं कि ये नॉर्मल लोग थे, ये गाना कैसे गाने लगे। वो अनारकली दीवार में चुनवाई जा रही है, उसकी मृत्यु निकट है, मगर वो गाना गा रही है। उनको समझ में नहीं आया, पुलिस वाला गाना गा रहा है, क्रिमिनल गाना गा रहा है, चोर डकैत सब गाना गा रहे। सो दे स्टार्टेड मॉकिंग आर जिसको कहते हैं, जो हमारी सिनेमा में ये फिल्म म्यूजिक था। तो हमारे यहाँ भी बड़ा एम्बेरसमेंट होने लगा, हमको लगा हम ही कुछ गलत काम कर रहे हैं। तो हमारे कुछ ऐसे फिल्म मेकर्स थे जिन्होंने फिल्म में गाना डालना बंद कर दिया ताकि उनको एक्सेप्टेंस मिल जाए बाहर। तो इसलिए वो चीज़ जो 50s और 60s का गोल्डन पीरियड था, वो 90s में आके बिल्कुल ही ख़राब हो गया, उसका बुरा हाल हो गया। जो नहीं बना रहे, जो नई गाने यूज़ कर रहे थे वो नहीं कर रहे थे, जो कर रहे थे बहुत ही ख़राब कर रहे थे, उनके मैं नाम ही नहीं लेना चाहता, इतने ख़राब थे वो। फिर एक पॉइंट आया जब AR रहमान साहब को ऑस्कर अवार्ड दिया गया, फिर सारी दुनिया जागी तो हम भी जागे कि इसमें तो कोई अच्छी बात है। मगर हम लोग जानते हैं और आप लोग जानते हैं कि रहमान सबसे अच्छे म्यूज़िक डायरेक्टर हुए हमारे यहाँ कोई रोशन नहीं हुए, कोई नौशाद नहीं हुए, ये कोई लोग नहीं हुए, शंकर जयकिशन नहीं हुए, सबसे। लेकिन चलो दुनिया ने रहमान को रिकॉग्नाइज़ किया तो हम जागे, हमको लगा हमारा फिल्म म्यूज़िक इम्पॉर्टेंट है और हमने उस पर काम करना शुरू किया। तो ये एक यात्रा हमारे फिल्म म्यूज़िक की रही है। किसी भी चीज़ को हम इसलिए अच्छा नहीं कह सकते क्योंकि वो हमारी है। ये बात ठीक नहीं है कि हमारा म्यूज़िक है इसलिए दुनिया में सबसे अच्छा। आपको कारण पता होने चाहिए, और वो कारण जानने के लिए फिल्म एप्रिसिएशन या म्यूज़िक एप्रिसिएशन है, किसी भी प्रकार का कोई एप्रिसिएशन कोर्स है जो अब हम करने वाले हैं। तो ये तो बात हुई हमारे म्यूज़िक की। तो एक नाम आया लता मंगेशकर जी का, हम एक सेशन लता मंगेशकर जी पे करें तो वो हमने किए और अभी भी हम करेंगे। लता मंगेशकर बड़ी यूनिक है कई मामलों में। एक चीज़ ये समझने की है कि जो फिल्म का सिंगर है वो बहुत ही लिमिटेशन में काम कर रहा है, उसका मुकाबला आप बड़े गुलाम अली खान से कर ही नहीं सकते, रविशंकर से कर ही नहीं सकते। वो 3 मिनट में उसको अपना काम करना है, उसके पास 2 घंटे हैं ही नहीं। 3 मिनट में भी किसी और के लिखे हुए बोल उसको गाने हैं, अपने मन से नहीं गाना है। किसी और के कॉम्पोजिशन में उसको गाना है, अपने मन से नहीं गाना है उसको। किसी कैरेक्टर के लिए गाना है, वो कैरेक्टर कोई भी हो सकता है, वो कोई नॉच गर्ल हो सकती है, वो कोई पोइटेस हो सकती है, वो कोई बीमार आदमी हो सकता है, और उसको उस कैरेक्टर को अभिनीत करने वाले एक्टर को दिमाग में रख के गाना है। ये चैलेंजेस हैं किसी भी प्लेबैक सिंगर के लिए। लता मंगेशकर जी ने 70 साल गाना गाया है। मुझे खाने में दिक्कत है, मेरे दांत में कुछ प्रॉब्लम है, मुझे लगता नहीं कि मैं 70 साल तक खाना खा पाऊंगा। उन्होंने 70 साल तक गाना गाया और टॉप लेवल पे गाना गाया, इंटेंस कंपटीशन में गाना गाया और 30,000 गाने गाए। 70 साल के अगर आप दिन गिने तो वो 30,000 से बहुत कम होते। तो दिन में कई गाने गाए और फिर भी इतने सुंदर गाने गाए और बड़े एक लंबे पीरियड। और इंडियन सिनेमा के अगर 100 साल उनका पीरियड को ले लें तो 100 साल हैं, उसमें 70 साल लता मंगेशकर का एक्टिव कंट्रीब्यूशन है। और उन्होंने हिंदुस्तान के हर बड़े कंपोजर के साथ गाने गाए हैं, हर बड़े लिरिसिस्ट के गाने गाए हैं, हर बड़े एक्टर और एक्ट्रेस के लिए गाने गाए हैं, और हर बड़े डायरेक्टर के लिए उन्होंने काम किया है। और ये सारी कहानी शुरू होती है एक बहुत ही डिफ़िकल्ट लाइफ से। उनके फादर का जल्दी इंतकाल हो गया था, तो उनको मजबूरी में फिल्मों में काम करना पड़ा। 8 फिल्मों में उन्होंने एक्टिंग की, उनको एक्टिंग बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं आई, और उन्होंने जैसे ही मौका मिला एक्टिंग से शिफ्ट करके शी केम टू सिंगिंग। और इतना अच्छा गाया है कि फ्रांस का लीजन ऑफ ऑनर इनाम, भारत की सिनेमा का सबसे बड़ा दादा साहेब फाल्के इनाम, भारतवर्ष का सबसे बड़ा इनाम भारत रत्न, तीनों लता मंगेशकर को मिल चुके। और मेरी समझ में लता मंगेशकर के अलावा सिर्फ एक आदमी है जिसको ये 3 इनाम मिले हैं, वो सत्यजीत राय हैं। तो वो सत्यजीत राय के समकक्ष खड़ी हुई हैं लता मंगेशकर। तो हम कभी इस बात को ना भूलें कि लता मंगेशकर का कंट्रीब्यूशन क्या है, और उस चीज़ को हम याद रखें और उस चीज़ को हम समझें। बातें हम बहुत सारी कर सकते हैं लता मंगेशकर के बारे में, उसकी कोई लिमिट नहीं है, लेकिन लता मंगेशकर को समझने का जो ठीक तरीका है वो उनके संगीत के माध्यम से उनको समझने का तरीका है। एंड दैट इज़ वाई आई एम वेरी वेरी ग्रेटफुल टू डॉक्टर जोशी फॉर कमिंग ऑल द वे फ्रॉम बॉम्बे एंड डूइंग दिस सेशन फॉर अस। तो थैंक यू डॉक्टर जोशी। सवालों का सिलसिला मैं शुरू करता हूँ, और पहला सवाल ये है, मुझे थोड़ा अचरज हुआ, मुझे म्यूज़िक की ज़्यादा नॉलेज नहीं है, लेकिन मुझे पता है कोई चीज़ ऑक्टेव होती है, सा से सा तक होती है, और कुछ सिंगर्स एक में या 2 ऑक्टेव्स में गा सकते हैं। हृदयनाथ मंगेशकर, जो लता मंगेशकर के भाई हैं और बहुत अच्छे म्यूज़िक कंपोजर हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि लता मंगेशकर 4 ऑक्टेव्स में गा सकती थी। उनकी आवाज़ जो थी 28 नोट्स में घूम सकती थी। तो मैं मृदुला जी सबसे पहले तो आपसे पूछना चाह रहा हूँ कि ये है क्या, ये अद्भुत टैलेंट है, ये भगवान की देन है, या ये इवन पॉसिबल भी है क्या?
हेलो, आप सभी को अभिवादन करती हूँ और सबसे पहले यहाँ पर आमंत्रित करने के लिए आपके धन्यवाद आपको कहती हूँ। पंकज सर ने बहुत ही अच्छा इंट्रोडक्शन किया है और विषय को आपके सामने रखा है। एक एप्रिसिएशन जिसे हम कहते हैं, तो बिल्कुल सही तरीके से सर आपने बताया कि किसी भी कला की प्रस्तुति हो, वो संगीत हो, पेंटिंग हो, नाट्य कला हो, ऑल दीज आर परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स, और उनका सही मायने में एप्रिसिएशन करना उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है जितना कि प्रस्तुति है। तो जितना हम सीखेंगे तो हमारी खुशी भी और बढ़ेगी, हमारा आनंद और बढ़ेगा। भारत रत्न लता मंगेशकर जी एक ऐसा नाम है कि हमें गर्व महसूस होता है। इतनी बड़ी कलाकारा हमारे भारतवर्ष में हुई है जिनका विश्व में कोई जोड़ नहीं। मैं हमेशा कहती हूँ, लता एक ही थी और एक ही रहेगी। एक सिंगर कोई बिल्कुल लता या प्रतिलता, थोड़ी सी लता, ऑलमोस्ट लता, ये सब अंधश्रद्धाएं हैं। ऐसा हो नहीं सकता। क्यों ऐसा हो नहीं सकता? तो जैसे हम बारीकियां जानने लगेंगे लता जी की, तो ये महसूस कर पाएंगे। जैसे आपने जिस चीज़ का जिक्र किया है ऑक्टेव्स का, तो उसे हम वॉइस की रेंज कहते हैं। तो ये बहुत सारे गुणों में से एक हैं कि उनकी आवाज़ इतने सप्तक में आसानी से घूम सकती थी और बिल्कुल मेलोडियस रहती थी। ऐसा नहीं है कि वो उस सप्तक में सिर्फ उस स्वर को एक टच करके आना है या छू के आना है। आसानी से कर पाना और उससे सौंदर्य बढ़ाना गीत का, ये बहुत अलग बात है। इसलिए मैं हमेशा कहती हूँ कि लता मंगेशकर एक चमत्कार है, लेकिन उन्हें सिर्फ चमत्कार कह के, देखिए, चमत्कार कहने से लता जी ने जो मेहनत ली है अपने आवाज़ पर, जो एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन किया है, उसे हम नज़रअंदाज नहीं कर सकते। ये कॉम्बिनेशन है। 100% चमत्कार तो थी ही, क्योंकि इतना सुरीला गला, इतनी बारीक हरकतें ले पाना, एक ही सांस में इतनी बड़ी पंक्ति गा पाना, और काफ़ी सारी ऐसी उनकी विशेषताएं हैं, जैसे भावना की हर सूक्ष्म छटा को अपने गले से व्यक्त कर पाना। हर अभिनेत्री को उस अभिनेत्री की वॉइस क्वालिटी क्या है, वो किस टोन में बात करती है, इसका पूरा अध्ययन लता जी करती थी। वो भी हम बाद में देखने वाले हैं। लेकिन इतनी सारी खूबियाँ लता जी में थी, और वो खूबियाँ एक प्रमाण था उसका। इसलिए उनका गाना कभी ओवर इमोशन आपको नहीं दिखेगा उस गाने में। ऐसा नहीं हुआ कभी कि अच्छा दुखी गाना है, सैड सॉन्ग है तो मेरी ये आवाज़ है, रोमांटिक गाना है तो मेरे पास ये आवाज़, ऐसा नहीं हुआ। रोमांस में भी छटाएं हैं, दुख की भी छटाएं हैं। देयर आर प्लेंटी शेड्स ऑफ ईच एंड एवरी इमोशन एंड शी कुड कैच दैट। मैं तो कहूँगी ऐसी इमोशंस होती हैं, द एग्जिस्टेंस हमको पता चला लता जी के संगीत सुनने से, लता जी के गाने से हमें ये पता चला कि अच्छा दिस टाइप ऑफ इमोशंस आल्सो एग्जिस्ट। हम इमोशनली रीच हो गए हैं, भावनिक श्रीमंत जिसे कहते हैं हम, हमें लता जी ने नरिश किया है। ऑक्टेव की बात आपने की है तो मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी कि जी हाँ, लता जी की जो कैपेसिटी है कई गानों में ये दिखाई देती है। हम संगीत की भाषा में ये कहेंगे कि एक उनका जो गाना है, जैसे आपने रसिक बलमा का जिक्र किया था, या मैं कहूँगी आहा रिमझिम के ये प्यारे प्यारे गीत लिए जैसा डुएट है, काली पाँच में गाना चल रहा है, लता जी काली पाँच का ऊपर का भी सा लगाती है उसमें, और उस सा का अति तार सप्तक का षड्ज भी वो आसानी से लगा पाती है। दिस इज समथिंग आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड। आप ये डुएट ज़रूर सुनना, तलत महमूद और लता जी ने गाया हुआ। मैं एक बात आपको कहना चाहूँगी कि ये सिर्फ चमत्कार क्यों नहीं है। हम जब थोड़ा एनालिटिकली देखते हैं ना लता जी की गायकी को और सुनते हैं तो कई सारी चीज़ें सामने आती हैं। एक सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि हमारा जो ईश्वर ने दिया हुआ गला है, आवाज़ है हमारी, उसके भी पर्दे होते हैं। गौर से सुनिएगा, आवाज़ के भी पर्दे हैं। वॉइस कल्चर में हम मानते हैं कि हमारे पास 3 पर्दे हैं जो आप सही ढंग से अगर उसका इस्तेमाल करें, इवन इन एक्टिंग, अभिनय में भी वो है ही, क्योंकि देन ओनली यू कैन ऐड इमोशंस टू व्हाट यू आर सेइंग। देखिए, मैं अभी आपके साथ बात कर रही हूँ, एक वॉइस का पर्दा मैं इस्तेमाल कर रही हूँ। मेरे पास ये भी एक आवाज़ है और मेरे पास ये भी आवाज़ है, ये आवाज़ भी है। ये कौन सी आवाज़ है? ये कौन सी आवाज़ है? ये कौन सी आवाज़ है? 3 लेयर्स हैं। ये 3 लेयर्स बैक एंड फोर्थ होते रहते हैं। हम जब गाते हैं, बोलते हैं, सीधे हम जब कुछ एक्सप्रेस करते हैं ना, तो भी हम लेयर्स यूज़ करते हैं, वो हमारे जहन में उस वक्त नहीं होता है। लेकिन गाने में ऐसे लेयर्स का इस्तेमाल करना एक अपने आप में लता जी की खासियत रही है। तो क्यों ग्रेट है लता जी? इसके कई सारे मिलियंस रीजंस है, उसमें से ये एक रीज़न है कि शी कुड अप्लाई सच वॉइस रजिस्टर्स। उसे मैं एक उदाहरण देना चाहूँगी। काफ़ी समय हो चुका हम संगीत के बारे में बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन गाना तो सुना नहीं। तो लता जी के बारे में कहते वक्त गाया नहीं जाए ऐसा तो हो नहीं सकता, लेकिन मैं बहुत ही विनम्रता के साथ और सही मायने में आपके साथ एक बात कहना चाहूँगी कि देखिए, मैं मेरी मर्यादाओं को खुद बहुत जानती हूँ। लता जी के बारे में बात करना, उनके गीत के बारे में कुछ भाष्य करना, उसके लिए भी बहुत काबिलियत चाहिए। तो मेरा ऐसा कुछ दावा नहीं है। दुनिया में कोई भी शख्सियत ऐसी नहीं है जो लता जी को पूरी तरह से समझ पाए। मेरा एक प्रयास है और मैं एक माध्यम हूँ, सिर्फ एक माध्यम हूँ। आप ज़रूर और विदाउट फेल ओरिजिनल गाना ही सुनिए। जो मैं बातें आपको बताऊंगी वो बातें आप ओरिजिनल गाना सुनते सुनते आप याद करना, मुझे मत सुनना। लेकिन उदाहरण देना चाहूँगी कि क्या है वो पर्दे। एक गाना है उनका, बहुत प्यारा गाना है, हम सब चाहते हैं वो गाना बहुत, लग जा गले। उसमें बहुत सिग्निफिकेंटली ये पर्दे दिखाई देते हैं, इसलिए वो गाना मैंने चुना है आपके लिए। गाते गाते बताऊंगी कि कहाँ पे कौन सा पर्दा आ रहा है। बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है। थोड़ा आप रिवर्ब देंगे मुझे? हेलो। हसी रात हो न हो, लग जा गले के फिर हसी रात हो न हो, शायद फिर इस जन्म में मुलाकात हो न हो, लग जा गले के फिर ये हसी रात हो न हो, शायद फिर इस जन्म में मुलाकात हो न हो, लग जा गले। अब एक एक शब्द देखेंगे, देखिए। लग जा, दिस इज डिफरेंट रजिस्टर। ये ओपन थ्रोट जिसे बोलते हैं ना, वो स्वर देखिए कैसे लगाया है। लग जा गले, लेज ऑन बैक रजिस्टर। लग जा गले के फिर सी फेड इन फेड आउट कैसे चल रहा है। हसी रात, त अक्षर जो है वो बैक के रजिस्टर में है, रा अक्षर आगे के रजिस्टर में था, आगे के लेयर पर था। तो एक ही शब्द के दो अक्षर हैं अलग अलग लेयर पे, एक ही लेयर पे नहीं है। एक ही लेयर पर रखने से वो ड्राई हो जाता था, वेरी ड्राई। हसी रात हो न हो, शायद फिर इस जन्म में। अब मुलाकात में ओपन थ्रोट करेगी आवाज को। मुलाकात हो न हो। अब लग जा गले, ए राइट। तो पहला ए बाहर का लेयर है, मिडिल लेयर एंड द बैक लेयर। देखिए, हमें लगता है कि वो इको जैसा है, कुछ प्रतिध्वनि है, तो नहीं, वो लता जी ने खुद गले से दिया हुआ इफेक्ट है। लग जा गले एक है, ये गाना है लता जी हर गीत में दिस इज द फेड इन फेड आउट टेक्निक डेवलप बाय लता जी, और एक स्कूल बन गया, उनकी वॉइस कल्चर का एक स्कूल बन गया, जिसकी वजह से गीत में भावनाओं का परिपोष हुआ है। अगर ऐसा नहीं करते तो ये मैं जैसे कहा कि बिल्कुल ही सूखा लगेगा। देखिए, आप सुन नहीं पाओगे, एक ही धुन है, वही धुन में अगर मैं लेयर इस्तेमाल किए बगैर गाती हूँ तो आपको फ़र्क इमीडिएटली समझ में आएगा। लग जा गले, नो इमोशन, लेकिन लग जा गले के फिर हंसी रात हो न हो, दिस इज इमोशन। जो लोग योगासन करते हैं, ओमकार प्राणायाम करते हैं, वो ज़रूर जानते होंगे कि ओमकार का मतलब क्या है। उत्पत्ति, स्थिति और लय, सुर का निर्माण हुआ, वो सुर एस्टैब्लिश हुआ और उसका विरेचन हो गया। तो ये प्रोसेस जो है वो लता जी के गायन में निरंतर चलती हैं। इसलिए हम कहते हैं कि उनके गले में गंधार है, उनके गले में ओमकार है। ये सब चीज़ें क्या हैं? दिस इज़ फेड इन फेड आउट टेक्निक। हर संगीत में, हर गीत में उनका ये टेक्निक हम देख सकते हैं। दूसरी बात यह है कि जैसे लता जी ने कई सारे गुर सीखे, माइक पे कैसे गाना है, अनिल विश्वास जी ने उन्हें बताया। मैं कहूँगी कि लता जी की वजह से संगीतकारों का भी काम काफ़ी बदल गया। जैसे आपने अभी कहा कि पहले हमारे फिल्मों में जो गीत आते थे तो ड्रामा से, पारसी ड्रामा का इफ़ेक्ट था, मराठी रंगभूमि का भी इफ़ेक्ट था। तो संगीतकार जो थे उन्हें बाजा मास्टर कहा जाता था कि क्योंकि बाजा हाथ में लिए हुए वो सिखा रहे थे। लेकिन जब लता जी का आगमन हुआ है तो संगीतकारों को एक ऐसा कैनवास मिल गया जिस पर वो जी चाहे जैसी तस्वीर निकाल सकते हैं। नो लिमिटेशंस फॉर योर प्रतिभा एंड टैलेंट। कुछ भी आप कंपोज करो, गला हाजिर है आपके लिए। बिफोर लता दे हैड सम लिमिटेशंस नेचुरली बिकॉज दे हैड द सिंगर्स। ऐसा नहीं था कि लता जी के आने से पहले ये कुछ वीराना था, ऐसी बात तो है नहीं। काफ़ी सारी सिंगर्स थी, अपना अपना एक वजूद लिए हुए, अपना अपना एक पावर लिए हुए। नूरजहाँ जी थी, जोहराबाई अम्बाला वाली थी, शमशाद बेगम थी, गीता दत्त थी। हर एक की ब्यूटी अलग है। ऐसा नहीं कि वो सिंगर्स अच्छे नहीं थे, लेकिन कुछ एक खास बात क्या थी लता जी में जिसकी वजह से उनके आने के बाद संगीतकारों का भी काम काफ़ी बदल गया है। तो उदाहरण देना चाहूँगी, एक गाना, एक ही संगीतकार का उदाहरण दूंगी, लेकिन आप इस एलिमेंट को बाद में आप चेक कर सकते हो। नौशाद जी की एक रचना है, देखिए बहुत प्यारी धुन है, वो अच्छी है, गाया भी अच्छा है। अखियाँ मिला के जिया भरमा के चले नहीं जाना, हो चले नहीं जाना, अखियाँ मिला के जिया भरमा के चले नहीं जाना। ये गाना काफ़ी पॉपुलर है, लेकिन क्या इस गाने में वो डेप्थ है, इंट्रिकसीज हैं, न्यूआंसेस हैं? पोइट्री में भी नहीं है और धुन में भी नहीं है, सीधी है, सिंपल है, स्ट्रेट है। यही नौशाद साहब लता जी के लिए जब कंपोज करते हैं तो क्या कंपोज करते हैं? उठाए जा उनके सितम और जिए जा, यूं ही मुस्कुराए जा, आंसू पिए जा, उठाए जा उनके सितम और जिए जा, यूं ही मुस्कुराए जा, आंसू पिए जा, उठाए जा उनके सितम। थैंक यू। आपने जाना होगा कि दो कंपोजिशंस में क्या क्वालिटेटिव फ़र्क है। पहले में स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्डनेस था, कैची ट्यून थी, लेकिन डेप्थ कम थी, और इस गाने में पोएटिक डेप्थ भी आपको ज़्यादा मिलेगी। कंपोज कैसे किया है, इंट्रिकसीज कितनी है। यही है मोहब्बत का दस्तूर है दिल, दस्तूर है दिल, वो गम दे तुझे तू दुआएं दिए जा, उठाए जा उनके सितम। एक ही सांस में गाया है, एक ही सांस में ये पूरी लाइन लता जी गाती है। ये वो अलग एक बात है उनके गीत में कि ब्रेथ कंट्रोल, और ये ब्रेथ कंट्रोल कहाँ से आता है, वो एक अलग टेक्निक है। उस टेक्निक की भी मैं मानती हूँ कि लता जी अपने आप में एक घराना है, जिसमें एक पर्टिकुलर वे है सांस भरने का भी, जिसे हम डायफ्रामेटिक ब्रीदिंग कहते हैं, उदर श्वसन कहते हैं। तो लता जी के सिंगिंग में वो हमें दिखाई देता है। एज अ लर्नर ऑफ म्यूज़िक मैं हमेशा ये देखती रही कि लता जी कहाँ पर सांस लेती है, ये जानना बहुत मुश्किल है। लेकिन जब हमें ये पता चलता है कि नहीं, सांस लेने की एक टेक्निक है जिसमें वो फ्रैक्शन ऑफ सेकंड में इतनी सांस भर पाना, ये एक उनका अपना एक नज़रिया है।
शुक्रिया। लता मंगेशकर की जो ट्रेनिंग थी उन्होंने अपने फादर से सीखा, जो एक संगीत मंडली चलाते थे, क्लासिकल म्यूज़िक बहुत अच्छा जानते थे। लता मंगेशकर को उन्होंने सिखाया, बट उनका सहारा, उनका जो साया था वो लता के सिर से जल्दी उठ गया। शी वॉज ओनली 8 when he passed away and then she had the responsibility of रनिंग द हाउस होल्ड, इसलिए उनको फिल्म में काम करना पड़ा, मैंने आपको बताया। तो उनकी तालीम पूरी नहीं हो पाई। बॉम्बे में आने के बाद उन्होंने 2 उस्तादों से सीखा, अमान खान से और अमानत अली खान से, और वो ट्रेनिंग भी उनकी कंप्लीट नहीं हो पाई। तो उनको हमेशा इस बात का मलाल और गम रहा कि मैं ठीक से सीख नहीं पाई। और ये जो अनिल विश्वास जी का डॉक्टर जोशी ने बात की, तो लता मंगेशकर ने ये कहा है कि मैंने अनिल विश्वास से सीखा, उन्होंने मुझे सिखाया कि कैसे साउंड ब्रेथ को मैनेज करना चाहिए। और वाकई मैंने ये आपसे सुनने के बाद मैंने ध्यान से लता मंगेशकर के कई गाने सुने, ये देखने के लिए कि वो कहाँ उनकी ब्रीदिंग है, और वो बिल्कुल कहीं पे भी नहीं है, वो उसमें परफेक्शन है। एक दूसरी चीज़ जो लता जी के गाने में कमाल की है, वो कुछ लोगों को पता भी होगी पुराने जनरेशन के, कि जब वो आई तो क्योंकि आप भी मराठी भाषी हैं और लता मंगेशकर भी मराठी भाषी हैं, इसलिए मैं यहाँ कहना बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो उनको लोगों ने कहा कि ये मराठी लोग उर्दू नहीं जानेंगे। उस ज़माने में सिनेमा में उर्दू बहुत होती थी, तो उनका ये कैसे, तो ख़ास तौर पे दिलीप कुमार ने कहा कि ये दाल भात खाने वाली जो है, ये कैसे, मतलब शीन काफ इसको क्या आता होगा, ये क्या गाएगी गाना। और दैट इज़ अ टाइम व्हेन लता वाज स्ट्रगलिंग, सो इट हर्ट हर एंड शी सेड आई विल गेट दिस राइट। और ये मुश्किल है, मगर अगर आप एक भाषा में हैं तो दूसरी भाषा की जो नुआंसेस हैं वो आसान नहीं है उसको सीखना, कोई बड़ा डिसहार्टन भी हो सकता है। बट उन्होंने उसको सीखा। एक मौलवी साहब लगाए गए, और ये गुलाम हैदर जिन्होंने उनको ब्रेक दिया था, उन्होंने उनकी बड़ी हेल्प की, और एक मौलवी साहब लगाए गए जिनसे उन्होंने शीन काफ तलफ़ुज़ सीखा। और यही काम डॉक्टर जोशी ने भी किया, और डॉक्टर जोशी के तलफ़ुज़ में भी आप बिल्कुल ऐब नहीं निकाल सकते। तो मैं आपसे ये जानना चाह रहा हूँ कि कोई ऐसा आपको गाना याद आता है जिसमें बहुत उर्दू में उन्होंने गाया है, कोई नात या कव्वाली है, कोई ऐसा गूढ़ गाना उर्दू में?
नहीं, बहुत सारे गाने हैं। शुरुआत के दौर में हमें ऐसे गाने हैं उनके जिसमें आप ये कह सकते हैं कि पूरी तरह से ऑथेंटिक उनका उच्चारण नहीं है, वो भी हैं। लेकिन ये जैसे इंसल्ट हुआ उनका, तो उन्होंने एक ठान ली, जैसे आपने कहा कि मैं तो ये सीख के रहूँगी। और बाद में जिस गीत से काफ़ी लोग चौंक गए कि दिस इज़ समथिंग डिफरेंट, ये हमने सुना नहीं है, और इतने अच्छे उच्चार, ऑथेंटिक उच्चारण और वॉइस का थ्रो, इन सभी का कॉम्बिनेशन मिलता है। एक ही गाना बताऊंगी आपको कि जिसमें आप ये सब चेक कर सकते हैं, वो है आएगा आने वाला। आएगा आने वाला एक ऐसा गाना है जो सुनकर लोग चौंक उठे। तब तक लता जी को किसी ने सीरियसली नहीं लिया था। एक घाटन लड़की है, दुबली पतली, गा रही है कुछ, और बहुत ही महीन आवाज़ है इसकी, ये आवाज़ नहीं चलेगी। लता जी हैड टू फेस रिजेक्शन। और गुलाम हैदर साहब थे एक, जिन्होंने ये कहा कि अभी आप इस आवाज़ को रिफ्यूज़ कर रहे हो, नकार रहे हो, ना बोल रहे हो, उसकी खामियां निकाल रहे हो, ये नहीं है, वो नहीं है। क्योंकि उस वक्त जो कान पे आवाज़ें चल रही थी, पड़ रही थी, वो सब हेवी आवाज़ थी, हस्की आवाज़ थी। शमशाद बेगम है, नूरजहां है, एक वेट था उनमें, तो एक अलग क्वालिटी है। वो लोगों के कान आदि नहीं थे इतनी महीन आवाज़ सुनने के लिए। लेकिन बाद में उनको ये पता चला कि इस महीन आवाज़ की कैपेसिटी क्या है। इंट्रिकसीज, जैसे मैंने अभी उठाए जा उनके सितम का उदाहरण क्यों दिया, इंट्रिकसीज आप देखिए, आप मुर्कियाँ देखिए, फ्रेजेस देखिए, डेप्थ ऑफ इमोशन देखिए, ये सब चीज़ें हैं जो ज़रूरी है। तो आएगा आने वाला सुनने के बाद काफ़ी लोगों को ये पता चला कि नहीं, दिस इज समथिंग डिफरेंट। दीपक बगैर कैसे परवाने जल रहे हैं, दीपक बगैर कैसे परवाने जल रहे हैं, कोई नहीं चलाता और तीर चल रहे हैं, कोई नहीं चलाता और तीर चल रहे हैं, तड़पेगा कोई कब तक बेआस बेसहारे, तड़पेगा कोई कब तक बेआस बेसहारे, लेकिन ये कह रहे हैं दिल के मेरे इशारे, आएगा 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 आने वाला, आएगा आएगा आएगा। उनके शब्द से, और यही वो गाना था जिसमें रिकॉर्ड पे तो काम ही नहीं छपा था, तो जो कैरेक्टर गा रही है उसका नाम प्रिंट होता था उस वक्त। ये लता जी ने फाइट किया है, वो लड़ी है इस बात पे कि नहीं, मैंने गाया है तो मेरा नाम आना चाहिए रिकॉर्ड पे, ना कि कामिनी या कुछ कैरेक्टर का नाम होना चाहिए। बहुत स्ट्रगल जो उन्होंने किया, दिस इज़ वन ऑफ ऑल दोज थिंग्स।
स्ट्रगल की आपने बात की तो ये आपने अच्छी बात छेड़ दी उनकी फाइटिंग एबिलिटी की। तो ये 49 की फिल्म है, मतलब उनके करियर के बहुत शुरुआती दिनों की है, और उन्होंने तभी कहा कि ये कामिनी नाम के होना चाहिए, इसके ऊपर हमारा नाम होना चाहिए, जो गा रहा है उसका नाम होना चाहिए। तो मैं कह रहा हूँ अर्ली, बट 56 में तक फिल्म फेयर में जो बेस्ट सॉन्ग का अवार्ड देते थे वो म्यूजिक डायरेक्टर को देते थे। ये एक जो पावर पॉलिटिक्स है म्यूजिक की। अच्छा, पीछे आप लोग बैठ जाएं तो ज़्यादा अच्छा लगेगा। तो ये जो पावर पॉलिटिक्स है, शी स्टूड अप टू इट एंड शी सेड कि आप बेस्ट सॉन्ग का इनाम म्यूजिक डायरेक्टर को दे रहे हैं, आपको सिंगर को देना चाहिए, लिरिक राइटर को देना चाहिए, उनको भी रिकॉग्नाइज करना चाहिए, सब मिल के बनाते हैं। हाँ, तो और ये बिल्कुल सही बात भी है। और उसके बाद फिल्म फेयर ने इस बात को माना और 58 से फिल्म फेयर ने फिर बेस्ट लिरिसिस्ट और बेस्ट सिंगर और ये सब अवार्ड देने शुरू किए। सो इन आर ओन वे, दो शी वॉज शॉर्ट ऑफ स्टैचर, वेरी वेरी सॉफ्ट स्पोकन, मैं उनसे मिला हूँ और वो एक बड़ा लंबा किस्सा है, वो यहाँ बताने का मौका नहीं है, बट शी वॉज एन अमेजिंग लेडी, शी वॉज सो फुल ऑफ ग्रेस एंड सो काइंड एंड सो जैसे कहते हैं ना जेनरस, शी वॉज सो जेनरस टू द कोर। तो महान शख्सियत थी। तो अब मैं भूल गया मैं क्या कहने के लिए मैंने कहा था, फाइटिंग
जी,
फाइटिंग एबिलिटी। तो फाइटिंग एबिलिटी का जहाँ तक सवाल है, एक चीज़ जो उनके इंट्रोडक्शन में कहनी चाहिए थी वो ये है कि जिस इंडस्ट्री में लता मंगेशकर ने अपना मुकाम बनाया, और जो मैंने आपको इतने सारे महान आर्टिस्ट के नाम लिए, जो फिर दोहरा दें अगर तो रोशन लाल, खयाम साहब, नौशाद साहब, शंकर जयकिशन, लक्ष्मीकांत प्यारेलाल, रवि, ये जो भी हैं, हुसन लाल भगत राम, सब मेल हैं। और लिरिसिस्ट का अगर हम नाम लेना शुरू करें, कैफी आजमी, साहिर लुधियानवी, डी एन मदोक, सारे मेल हैं। तो ये मेल डोमिनेटेड, और प्रोड्यूसर डायरेक्टर तो 100% मेल हैं, गोल्डन एरा ऑफ इंडियन सिनेमा की कोई है ही नहीं। एक औरत का नाम उषा खन्ना कहीं कोई नाम निकाल लेंगे, माया गोविंद का लिरिक राइटर में नाम निकाल लेंगे, हाँ सरस्वती देवी एक शुरू में थी, बिल्कुल, बहुत कम नाम मिलेंगे। तो इस इंडस्ट्री में मकाम बनाया तो शी हैज़ टू बी अ फाइटर। लेकिन हम क्योंकि अब इस चीज़ की बात कर रहे हैं और जेंडर की बात कर रहे हैं, एक सवाल मैं आपसे हमेशा बहुत पसंद करता हूँ सुनना, कि हमारी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में हमने गानों का भी बड़े तरीक़ों से इस्तेमाल किया है, कई तरीक़ों से हमने गानों का इस्तेमाल किया, बड़े इनोवेटिव हैं हमारे गाना बनाने वाले और गाने को यूज़ करने वाले। तो एक चीज़ हमारे यहाँ काफ़ी होती है, वो एक ही गाना जो है वो पुरुष की आवाज़ में भी होता है, वो हीरो भी गाता है, और वही गाना जो है एक हीरोइन भी गाती है, उसकी कॉम्पोजिशन सेम होती है। तो नाउ हाउ वुड इट बी डिफरेंट? वो तो डिफरेंट होना ही नहीं चाहिए, वो तो एग्जैक्ट ट्रू कॉपी होनी चाहिए। तो ये मैं आपसे सुनना चाह रहा हूँ कि ये यहाँ कैसे डिफरेंस क्रिएट किया?
बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है ये बात। आप लोगों ने ऐसे कई गाने सुने होंगे जो लिरिक्स तो सेम है, लेकिन किशोर कुमार ने भी गाया और लता जी ने गाया, रफ़ी साहब ने भी गाया और लता जी ने गाया, मुकेश जी ने गाया और लता जी ने गाया। ऐसे कई सारे गाने हैं, जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल एहसान तेरा होगा मुझ पर, कभी कभी मेरे दिल में, या रिमझिम गिरे सावन। जो किशोर कुमार के आर्डेंट फैंस है वो पहले बोलेंगे रिमझिम गिरे सावन, राइट। और रफ़ी साहब ने काफ़ी गाने गाए, तेरी आंखों के सिवा दुनिया में रखा क्या है। ये सब गाने लता जी ने भी गाए। मैं हमेशा कहती हूँ कि जितना लता जी का स्टडी है, अभ्यास है मानस शास्त्र का, साइकोलॉजी, उतना शायद ही किसी का रहेगा। अब आप पूछेंगे कि साइकोलॉजी का क्या यहाँ पे वास्ता है। देखिए, स्त्री का मानस शास्त्र अलग है, पुरुष का मानस शास्त्र अलग है। आप ये ज़रूर मानेंगे, और काफ़ी सारी महिलाएं भी हैं यहाँ पे, हम लोग थोड़ा स्पोर्ट होते हैं और ये एक्सेप्ट करते हैं कि एक ही घटना का नरेशन अगर एक पुरुष करता है और स्त्री करती है तो उसमें काफ़ी फ़र्क है। एक ही अगर आपको वाक़या बताना है तो पुरुष शायद 4 सेंटेंस में वो मामला ख़त्म कर दे, लेकिन स्त्री जो है कम से कम 40 सेंटेंस कहेगी उसमें। सही बात है ना? ऐसा क्यों होता है? यस, वी शुड एक्सेप्ट। भगवान ने ऐसे बनाया है स्त्रियों को कि जो इमोशनली ज़्यादा इंटेंस है, इंटेंसिटी ज़्यादा है, इसलिए हम मिर्च मसाला लगाए बगैर किसी चीज़ का हम नरेशन नहीं कर सकते। तो ये बात रिफ्लेक्ट होती है लता जी के सिंगिंग में। देखिए, आप एक गाना है एहसान तेरा होगा मुझ पर का, एक रफ़ी साहब का लेती हूँ, एक किशोर जी का भी लेती हूँ, नहीं तो किशोर जी के फैन नाराज़ हो जाएंगे। रफ़ी साहब गाते हैं एहसान तेरा होगा मुझ पर, किस स्टाइल से गाते हैं वो देखिए। एहसान तेरा होगा मुझ पर, दिल चाहता है वो कहने दो मुझे, तुमसे मोहब्बत हो गई है मुझे, पलकों की छाँव में रहने दो, एहसान तेरा होगा मुझ पर। सीधी सी बात कह डाली, एहसान तेरा होगा मुझ पर, दिल चाहता है वो कहने दो मुझे तुमसे मोहब्बत हो गई है, मुझे पलकों की छाँव में रहने दो। तो इमोशनल है, लेकिन इतना वो स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड है, बिकॉज मेल एक्सप्रेशन है, वो पुरुष का एक्सप्रेशन है। लेकिन यही वर्ड्स, यही पोइट्री, यही धुन जब एक स्त्री गाएगी वो क्या करेगी, वो लता जी ने सोच के रखा है कि अब एक स्त्री गा रही है तो धुन वही है, लेकिन ट्रीटमेंट देखिए कैसे बदलती है। पहले वर्ड से देखते हैं। रफ़ी साहब गाते हैं एहसान तेरा होगा मुझ पर, लता जी गाती हैं एहसान तेरा होगा मुझ पर, दिल चाहता है वो। अब कहने दो, गौर से सुनिएगा। रफ़ी साहब गाते हैं कहने दो, लता जी गाती हैं कहने दो। एक नोट ऊपर गई, एक सुर ऊपर का लगाया, क्योंकि मैं ज़्यादा ही कहूँगी कुछ, मैं मिर्च मसाला डालूंगी ही उसमें, क्योंकि मैं स्त्री हूँ। कहने दो मुझे तुमसे मोहब्बत हो गई है मुझे। अब पलकों की छाँव में कैसी मीठी मीठी, जैसे जलेबी हैं, जैसे चाशनी हो, ऐसे गाती हैं। हो गई है मुझे पलकों की छाँव में रहने दो। थैंक यू। धुन वही थी, शब्द वही थे, लेकिन गाने का ढंग बदल गया, क्योंकि पुरुष और स्त्री। रिमझिम गिरे सावन जैसा गाना है किशोर कुमार का, कैसे फुल थ्रोट गाया है। अब देखिए एक महत्वपूर्ण जो फ़र्क है वो ये है कि रिमझिम गिरे सावन जो किशोर कुमार ने गाया है वो मंजिल फिल्म में वो हारमोनियम लेके बिल्कुल एक घरेलू बैठक में गाया हुआ है, तो विद इन क्लोज एनवायरनमेंट। और लता जी का गाना कहाँ पे चित्रित हुआ है? मुंबई की बारिश में मरीन ड्राइव आप अगर देखो तो खुला है, तो वो खुलापन भी दिखता है लता जी के गाने में। किशोर जी गाते हैं तब रिम झिम गिरे सावन सुलग सुलग जाए मन, भीगे आज इस मौसम में लगी कैसी ये अगन, रिम झिम गिरे सावन। किशोर जी को याद कीजिए। अब लता जी जब गाती हैं तो थोड़े वर्ड्स अलग है, लेकिन उनका टोन आप देखिए, क्योंकि वो अब ओपन एनवायरनमेंट में गा रही है, बारिश में गा रही है, मरीन ड्राइव पे घूम रहे हैं दोनों। तो अब थ्रो देखिए, पहले भी यूं तो बरसे थे बादल, पहले भी यूं तो भीगा था आंचल, ला 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 पहले भी यूं तो बरसे थे बादल, पहले भी यूं तो भीगा था आंचल, अब के बरस क्यों सजन सुलग सुलग जाए मन, भीगे आज इस मौसम में लगी कैसी अगन, रिम झिम गिरे सावन, ला 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 ला। गिरे शब्द भी सुनिएगा आप, उनका सुनिएगा, रिम झिम गिरे, फिसलने का एक उसमें एहसास है। आप अगर सुनते हैं तो आप काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें उसमें हैं। हर एक गाना जो इस तरीके का है उसमें लता जी का हमें ये एप्लीकेशन दिखता है कि नहीं, मैं कुछ अलग गाऊंगी, क्योंकि अलग अब व्यक्ति भी अलग है गाने वाली। तो कैरेक्टर का जो आपने पूछा था, आपने जिक्र किया, उसके बारे में इसी में कहती हूँ कि क्या शब्दों को कैसे रखना है, कौन से शब्द को हाईलाइट करना चाहिए, इसका भी एक बहुत बड़ा घराना थी लता जी। उनके बलबूते पर, उनके नक्शे कदम पे आज बहुत सारे लोग, बहुत सारी गायिकाएं, क्यों उनका स्टडी करते हैं हम लोग, क्योंकि उसकी एक उनकी अलग खासियत है। हर एक गाना कुछ कहना चाहता है, गाने की भी एक कहन होती है, गाना कुछ एक्सप्रेस करना चाहता है, वो क्या करना चाहता है वो लता जी में आप ज़रूर पाएंगे। विशेष मैं उल्लेख करूँगी कि रुके रुके से कदम रुक के बार बार चले, करार लेके तेरे दर से बेकरार चले। कौन सी फिल्म का गाना है? मौसम, बिल्कुल सही। कैरेक्टर देखिए क्या कह रही है, रुके रुके से कदम, मतलब ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन है ही, वो शब्दों में ही है, तो लता जी उसी तरीके से गाएगी। रुके रुके से कदम रुके बार बार चले, रुके रुके से कदम रुके बार बार चले, करार लेके तेरे दर से बेकरार चले, रुके रुके से कदम रुके बार बार चले, रुके रुके से कदम। थैंक यू।
बहुत खूब।
तो ये बातें आपको कंपोजर नहीं बताएगा, ये गायिका का कंट्रीब्यूशन है, इम्प्रोवाइजेशन है कि ये गाने की कहन क्या है। ठंडी हवाएं लहरा के आई, रुत है जवां उनको यहाँ कैसे बुलाएं, ठंडी हवाएं। तो फ्लो है वो आपके गले में चाहिए। हा 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 ला 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 कैसे बुलाए ठंडी हवाएं। मैं हमेशा कहती हूँ कि ह अक्षर लता जी का आप गौर से सुनिएगा, जितना हो सके मैं आपको बता के जाने वाली हूँ, क्योंकि कम समय में ये सब कह पाना भी मुश्किल है, लेकिन जितना हो सके आप ज़रूर नोट कर लेना कि मैं हमेशा कहती हूँ कि लता जी के पास कई तरीके के ह हैं। इसका मतलब क्या है, जो वो सिलेक्ट करती हैं, जब उन्हें हवा कहना होता है तो ज़्यादा सांस डालेगी वो लता जी उसमें। जैसे हम कहते हुए अलग है, हवा का ह अलग है, तो हम कहते हैं हवा, लता जी कहती हैं हवा। तो आपने नोटिस किया, ज़्यादा हवा आपको महसूस होगी। हवा जब कहते हैं, हवाएं, नॉट हवाएं, हवा इज़ अलग, हवाएं इज़ अलग, तो हम अलग है। ठंडी हवाएं लहरा के भी ह आया, लेकिन वो ह अलग था। लहरा के आए रुत है जवां उनको यहाँ कैसे बुलाएं, ठंडी हवाएं। बहुत काफ़ी सारी बातें हैं
जी। अच्छा, ये जो इस तरह के जो प्रोग्राम हैं ये चलते ही जा सकते हैं, इनकी कोई लिमिट नहीं है, लेकिन मुझे इशारा मिल गया है कि टाइम हमारा समाप्त हो चुका है। तो वी विल बी वाइंडिंग अप, बट अब कैसे, मुझे नहीं समझ में आ रहा है इसको कैसे वाइंड अप करें। जी 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 ज़रूर। तो द फाइनल वर्ड विद डॉक्टर जोशी, आप कुछ कहना चाहें? नहीं, आप बताइए।
कुछ ऐसी विशेषताएं कि रह न जाएं, बहुत सारी चीज़ें रहने वाली हैं, लेकिन मैं ख़ास तौर पे बोलना चाहूँगी कि 2 शब्दों में आस रखना जिसे कहते हैं। कई बार ऐसा होता है कि संगीत देते वक्त कुछ रह जाता है, क्योंकि धुन जो संगीतकार को सूझती है, जो उसके जहन में आती है, धुन पर गाना लिखा जाता है, फिर कई सारे शब्द टूटते हैं जो नहीं होना चाहिए, तो उसको रिपेयर कौन करेगा? अब गीत तो बन चुका, सिंगर आ गई, अब आपको ये गाना है। तो मैं हमेशा कहती हूँ कि जैसे कभी कभी हमारा ऑपरेशन में एक सर्जन ऑपरेशन कर रहा है, लेकिन उसमें कुछ गलती हो गई, तो एक सीनियर सर्जन आके उसे रिपेयर करता है, राइट? तो लता जी यूज्ड टू डू दैट, कि कई गाने ऐसे हैं कि जो अपनी गायकी से लता जी ने बिल्कुल रिपेयर ऑपरेशन कर दिया उसका। ये रातें नई पुरानी, ये रातें, सी द डिस्टेंस, ये रातें ऑक्टेव का डिस्टेंस है। ये रातें नई पुरानी, ये रातें नई पुरानी, आते आते जाते कहती है कोई कहानी, ये रातें। See how she has filled the gap. मिला है किसी का झुमका, ठंडे ठंडे हरे हरे नीम तले, ओ मिला है किसी का झुमका, ओ सजना बरखा बहार आई, रस की पुहार लाई, अखियों में प्यार लाई, ओ सजना। काफ़ी सारी बातें हैं जी जी। मैं तो और 2 घंटे कम से कम बात कर सकती हूँ, और अगर 10 मिनट और मिलते हैं तो 2-3 चीज़ें और बता दूं, लेकिन आई शुड नॉट क्रॉस द लिमिट. सो जो आपने पूछा था, एक सवाल आपने पूछा था कि अभिनेत्रियों की जो वॉइस क्वालिटी थी उसका भी लता जी बहुत स्टडी करती थी कि वहीदा जी की आवाज़ कैसी है, मीना कुमारी जी की आवाज़ कैसी है. जो आप भी जाने, आपने भी महसूस किया होगा कि वहीदा जी की आवाज़ थोड़ी सी हस्की है. उस आवाज़ को मीठा नहीं कह सकते हम. सायरा बानू जी की आवाज़ भी थोड़ी सी अलग है, थोड़ी मेटालिक उनकी वॉइस है. मीना कुमारी जी की भी थोड़ी मेटालिक वॉइस है. तो इतनी सारी अभिनेत्रियों के लिए गाते वक्त लता जी ने ये बहुत उसका अभ्यास किया था और उनके गाने में वो छलकता है. एक गाना देखिए आप, मीना कुमारी जी पर फिल्माया गया हुआ गाना है, एरी जाने न दूंगी. ये गाना अगर आप सुनेंगे तो मैं कहूँगी एक तो बंदिश पर आधारित गाना है. शास्त्रीय संगीत की कामोद राग की ये बंदिश है, चित्रलेखा फिल्म से साहिर जी ने लिखा हुआ. जब बंदिश है तो क्लासिकल म्यूजिक से आई है. बंदिश का जब फिल्म सॉन्ग बनता है तो इट हैज़ टू बी लाइटर वन, नहीं तो आम आदमी नहीं सुन पाएगा. तो क्या चेंज हुआ है, सुर का लगाव. मैं आपको 2 लाइन बंदिश की सुनाती हूँ और 2 लाइन गीत की सुनाती हूँ. बंदिश ऐसी है, अरे जाने न दूंगी माई रे, जाने न दूंगी माई रे, अपने बलम को नैनन में कजरा को, पलकन मूंद मूंद, अरे जाने न दूंगी. ये क्लासिकल है, प्योर क्लासिकल. अब इसका गाना बनेगा तो हर चीज़ बदलेगी, शब्द बदलेंगे, धुन थोड़ी बदलेगी, लाइटर होगी और उसमें एक और मिठास चाहिए और वो मीना कुमारी जी की आवाज़ को सूट करना चाहिए. तो लता जी गाती है, री जाने न दूंगी, री जाने न दूंगी, मैं तो अपने रसिक को नैनों में रख लूंगी, पलकन मूंद मूंद रे, जाने न दूंगी. ये हुआ उसका गाना. वहीदा जी के लिए एक आलाप जो लता जी ने गाया वो बिल्कुल उस वक्त गाइड फिल्म में, कांटों से खींच के ये आंचल, तोड़ के बंधन बांधी पायल, कोई न रोको दिल की उड़ान को, दिल वो चला. तो वो जो फील है कि मैं सब बंधन अब तोड़ने चली हूँ, आज फिर जीने की भी तमन्ना है और मरने का भी इरादा, ये भी एक अलग माजरा है. क्योंकि वो जो रोज़ी जुल्म सहन कर रही थी वो उसे मरना है और आज मैं एक ज़िंदगी, नई ज़िंदगी शुरू कर रही हूँ तो मुझे जीना भी है. तो उस आलाप से हमें ये पता चलता है कि आगे गाना कैसे हो रहा है. देखिए आलाप में कोई शब्द नहीं है, पोइट्री नहीं है, तो कैसे एक्सप्रेस होगा गाने का फील, सिंगर का काम है ये. हो दिस इज आलाप.
वाह वाह.
अब ये आलाप अगर मैं इस तरीके से नहीं, हो सुर वही थे लेकिन फील नहीं आया क्योंकि थ्रो अलग है. हो कांटों से खींच के ये आंचल, तोड़ के बंधन बांधी पायल, हो कोई ना रोको दिल की उड़ान को, दिल वो चला. आज फिर जीने की तमन्ना है, आज फिर मरने का इरादा है, आज फिर जीने की तमन्ना है, आज फिर मरने का इरादा.
दिलकश तालियां होनी चाहिए प्लीज.
बहुत खूब, थैंक यू वेरी मच. बिफोर आई हैंड ओवर टू यू, वहीं पे पीछे जाएंगे कि आप, आई एम श्योर यू आर एबल टू नाउ अप्रिशिएट एंड अंडरस्टैंड कि हम अपने म्यूज़िक की तिलांजलि दे दें क्योंकि किसी और को समझ में नहीं आ रहा. ये कितनी भयानक भूल है. हम अपने आर्किटेक्चर को, अपनी पेंटिंग को, जो हमारी सारी विरासत है वो उठा के फेंक देंगे, किसी और को समझ नहीं आ रहा। तो इस सेशन के बाद आई थिंक दैट वाज द पर्पस ऑफ द सेशन। हालांकि बहुत एंटरटेनिंग और बहुत एंजॉयबल था, बट उससे भी बड़ी बात यह है कि हम अपनी कला की, अपनी हेरिटेज की रिस्पेक्ट करना सीखें और उसको एप्रिशिएट करें ताकि वो आगे चल के पनपे। तो हमारा म्यूज़िक बहुत अच्छा है, लता जी बहुत अच्छी हैं, डॉक्टर जोशी बहुत अच्छी हैं, और आप सब लोग बहुत अच्छे हैं। आपने इतना सुना हमको, सो थैंक यू वेरी मच एवरीबॉडी।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद पंकज जी, और मृदुला जी के लिए जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए। मेरे मन में तो गीत आ रहा है कि अभी ना जाओ छोड़ करके दिल अभी भरा नहीं। और आप सब प्लीज़ मुझे बुरा भला मत भूलिएगा, मेरा बस चले तो मैं तकियों की जगह गद्दे लगवा लूँ और हम रात भर बैठे रहें, और अगर अभी नहीं रुकेंगे तो हम रात भर उठ नहीं पाएंगे। मैं माफ़ी चाहूँगा, पर एक बार दिलकश तालियाँ मृदुला जी की मधुर आवाज़ के लिए, उनके ज्ञान के लिए। और जिस किताब की हम बात कर रहे हैं वो किताब भी आपके सामने प्रस्तुत कर ही देते हैं। मैं आदरणीय राघव चंद्रा जी को इस मंच पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा। मैं रीमा आहूजा जी को इस मंच पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा। राघव जी को इसलिए, द प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ BLF एंड फाउंडर ऑफ BLF एंड प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ सोसाइटी फॉर कल्चर एंड एनवायरनमेंट की जो किताब है वो राघव जी के शुभ हाथों के साथ हम आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करें। साथ ही साथ BLF का जो एक स्पेशल मेमेंटो है जो एज ए टोकन ऑफ लव एंड ग्रैटिट्यूड हम अपने गेस्ट को पेश करते हैं, मेमेंटोज भी लाए जाएं, एंड आई विल बी रिक्वेस्टिंग रीमा जी टू बी प्रेजेंटिंग दैट मेमेंटो। एंड देयर इट इज़ द बुक। If we have a poster of that book, can we please display it on the screen? That's the book that we have been talking about. रहे ना रहे हम महका करेंगे। और साथ ही साथ I'll be requesting Raghav ji and Reema ji to please present the memento to our guest and moderator as well. Now this is very interesting. The memento that you see here, right here, this is the mascot of BLF2024, and it is developed by the senior most gaunt artistry Ram Singh Urveti ji. Reflects a motif rooted in timeless stories. It represents the life-sowing trees and mythical forms, echoing the melodies of Banadev, the revered musical instrument of Pardhan Gonds. And that is probably why it has been chosen for this year's BLF, as in to reflect the idea that knowledge grows and grows further. I'll be requesting everyone to not move because now is the most important time for this festival. Thank you so much, Mridula ji and Pankaj ji. Zordar taaliyan unke liye honi chahiye. It's time for the valedictory ceremony, so everyone please be seated. So happy to see all of you gathered here.
Quite a full house, huh, Siddharth? My God, bursting at the seams, literally. While bringing the curtain down on this Knowledge Kumbh, the 6th edition of the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival, organized by the Society for Culture and Environment in association with the State Culture Department. It's a bit of emotional time for me, Siddharth, because these 3 days, and prior to that, in the run-up to the function, we all became such a strong community. These 3 days of meeting, interacting, and brainstorming between such a diverse mix of authors, speakers, and experts, all of us became one big family, don't you think?
Indeed.
So I think I'm going to have some withdrawal symptoms tomorrow because one doesn't know what to do because BLF
Like all of us.
Yeah, like all of us, because BLF had kept us engaged for these 3 days.
Before your withdrawal symptoms begin, let's just escort ma'am back to her.
Yes.
Please. Yes, yes. Please be seated. Please. देखो जब हल्का फुल्का गैप आता है तो अच्छी ऑडियंस को ना तालियों के साथ उस गैप को फिल करना चाहिए। आई एम श्योर आप सब अच्छी ऑडियंस हैं। थैंक यू।
Also, we're not ready to say bye as yet because we have a solid cultural performance before you. Siddharth?
Right, absolutely. और देखिए, of course, जब हम ये फेस्टिवल शुरू करते हैं, so हम कहते हैं that this festival aims at igniting the power of thought. And पारुल, जब हमने जो लोग अगर 2022 के समापन समारोह में हमारे साथ थे, हमने वहाँ पे एक शेर के साथ ख़त्म हुआ था, और वो शेर कुछ यूँ था कि उस शहर में कितने चेहरे थे, कुछ याद नहीं सब भूल गए। उस शहर में कितने चेहरे थे, कुछ याद नहीं सब भूल गए। एक शख्स किताबों जैसा था, वो मुंह ज़बानी याद हुआ, वो मुंह ज़बानी याद हुआ। तो उम्मीद है जो ये 3 दिन का सफ़र रहा है तब आपको काफ़ी शख्स मुंह ज़बानी याद होंगे, काफ़ी किताबें मुंह ज़बानी याद हुई होंगी। और ना चाहते हुए भी हर एक अच्छी चीज़ का अंत होता है, तो हम इस अंत पे चले आए हैं। एंड ऑफ कोर्स वी आर गोइंग टू हैव अ स्पेशल वैलेडिक्टरी परफॉर्मेंस in front of you.
And all the way this has come from Assam.
Yes. So let me tell you something about it. Please listen carefully. Padma Shri Indira P.P. Bora and Sangeet Natak Academy Yuva Puruskar awardee Dr. Menika P.P. Bora's Kala Bhumi dance group from Guwahati, Assam will be presenting, yes, calls for an applause, all the way from Assam, will be presenting dance offerings from the Brahmaputra Valley.
Siddharth, let me share something about the performers and their performances.
Yes.
They're going to present a curated dance program comprising noted literary works of the late 15th century Vaishnavite saint and poet Srimant Shankardeva through classical Satriya dances, Assamese folk literature, and song based on Bharat Ratna Dr. Bhupen Hazarika's song, Bihu folk dances, and a special choreographic interpretation of Ma Kamakhya temple of Guwahati through a bhajan. How unique is that?
Absolutely. The opening dance that is called Guru Vandana, or as we pronounce it in the Northeast, Guru Bandana, beautifully captures the greatness of the Vaishnavite saint Sri Sri Shankaradeva. In his eloquent expressions, Shankaradeva reflects upon the majestic powers of Devaki Putra Krishna, the incarnation of Lord Vishnu. With humble reverence, he positions himself as the servant of Krishna's servant, underlining the profound lesson of humility embedded in his teachings. और अब बड़े सम्मान और आदर के साथ मैं कला भूमि ग्रुप को BLF 2024 के इस मंच पे आमंत्रित करूंगा, जोरदार तालियों के साथ आमंत्रित करूंगा। आप भी मेरा साथ दीजिए। Please welcome the Kala Bhumi group onto the stage.
All the way from Assam. The performers before you were Rupreka Das and Snigdha Konkon Tide. We have Rupreka gracing the stage again. This time, the upcoming performance is where Jhumra commences with a Krishna Bandhana and transitions into a pure dance piece. This piece begins with a Thukani Tal and ends with Suta Tal. I'm looking forward to it. You'll have to show that you're also looking forward to it by... Thank you. Rupreka Das joining us in just a few minutes.
इस दूसरे भाग में आपने रूपरेखा दास जी को परफॉर्म करते हुए देखा बड़ी ही सुंदरता के साथ. जो अगला परफॉर्मेंस आपके सामने आएगा थोड़ी देर से आएगा, पर मैं उस बारे में आप सभी को बताना चाहूँगा. The Brahmaputra Valley is renowned for Ma Kamakha temple nested in Naraksur hills, built by King Naraksur, the son of Lord Vishnu and Prithvi Devi. According to the legends, as Lord Shiva carried the body of Sati, Vishnu used his Sudarshan Chakra to divide it into 51 pieces. The sacred yoni fell at the very spot we now recognize at Kamakha. Our upcoming presentation, Ma Kamakha Amritvani, unfolds as a humble tribute to the divine essence of Ma Kamakha. Celebrated as the fulfiller of desires and the cherished bride of Shiva, she reveals herself in diverse forms, embodying a profound sense of cosmic grace and power. As Mahashakti, she bestowed wisdom upon Brahma, enabling him to compose the Ved Purana, illustrating the profound connection between the supreme feminine power and the creative force shaping the universe. Join us on the sacred journey as we delve into the intricate layers of devotion. और जिनको आप यहाँ परफॉर्म करते हुए देखेंगे वो रहेंगी रूपरेखा दास once again, स्निग्धा कौनकौनटेज जी, ममोनी देवी जी, ऋषा दास जी एंड भैरवी लालिमा जी. और ये एक और ख़ास पेशकश होने वाली है, तो थोड़ा सा वक्त इसके लिए रहेगा. जब तक हमारे पास कुछ वक्त है, 2 पल हैं, मैं आपके सामने कुछ ऐसे ऑथर्स को बुलाने वाला हूँ जिनकी न्यू रिलीजेस इस मंच पे की जाएंगी और हम उनको उनकी न्यू रिलीजेस के लिए बधाइयाँ देंगे. और सबसे पहले तो मैं द प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ सोसाइटी फॉर कल्चर एंड एनवायरनमेंट एंड फाउंडर ऑफ BLF आदरणीय राघव चंद्र जी को इस मंच पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा. मैं चाहूँगा तालियों के साथ उनका स्वागत करेंगे. मैं इनवाइट करना चाहूँगा रीमा हुजा जी को, द फाउंडर मेंबर ऑफ सोसाइटी फॉर कल्चर एंड एनवायरनमेंट. मैं स्वागत करना चाहूँगा मीनाक्षी दुआ जी का इस मंच पे, फाउंडर मेंबर ऑफ द सोसाइटी फॉर कल्चर एंड एनवायरनमेंट. एंड कुछ ऐसी जो किताब हम यहाँ रिलीज़ करने वाले हैं उनका नाम मैं यहाँ पे आपको बताने वाला हूँ. द वेरी फर्स्ट वन इज़ पिच साइड माई लाइफ इन इंडियन क्रिकेट बाय अमृत माथुर जी. हमारे बीच मौजूद हैं अमृत जी? अगर अमृत जी हमारे बीच मौजूद हैं तो कृपया इस मंच पे आ जाएं. द नेक्स्ट इज द रेड फोर्ट ऑफ शाहजहानाबाद, एन आर्किटेक्चरल हिस्ट्री बाय अनीशा शेखर मुखर्जी जी. अगर वो हमारे बीच मौजूद हैं तो अनीशा जी ज़रूर इस मंच पे आएँ. वहाँ पे अनीशा जी, यस. आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट टू प्लीज unfold this beautiful book, The Red Fort of Shahjahanabad, which talks about the architectural history. And I'll be requesting our guests to please release this book.
I would like to tell our audience, Anisha is an architect with a specialization in conservation. She's also the founding director of publishing house Ambi Knowledge Resource Private Limited. The Red Fort of Shahjahanabad.
And I'll request if we have got a minute, so you can just talk about your book, please, and let us know what your book is all about.
Well, thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here at the Bhopal Literature and Arts Festival. And this is the second edition of my book on the Red Fort of Shahjahanabad, which is in a more accessible format, I hope, and it can even be carried around to the fort. And what it does is that it explains a lot of secrets behind the fort and how it exists today, which is a little difficult to figure out because there's only about 10% of the Red Fort that exists today. And it's a piece of architecture that's contemporary with the Taj Mahal, which is another great act of patronage by Shah Jahan and his entire team of artists and architects and craftspeople. and I think brought together in a similar milieu like what we have at Bhopal today. So I'm so happy that the second edition is launched here and released here, and I look forward to the book helping all of us to appreciate the fort better. We spoke about, our common heritage, which includes music, art, architecture, and really architecture is the mother of all the arts, I feel, because it encompasses everything, sculpture, painting. So I'm so happy that the book is being released here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anisha ji. The next book is The Portrait of a Secret by Tarun Maharishi. Tarun ji, agar... Yes, we have had an interesting session already. So मैं चाहूँगा Tarun ji, please, आगे आएं. Yes, and I'll request our members of Society for Culture and Environment to please be on the stage to release this book.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tarun Maharishi has been a corporate lawyer, and he's also been the Chief Operating Officer for a sports marketing company in Delhi, currently co-founder of a startup. The Portrait of a Secret.
तालियां होती रहनी चाहिए, please. Yes, and I'll be requesting अगर तरुण जी अपनी बुक के बारे में शॉर्ट में हमारे साथ शेयर करना चाहें तो please, we want to have you on the podium.
Hi, good evening. My name's Tarun. I've written this book called The Portrait of a Secret. I'll keep this short. I genuinely believe we've conceded this entire space of espionage, spy fiction, all the good work that our intelligence agencies do to the Brits, the Americans. And this is my small effort to try and acknowledge the good work that our intelligence agencies do as well. So hopefully a lot more to come in this genre, but this is the first of many more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tarun ji. And next we have, ये नाम मैं ज़रूर रखना चाहूँगा कभी ना कभी, ठेला मेरा खटारा by तेज नारायण जी. क्या वो हमारे बीच मौजूद हैं?
It's a book on satire.
Yes.
Satirical stories. Is he here? He's there. He's actually, if you can make it, can somebody help him, please? Should we go nearer the steps? We can come there. No, we'll come there. That will be faster. It will be faster because
Ready? I'll be inviting you.
Thank you so much to all our dignitaries and all our congratulations to all our authors and for the new releases. हम अपनी बधाइयाँ तालियों के साथ देते हैं हमारे authors को. And finally, अब जिस परफॉर्मेंस का वेट कर रहे थे, कामाख्या देवी के लिए उनको समर्पित ये खास परफॉर्मेंस जिसमें आप देखने वाले हैं रूपरेखा दास जी को, स्निग्धा कॉनकॉन्टेज जी को, मामोनी देवी जी को, ऋषा दास जी को और भैरवी लालिमा जी को. जोरदार ताली से उनका इस मंच पर स्वागत करेंगे हम.
जय हो कामाख्या, जय हो कामाख्या। जय हो कामाख्या, जय हो कामाख्या। जय हो कामाख्या, जय हो कामाख्या।
Such a riveting performance. This was a special choreographic interpretation of Ma Kamakhya temple of Guwahati through a Hindu bhajan. Well, concluding our performance, the grand finale features a vibrant folk dance sequence, starting with Pragrik Sonam, the folk dance of the Mishing community, portraying the day-to-day activities of villagers like weaving, cotton plucking, and fishing. We then transition to the lively Bihu dance, a folk dance emblematic of Assamese culture. I'm sure a lot of us in the audience are familiar with the Bihu dance. Well, this dance is a celebration heralding the Assamese New Year. And the performers who are going to be on the stage are Rooprekha Das, Snigdha Konkonted, Mamuni Devi, Risa Das, Boirobhi Lalung, and Rekha Das. All good things take some time, like the Bhopal Literature and Art Festival, which will take a year for you to visit again, and our performance is almost ready. Our performers, rather, are almost ready. I'm sure they're ready with their grand finale.
थोड़ा पहले से शुरू कर दीजिए. क्या आपको मजा आ रहा है? Are you enjoying it? Yes. तालियां जोरदार होनी चाहिए थोड़ी और. Yes, please play it. जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए कला भूमि डांस ग्रुप के लिए। आपका बहु धन्यवाद। थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच। मंत्रमुग्ध कर देने वाला परफॉर्मेंस था। बिहू डांस देखा, भक्ति डांस देखा हमने। ग्रेट, थैंक यू सो मच। आप, मैं चाहूँगा आप मंच पे ही बने रहिए। हमारे जितने कलाकार हैं मैं चाहूँगा मंच पे बने रहें, बिकॉज मैं राघव चंद्रा जी और रीमा आहूजा जी को इस मंच पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा। एंड मैं चाहूँगा BLF की ओर से हम उनका सम्मान करें और हम जो हमारा ख़ास मोमेंटो है वो सम्मान स्वरूप, प्रेम स्वरूप उन्हें पेश करें इस मंच पे। मैं चाहूँगा हमारे जितने कलाकार हैं प्लीज़ एक मंच पे दोबारा आएँ। मैं निवेदन करूँगा राघव चंद्रा जी से और रीमा आहूजा जी से कि वो इस मंच पे आएँ। एंड जो सुंदर प्रस्तुति यहाँ पे आज हम सब ने देखी है, देश के दूसरे कोने से इस यहाँ मध्य में आना और अपना कीमती वक्त निकाल के आप अपनी कीमती कला का प्रदर्शन आपने हमारे समस्त किया। Please, I'll be requesting Raghav ji and Reema ji to please present the memento to the team of Kala Bhumi Dance Group who have come all the way from Assam. Everybody zordar talia. And yes, of course, picture तो बनती है, एक फोटो तो बनती है, of course. भाई तालियों का साथ मिलना चाहिए. Thank you so much to the Kala Bhumi Dance Group कि आप अपना कीमती समय निकाल के हमारे बीच यहाँ पे आए और अपनी सुंदर प्रस्तुति हमारे सामने आपने पेश करी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एक बार जोरदार तालियां प्लीज once again, dear ladies and gentlemen. Don't let your energy go down. Thank you so much. इस बार का भोपाल लिटरेचर आर्ट फेस्टिवल खास इसलिए भी था क्योंकि सिर्फ बड़े या एडल्ट्स ही नहीं बल्कि यंगस्टर्स को मोटिवेट करने के लिए स्टोरी टेलिंग कॉम्पिटिशन्स, पोइट्री कॉम्पिटिशन, पेंटिंग कॉम्पिटिशन्स करवाए गए थे। और अब मैं इस पोडियम पे राजीव मिश्रा जी को आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा बड़े ही सम्मान के साथ। वो यहाँ पे आके विनर्स के बारे में बात करेंगे और उन कॉम्पिटिशन्स के बारे में हमें जल्द से बताएंगे। राजीव मिश्रा जी के लिए जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए। And also I'll request our dignitaries to please be here with us.
Other members of the Society for Culture and Environment, Richa, Niharika, Meenakshi, Brigadier Sanjay Agarwal ji. Please come on the dais. Mehta ji, Naim ji.
गुड इवनिंग भोपाल। ये एक ही लड़की इतनी आवाज निकाल रही है, सबके लिए आप लोगों की आवाज तो कम पड़ गई यार। गुड इवनिंग भोपाल। नमस्कार, आदाब, सत श्री अकाल। मैं राजीव मिश्रा, मैं रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ BLF उन सारे यंग लोगों के लिए जिनके लिए BLF ने शिद्दत से कोशिश की है कि उनको उनके हुनर को पहचाना जाए और उनको रिवॉर्ड दिया जाए। तो बिना ज़्यादा वक्त लिया आप लोगों का, लेट मी इनवाइट, क्योंकि बिना जूरी के ना विनर्स नहीं हो सकते, तो लेट मी इनवाइट द जूरी फॉर स्टोरी टेलिंग कॉन्टेस्ट। कैन वी हैव ज्योति पांडे एंड विनीता भटनागर हेयर प्लीज क्विकली। मुझे पता है आप लोग दौड़ के आ सकते हो, इसलिए प्लीज दौड़ के आओ। आर अमेजिंग जूरीज फॉर स्टोरी टेलिंग कॉन्टेस्ट, जो हमारा डेब्यू था इस साल और आप सबकी दुआ से बहुत अच्छा हुआ। विनीता भटनागर, कैन वी हैव यू हेयर प्लीज? कैन वी हैव द मोमेंटोज?
संजय अग्रवाल जी, ब्रिगेडियर संजय अग्रवाल जी, अगर आप आसपास हैं तो प्लीज इस मंच पे आएं। प्लीज ज्वाइन द डाइस।
ब्रिगेडियर संजय अग्रवाल, आप जहां भी हो, वी आर मिसिंग यू। So Vinita Bhatnagar and Jyoti Pandey, please come here. Come in the center, ma'am, please. Please, sir, memento for the. So now I want to have the winners, the students of storytelling contest. Zubia Khan, Swarna Tiwari, Kartik Singh Thakur, big hand for them, please. The three winners of the debut storytelling contest, the amazing kids who did it impromptu in 6 minutes. उनको एक टॉपिक दिया गया, 6 मिनट में उन्होंने अपनी स्टोरी सुनाई और उसी वक्त उनके लिए एक वर्कशॉप ऑर्गेनाइज की गई. जुबिया खान, स्वर्णा तिवारी, कार्तिक सिंह ठाकुर. Please check the certificate name and the envelope. Zubia Khan, Swarna Tiwari, Kartik Singh Thakur. Can we all have the photograph? Jaldi se, quickly, please. Sir, it's all right. Sir, it's all right. You are there for me. The jury is more important. नहीं, Kartik, खड़े रहो. बैठना नहीं. All right. Quick photograph, please. We are moving on to the jury of the painting contest जो इस साल का डेब्यू था और मुझे आपको बताते हुए बहुत खुशी हो रही है. 98 participants were there in the debut. 98 school children came in and वहीं बैठ के उन्होंने पेंटिंग्स बनाई हैं. सुबह 9:30 बजे से बच्चे आ गए थे. 10 बजे रजिस्ट्रेशन ओपन हो रहा था. 6 बजे तक पेंटिंग्स बनाई हैं. मैं उसकी जूरी को पहले बुलाना चाहूँगा. सुनील शुक्ला सर, फैजल मतीन सर and Preeti Baba ma'am. Please can we have you onto the stage? We love you, the jury. Thank you so much for sparing your time. Please a big hand for the jury again. ताली बजाने से आपका खुद का ब्लड सर्कुलेशन अच्छा होता है. प्लीज जोर से बजा लीजिए. Let me move on to the winners. And I'll take the opportunity to show you the paintings also. मैं पहले स्कूल विनर्स से शुरू करता हूं और मैं आपकी उनकी पेंटिंग्स दिखाऊंगा. मेरी कुछ मॉडल वॉलंटियर्स हैं, वो पेंटिंग लेकर आएंगे और आपको वो पेंटिंग दिखाएंगी. आई वांट द जूरी टू रिमेन हियर प्लीज. I have Sonal Singh, Donya Doha Ali, Sanvi Saklecha and Ananya Singh. All 4 of you, can we have you here? I have Sonal Singh, Donya Doha Ali, Sanvi Saklecha, Ananya Singh. Who's missing? एक कोई मिसिंग है. आप यहाँ पेंटिंग सामने दिखाओ. You go on the stage. These are the winning paintings for the painting contest. बैठ जाओ. I think one who's missing. Sanvi is missing, I think. Shalu, who's missing? Sanvi. Sanvi is missing. She's there. All 4 are there. Oh, very nice. So can we all have you in the front with your certificate quickly? Can we ask the jury to move in also ahead, please? So this is the painting contest. आपको पता है हम हर साल पोइट्री कॉन्टेस्ट करते हैं. इस साल हमने स्टोरी टेलिंग और पेंटिंग कॉन्टेस्ट इंट्रोड्यूस किया है just to make sure the literature and art festival gets complete with the student population of the city. Sir, please. सब मत करिए. ये पेंटिंग्स इनके हाथ में पकड़ा दो जल्दी से जिसकी है और आप लोग आ जाओ. वॉलंटियर्स आप लोग आ जाओ बेटा. थैंक यू वेरी मच. बिग हैंड फॉर वॉलंटियर्स प्लीज. मेरे वॉलंटियर्स के लिए तालियां बजा देना. प्लीज सामने देखिए बच्चे लोग, सामने देखिए. Thank you very much. Can I have the college winners here, please? Richa Shakya, Shamimu Athuman, Tilak Verma, and Mukshda Nayak. Can we have the college winners? Richa Shakya, Shamimu Athuman, Tilak Verma, Mukshda Nayak. The school kids can please move ahead. Thank you. Love you all. The college winners, Richa Shakya, Shamim, Mu, Athuman, Tilak Verma, Mukshda Naik. All four are there? Yeah, send the paintings quickly, baby. Yeah. So I want the winners to hold their paintings here. These are the amazing 4 paintings by the college students. You can look at the amazing work here. You can look at the, and you know, हमें बड़ी मुश्किल पड़ी चूज करने में, हमारी जूरी को बड़ी मुश्किल हुई क्योंकि इतना अच्छा काम हुआ, इतना सारा काम हुआ, and you know these are the best there. Thank you very much. Love you all. God bless you. Let me move on to the poetry contest, our iconic contest which is there. Thank you, jury. Thank you, students. Let me move on to the jury of the poetry contest. Can I please invite Meenal Dubey ma'am, HOD, SPS, Saket, and can I please invite Dr. Uzma Khan from St. Joseph Convent School. Both the juries, can I have you onto the stage, please? Can I have the mementos? Can I request the jury to please remain on the stage? And I want to move on to the awards here. 3 topics थे, अंग्रेजी और हिंदी में थे. साहस था, which is courage. पिता, there was father. There was Chandrayaan, which was the moon mission for us. तो मैं पहले हिंदी से शुरू करता हूँ. स्कूल और कॉलेज दोनों के जो साहस के बच्चे हैं, उनके मैं नाम ले रहा हूँ. प्लीज सारे बच्चे साथ में आ जाएं और अपना अवार्ड्स ले लें. All the साहस people: आरुषि सिंह, दिव्यांश वर्मा, कौशिकी शर्मा, प्रांशु शर्मा, देव दर्शन साहू, खुशी खरे एंड मालविका दुबे. मालविका दुबे खुद नहीं आई है, उसकी मॉम यहां पर है. आई एम रिक्वेस्टिंग हर टू प्लीज कम. सो आई रिपीट द नेम्स: आरुषि सिंह, दिव्यांश वर्मा, कौशिकी शर्मा, प्रांशु शर्मा, देव दर्शन साहू, खुशी खरे, मालविका दुबे. Please check the names and the certificates and envelopes carefully. Good idea. Amazing. Can I request the kids to please sit here? आप लोग यहाँ आके बैठो सब. Jury, please come in the front. Jury, please come. In the next category, we have father. तो मैं जब कॉलेज और स्कूल के बच्चों को मिल रहा था तो मैं सब लड़कों से कह रहा था कि अपने पिता पे जरूर कविता लिखना. You know that's the bond you want to establish. और लड़कियों से कह रहा था करेज पे लिखना. असर ये हुआ कि जो नॉर्मल चीज होती है उसमें सिर्फ लड़कियों ने ही पिता पे ज्यादा लिखा. The jury remains, sir. The jury remains for the entire thing, please. थैंक यू. तो मैं पिता और कॉलेज और स्कूल दोनों के बच्चों को बुला रहा हूं. अक्षत मालवीय, राघव सरन, विधि चौधरी, जैनब सैफी, कार्तिक सिंह ठाकुर, मानस दुबे, ऋतिक सिंह चौहान. ऑल ऑफ यू प्लीज कम ऑन टू द स्टेज क्विकली. और प्लीज आप लोग तालियां बजाते रहिए, ये आपके ब्लड सर्कुलेशन के लिए है. प्लीज बजाते रहिए, इन बच्चों का प्रोत्साहन बढ़ाते रहिए. अक्षत मालवीय, राघव सरन, विधि चौधरी, जैनब सैफी, कार्तिक सिंह ठाकुर, मानस दुबे, ऋतिक सिंह चौहान. ये अपने पिता से कितना प्यार करते हैं आप देखिए. बच्चों ये सेंटर में आ जाओ. आपको एक और चीज़ बता दूं, कल जो हमने इम्प्रॉम्प्टो स्टोरी टेलिंग कॉन्टेस्ट की थी उसमें लोग वॉक इन में ही थे, कोई ऐसा रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं था, स्टूडेंट्स कुड वॉक इन एंड डू इट, और एक लड़के ने वहाँ इम्प्रॉम्प्टो स्टोरी टेलिंग सेशन भी जीता, उसको आपने अभी थोड़ी देर पहला, वो है कार्तिक सिंह ठाकुर. सो ही इज वन फॉर पोइट्री ऑल्सो एंड ही इज वन फॉर स्टोरी टेलिंग ऑल्सो. कैन वी प्लीज रिक्वेस्ट. हिंदी के लिए तीसरी कैटेगरी थी चंद्रयान, हमारा मून मिशन जो हमारा प्राइड है इस देश के लिए, इस वक्त हमारा सबसे बड़ा फ्लैग बेरर है अंतर्राष्ट्रीय जगत में. मैं उसके सारे कॉलेज के और स्कूल के स्टूडेंट्स को बुला रहा हूं. अनुश्री राजपूत, तीरथ शर्मा, यजत वत्स, कात्यायन मिश्रा, ऋषभ नेमा, यशांशु बघेल. अनुश्री राजपूत, तीरथ शर्मा, यजत वत्स, कात्यायन मिश्रा, ऋषभ नेमा, यशांशु बघेल. आप लोग स्टेज पर आए फटाफट. और इतना खूबसूरत इन सारे बच्चों ने आज लाइव पोइट्री रेसिटेशन भी किया. जो कविता इन्होंने लिखी थी वो आज आकर सुनाई भी गई है. ये लोग आए थे और अपनी कविताएं सुनाई भी रहे थे, और कुछ बच्चों ने तो इतनी अच्छी सुनाई कि उनसे कहना पड़ा कि आप सुनाते ज्यादा अच्छा हो. आई मीन वी हैड टू से दैट यू हैव रियली रिसाइटेड इट सो वेल. आप ताली बजा सकते हो यार प्लीज. आ जाओ, बैठो यहाँ पे जल्दी से. बेटा इस साइड थोड़ा सा शिफ्ट हो जाओ, आप लोग जल्दी से सेंटर में आ जाओ, थोड़ा सा शिफ्ट हो जाओ जल्दी से. कैन यू प्लीज ऑल मूव अहेड. आई एम मूविंग ऑन टू द इंग्लिश कैटेगरी. दिस वाज हिंदी. ये हिंदी थी जिसमें हिंदी ने बच्चों ने इतने सारे अवार्ड जीते. आपको पता है हमने हर साल 36 अवार्ड्स होते हैं. Every year we have 36 awards announced, जो हम पहले से अनाउंस कर देते हैं. We have delivered 41 awards this year. We have delivered 41 awards क्योंकि पोइट्री इतनी अच्छी थी, हमें ऐसा लगा कि इन बच्चों को डिजर्विंग है तो इन्हें पोइट्री देनी चाहिए. तो can I move on to English now? Can I move on to English now? I will start with courage. All the school and the college kids of courage, please come onto the stage. Arushi Patidar, Subhi Tanwani, Sudipta Bisht, Vanya Alam, Dhairya Jain, शीतल सिंह राजपूत, सोहा नावेद आलम. मैं आपको एक बहुत खास खबर सुनाने वाला हूं. एक लड़की है जिसने हैट्रिक की है पोइट्री कॉन्टेस्ट में. उसका नाम है शीतल सिंह राजपूत. शी इज राइट हियर. पिछले 2 साल से इसने स्कूल की कैटेगरी में जीती थी, इस साल इसने कॉलेज की कैटेगरी में जीती है. There's another girl called Vanya Alam. Vanya, wait for the crowd. She's won it 2nd year in a row. Vanya, wait for the crowd. Wait for the crowd. You're a celebrity right now. Just wait for the crowd. Yeah. Big hand for all these kids. Yeah. Big hand. इन सब के लिए please big hand. बैठ जाइए. तो मुझे कई पेरेंट्स ऐसे फ़ोन करके पूछते हैं, हम फ़ोन से भी इन्फॉर्म करते हैं, ईमेल से भी इन्फॉर्म करते हैं. कई पेरेंट्स फ़ोन करके पूछते हैं, अरे अच्छा वो जीत गई, पर उसकी रैंक कौन सी आई है. तो मैं हमेशा उनसे कह देता हूँ, मैम रैंक का मत सोचिए, इस वक्त वो जीत गया है बच्चा, उसकी खुशी का जश्न मनाने आ जाइए. Can I request now the category of father from school and college? Can I request the students please come onto the stage? Arya Nair, Avni Agarwal, Jyotsna Valeja, Niranjan Saxena, Anushka Rath, Karen Ashna Ernest, Om Mishra. There are some of these kids also who have won 2 years in a row. 2 साल से लगातार जीत रहे हैं. और मैं आपको एक मजेदार चीज बताऊं, हम हर साल अपनी जूरी बदल देते हैं. हम हर साल नई जूरी लेते हैं स्कूल कॉलेज से. हम एक दूसरे से जूरी को मिलवाते तक नहीं है. हिंदी की जूरी को नहीं पता होता इंग्लिश की जूरी कौन है, हम बताते ही नहीं है. हम उनको आखिरी दिन बस डिनर पे मिलवाते हैं कि अच्छा कल अवार्ड्स हैं तो प्लीज मिल लो, हम साथ में मिलने वाले हैं. So we don't share this information with anybody. Karen has won it the 2nd time. Karen, who else was there with you? Nilav Bhattacharya has won for the 2nd time. He's going to come in later. Please तालियां बजा दिए बच्चों के लिए. बजा दो यार प्लीज. मोबाइल बैग सब नीचे रख दो प्लीज. जोर से तालियां बजा लो. Can you please come ahead? Richa, please. Please come ahead. Please. This is the moment we work for in BLF, to award, reward, and give this little fame and fortune to the kids. I move on to the last category in English, which is Moon Mission, and I call all the school and college students together. Anshi Seni, Anandita Mohanty, Anvi Srivastav, Tanishka Lalwani, Anshudeep Singh Babra, Devender Singh, Nilav Bhattacharjee. Nilav Bhattacharjee has won twice, two in a row he has won. For big hand for Nilav, please. आप लोग रुको मत, तालियां ऐसे बजाते रहो, बस समझ लो सत्संग हो रहा है यार. सत्संग में जाते हो, बजाते रहते हो कितनी देर तक ना. प्लीज बजाते रहो. बच्चों के लिए सत्संग कर लो प्लीज, थोड़ा सा सत्संग हो जाए. And volunteers. तालियां प्लीज, तालियां बजा लो यार, बजा लो. मेरे कहने का इंतजार मत करो. तालियां बजा लो यार, please do it. Please go ahead. You can look at the category of Moon Mission in English. It was a difficult category, but there have been amazing poetries, very beautiful poetries. Thank you very much. I want to, कोई भी show, किसी भी session का complete नहीं हो सकता एक amazing anchor के बगैर. So I want to honor my anchors today. I want to call Parul Sharma, Madiha Khan, Siddharth Jain, Numra Khan, Grace Bhadoria, Lisha Thakur, everybody on stage, please. These were the amazing anchors of BLF. ये BLF की शान है, जान है. हर शो को इन्होंने संभाला है. आपको पूरा जो स्केड्यूल है उसको मनोरंजक और इंटरेस्टिंग तरीके से बताए रखा है, बांधे रखा है. Parul, can we have you here, please? Parul Sharma, आप जहां भी हो. Hi, Parul. One and only Siddharth Jain, the voice of BLF and the voice of Bhopal. We love you, Siddharth. All the volunteers, wherever you are, be ready and just sprint here. The next is you. All the volunteers, wherever you are. Yes, they can sit here, sir, again. All the anchors, please sit here. That's the ritual we have now designed for the group photographs. So let's follow that. Parul, आप इस साइड आइए. Parul इधर आइए. Parul इधर आइए. इधर आइए इधर. That's a lovely photograph, that's a lovely balance and everything which is there. All my amazing volunteers, Sulakshana ma'am, you have to be here wherever you are. You are the captain of this volunteer team. Sulakshana Chaudhary, आप जहाँ कहीं भी हो, please फौरन यहाँ आ जाएं. And all the volunteers, I want you on stage. Please, everybody, your certificates are here. Mahi Agarwal, Rutisha Gajwani, Shruti Bode, Shelly Solanki, Saloni Angore, Reni Soni, Shalu Singh, Pihu Pandey, Tushar Ranjan Gupta, Lavina, Shivangi, Shruti, Pandari Pandey, Jyotsna Mukherjee, Medha, Kashish Rampur, Diksha, Mehek, Palak, Sakshi, Swamva, Arsheen, Aditi. I have to read out all these names. Please bear with me. These are amazing people. इनके बगैर team अधूरी है. Ashwin, Purvi, Anushka, Ustad, Nimran, Riddhi, Ashita, Chahek, Vinay, Savi, Kanak, Mudrika, Nupur, Rujul, Khushbu, Srishti, Vaishnavi, Shaurya, Ashi, Manas, Krishna Raj, Sarvagya, Ahana, Somil, Yash, Shivangi. मैंने आपको ये नाम पढ़ के इसलिए सुनाए हैं, ये 50 नाम हैं और हमने इस बार एक और खास चीज़ की BLF में. हम हमेशा कॉलेज के स्टूडेंट्स लेते थे. ओके, ये सोशल मीडिया के भी वॉलंटियर्स हैं. यो प्लीज जानवी, महिमा, प्लीज एवरीबडी ज्वाइन. ऑल द वॉलंटियर्स प्लीज ज्वाइन है. ऑल द वॉलंटियर्स प्लीज ज्वाइन. I'm really sorry to have missed out that list. I'm really sorry. Please join on the stage. Please join on the stage. Only the volunteers. Only the volunteers. तो मैं आपको एक खास चीज बता रहा था हमने volunteers के लिए क्या किया. Usually volunteers college से आते हैं, कई बार हमारे पार्टनर संस्थाओं से आते हैं. इस बार हमने स्कूल के volunteers बुलाए. इसमें स्कूल के बच्चे हैं जो 11th क्लास से बच्चे आए हैं. उसमें हमने स्कूल से किया कि उनको एक्सपोजर देने के लिए, अर्ली लाइफ में एक्सपोजर देने के लिए हमने इस बार स्कूल से भी वॉलंटियर्स बुलाए हैं. आगे जाओ बेटा, आगे जाओ. बैठो बैठो बैठो. सारे वॉलंटियर्स प्लीज जाएं. वैसे सुलक्षणा. Okay, I want to give you a moment. मतलब 30 seconds तक ताली मत रोकना. मेरी कैप्टन के लिए, हमारी सबकी कैप्टन के लिए, सुलक्षणा चौधरी के लिए ढेर सारी तालियां. सुलक्षणा चौधरी के लिए. प्लीज बजाते रहना सुलक्षणा चौधरी इस वॉलंटियर टीम के लिए. जल्दी जल्दी. ऑल द वॉलंटियर्स प्लीज गो. ऑल द वॉलंटियर्स प्लीज गो. दोस्तों, इस टीम के बगैर BLF मुमकिन नहीं था. इस टीम के बगैर BLF मुमकिन नहीं था. इस टीम के बगैर BLF मुमकिन नहीं था. These kids have really put in their heart and soul in this, apart from a lot of laborious hard work. They have been amazing. And we would love to have them again. Thank you very much. It's been an honor and pleasure again to be a part of BLF. Thank you for waiting so long to be a part of this festival. Thank you very much. Love you. Thank you so much. See you next year.
You don't have to leave. Just wait for a minute. You don't have to leave. Agar abhi, yes. These volunteers are going to be here. Don't leave. We have the Thanksgiving, so just 2 more minutes. Bear with us. अगर अभी चले गए तो मैं वादा कर रहा हूँ किसी ज़रूरी काम के लिए जब भागोगे तो गाड़ी में पेट्रोल ख़त्म हो जाएगा. हाँ, 2 minutes. Yes. हमारा ये मैं चाहूँगा प्रेम शंकर जी शुक्ला जी जो हमारे इस भारत भवन के कर्ता धर्ता हैं वो भी इस मंच पे आ जाए. मैं चाहूँगा सारे हमारे मेंबर्स ऑफ सोसाइटी फॉर कल्चर एनवायरनमेंट मंच पे रहें. एक बार जितने हमारे रेप्यूटेड मेंबर्स हैं उनके लिए प्लीज़ ज़ोरदार तालियां, क्योंकि जो ये शख्सियतें हैं, पर्सनालिटीज़ हैं, इन्हीं की वजह से BLF मुमकिन हो पाता है. फॉर ऑल द पर्सनालिटीज़ है प्रेजेंट है. यस, प्लीज़ मंच पे आइए. और देखिए, आप में से काफ़ी ऐसे लोग हैं जो काफ़ी वक्त से BLF का हिस्सा बन चुके हैं, परिवार बन चुके हैं. हमारा रिवाज है कि हम 2 पंक्तियों के साथ ख़त्म करते हैं और मैं 2 पंक्तियों के बाद जी हाँ शुक्ला जी को हम सम्मानित करना चाहेंगे विद द मेमेंटो. थैंक यू सर आपका सभी सहयोग के लिए. मैं 2 पंक्तियों के साथ यहाँ पे ब्रिगेडियर संजय अग्रवाल जी को थैंक यू नोट के लिए बुलाऊंगा. और वो 2 पंक्तियाँ हमेशा जो किताब प्रेमी रहते हैं, हम सब किताब प्रेमी हैं, तो ये रिवाज बन गया है कि हम किताबों के लिए जो हमारा सम्मान है, किताबों के प्रति जो सम्मान है, उसके साथ ये 2 पंक्तियाँ मैं पेश करूँगा. और उसके बाद मैं ब्रिगेडियर संजय अग्रवाल जी को इस मंच पे बुलाऊंगा. यस, उन्हीं के साथ मैं सुलक्षणा जी को भी इस मंच पे बुलाऊंगा. गौर से सुनिएगा आप सभी के नजर ये 2 पंक्तियाँ. आसपास हो रही हैं आम जिंदगी की किताबी बातें. आसपास हो रही हैं आम जिंदगी की किताबी बातें. मेरी जिंदगी आम जरूर है पर ये किताबें आम नहीं हैं. और इसी के साथ मैं इस मंच पे चाहूँगा सुलक्षणा जी अपने कुछ ख्याल हमारे सामने प्रस्तुत करें और उसके बाद मैं ब्रिगेडियर संजय अग्रवाल जी को चाहूँगा इस मंच पे थैंक्सगिविंग के लिए.
Good evening, everyone. This is especially for my volunteers. This year, it's been an incredible team. It's been incredible because मैंने एक बार उन्हें काम दिया और मुझे वापस उन्हें मुड़ के नहीं बताना पड़ा उन्हें क्या करना है. I didn't have to check with them. They were all doing a wonderful job. So a big hand to all of you here. I would want all of you to come again next year. And not because he's my son, that's getting me emotional, but Adish, he's been my He's had fought for me. He's been my...
And with that, I'll be calling Brigadier Sanjay Agrawal ji on the podium to give a remarkable end. Ye ant nahi, anant hai. Thank you so much.
Okay, normally when I speak, there is energy. And right now, I've been told to deliver the vote of thanks. So, I have this long a list. I'm showing it to you. So I have pasted it on a huge thing with the help of Kanak Khullar. And believe you me, we think it is ceremonial and we tend to walk away. But you all understand each of what these people have done. Many of you have received awards, including the volunteers, the judges, etc. But the fact of the matter is, they also serve who stand and wait. And therefore, it would be highly in order for me to express my thanks on behalf of the Society for Culture and Environment, as also on my own individual behalf. I am searching for my few words on my mobile as I am talking to you. Okay, so the point is, this Thanksgiving vote is not just symbolic, ladies and gentlemen. They also stand who serve from behind the sidelines, who are not there in photographs. There are many, many such. And I remember a typical army phrase, success has many parents, failure is an orphan. So just think about these things, and I would therefore request the respect due to these ladies, gentlemen, entities, organizations, and business companies, that we sit through and genuinely thank them. So let me start with the Madhya Pradesh Culture Department, headed by its Principal Secretary, Shri Shiv Shekhar Shukla ji. I will not keep telling you to clap. Whenever you feel like, please clapping. The list is long. Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board, Kaushalendra ji. Bharat Bhavan, Prem Shankar Shukla ji, where are you? And he's been, if you see this man, equanimity is something you can learn from him. And then he told me, सर मैं तो यहाँ पर वॉक करता हूँ, पूरा देख लेता हूँ, मेरी व्यायाम भी हो जाती है और निरीक्षण भी हो जाता है. जो तकलीफ सर मैं अभी सॉल्व करवाता हूँ. As the director of Bharat Bhavan, thank him and all his team, because he also has a full big team to help him. Our thanks and gratitude to all of them. Dainik Bhaskar Group and Mr. Sudhir Agrawal, thank you so much for all the support. It is a pleasure. The REC, Rural Electrification Corporation, Vardhaman Textiles, the Oil and Natural Gas Commission, the Narmada Hydroelectric Development Corporation, the Adani Group, the Gas Authority of India Limited, the State Bank of India, the Life Insurance Corporation of India, Manganese Oil India Limited, Dilip Buildcon with Mr. Dilip Suryavanshi, Power Guild with Vineet Nahata ji, and they've been here, they've been with us, watching things, helping us, motivating us. Thank you all. Yes Bank, IREDA, which is the Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency, Manjul Publishing House, Mr. Vikas Rakheja, are you here, Vikas ji? So he's been here yesterday and day before, 2 days I met him. With him, Neha has been handling that stall and a number of other things, doing a great job for all of us. 94.3 FM, Dagio, Ambi Vineyards, which is MP's own vineyard. You can forget about Nashik now. We've already forgotten about Burgundy. You know, France, Paris, forget about. Then we had Nashik. And we have in the army a lot of wine coming in from Nashik now. And I was very pleasantly surprised. I spoke to him. He said, "Hamare vineyards Indore mein hai." So I tasted each of his wine, little. Damn good. And of course, our venerable Shri Ratan Lal Foundation, which has established a regular support to this event. Our deep and sincere thanks, Vinamrata Purvak, Dhanyavad. Logistic management team. And we have Sulakshana Ji, where are you? Stand up once again. There she is. And when I talk of logistics management, no, if she is looking a little rundown, that's because anybody who has any kind of a problem, simple thing is tell her. She will either do it or get it done, whether it is midnight or 2 a.m. That's this lady. And of course, where is Naeem Ji? Naeem Ji, jara sa haath upar karo, malum to pade. You wouldn't have known him and seen him. He is one of those who stands and waits behind us. When I need the LED in Vagarth raised, I say, Naeem Ji or Mehta Ji jara dekh lijiyega. Ho jayega, sir. And within 3 hours, you see the screen is raised. It doesn't happen by magic. They've moved things, workers, to raise the huge LED screen by 2 feet so that people can see. Pradeep Kaharji, where are you? There, look at this man. Logistics, right-hand man with Sulakshana. And can you beat it how humble he is? I didn't know his name until very late. That is how humble this man is, doing all the work. Sanjay Keher, there Sanjay, yes. And of course, though Adish has been named, there, stand up, beta. The kind of support he is provided, because you know, I don't want to say that Sulakshana is getting old, but the fact is anything comes to Instagram and all, Adish is a man to go to. And note, I'm not saying boy, the man to go to. Excellent. On the travel thing, we have Mr. Suresh Tiwari of Progressive Travels and Nandini Bajpai ji with Suresh. To the extent that they are giving us, I have to fly tomorrow, I have got my boarding pass here. I don't have to check in myself. This is the level of personalized service Progressive Travels is giving us. Thank you once again to them. And who handled all our exhibitions? Mrs. Meera Ishwar Das, who is very experienced in this field. We had a number of exhibitions going, and her personal contacts, the high quality of work she herself has done, and her associates, and that knowledge brings to us, we are very grateful to her and her team. Of course, an important member of our team, I don't see him near Sulakshana, but she's pointing here, there she is. Stand up, Huzur Chaudhary. By the way, Huzur has also done a lot of creative work for Bhopal city. So this guy is, you know, quite a bright spark. And when you see him, he's got a touch of wit and humor and a perpetual perennial smile. That's something I like. The media team, Mr. Ravindra Soni. See that? They are busy. आप आगे आइए. क्योंकि पिछले साल से मुझे याद है, मुझे इतिहास याद है, आपको मैं सामने बुलाना चाहूँगा. आप हैं रविंद्र सोनी जी. आपकी अध्यक्षता में ही हमारा इस मीडिया का सारा काम होता है, और इन्होंने बिल्कुल शांति से अपनी टीम के संग आज ही नहीं पिछले सालों में भी काम कराया है. हम धन्य हैं कि ऐसे व्यक्ति हमारे संग मिले हैं. अजय भट्टाचार्य जी और उनकी टीम कहाँ हैं? अजय जी वो तो आएगा ना. हाँ, you are here. Now please come up.
सबसे जरूरी पर्सन हमारे लिए जो हमारा सब काम देखते हैं, प्रभात तिवारी साहब.
अगला नाम उन्हीं का है, उन्हीं का अगला.
आप भूल रहे थे ना शुरू में. You have to call him in the beginning. प्रभात जी इधर आइए. I have to give him a memento. हाँ, मैं memento दीजिए.
Prabhat ji is a joint director in the education department. अगला नाम उन्हीं का था और उनके संग संजीव दुबे का नाम था, तो कृपया संजीव दुबे जी को भी हम लोगों की तरफ से आभार कन्वे कर दिया जाए। भट्टाचार्य जी, आप हम लोगों के संग जुड़े हैं, आइए स्टेज पे आइए, एंड वी वुड लाइक टू ऑनर हिम विद अ स्मॉल souvenir in appreciation of his contributions towards making this a success. अब जो हाथ जोड़ के बड़े शांति से बाजू ऊपर करके लाल कमीज में खड़े हैं पीछे, वेबक्लिक्स कंपनी के मालिक जो खुद पूरा काम करते हैं अपनी टीम के संग, प्रवीण दुबे जी, ये जितना साउंड सिस्टम, जितना फोटोग्राफी, वीडियोग्राफी, एंड हियर आई हैव ग्रेट प्राइड इन अनाउंसिंग टू यू, you know, Mangalore Lit Fest, Jaipur Lit Fest, and even the Army Chandigarh Military Lit Fest. We, with the help of Praveen ji, have broken that record. What record? We are uploading the photographs of the events the same day. And by midnight, we are uploading the videos on the website. For example, today's all pictures are up on the link I have given as of 1.5 hours ago. The videos, we have to go back to the hotel for the broadband. This work is being done by Shri Praveen Dubey ji and his team. I won't name the 3-4 that I know because I don't know the others. And then we have the cultural events. The inaugural event was by Smita ji and Manoj Patidar ji. And of course, who can forget the Usha Uttap team, which made us literally rock and roll. And now you just heard Dr. Mridula Dhade ji and the bamboo musicians, Subhashish Sabyasachi team, the Kala Bhumi group, and the Radhesham Kherwar and team. We have PD Ghade ji, the Bijli Bhavan team, Mr. Ravi of the Impact team, and Ram of the Impact team. And for catering, we have Sanjay Raja Purkar ji from Swad Caterers. And mind you, I have found that they serve a different cuisine every day, and they explain it to us because I am a foodie. तो वो बताते हैं ये चीज़ ये है. And of course the anchor team, which was also overseen by Neha Srivastava of Manjul, and the anchors have already been called, so I'm not calling their names once again. Parul, Siddharth, Madiha. Neha, where are you? Because Neha has gone, she gave me a packet to be given to Sandhya Saran, which I have, so I know Neha is not here. And of course, we also would like to thank Rajiv Mishra ji for all the great work and the energy. Where are you, Rajiv? Yeah, just behind me, there he is. So Rajiv brings so much of enthusiasm. He's been with us for a couple of years, and we have great pleasure in acknowledging his contributions. Sagar Public School, and he has organized this entire storytelling, poetry, the volunteers from Sagar Public School and BSS. And along with the support of Dr. Jyoti Pandey. Jyoti, are you here? I just saw she and her husband leaving about 15-20 minutes back. And for your information, Rajiv just whispered in my ear that we had 1,100 children. Wow! I am genuinely 1,100 children. So that's it. And when we come to the end of it, how can we not congratulate ourselves, the members of the Society for Culture and Environment, under the dynamic and good visionary leadership of Shri Raghav Chandra. We can give a standing ovation for BLF and team steered by Raghav Chandra. Standing ovation. And as you all are clapping, I would like to mention the invaluable experience and support that we have from a variety of our members. Meera Ishwar Das ji, Abhilash Khandekar ji, Reema Huja ji, Richa ji, Mehta ji, Niharika ji, Shalini ji, Naeem ji, Uttara ji, who's 80 years old, very spirited. She's a little unwell, so she's not been able to come from Mumbai this time, but she's with us in spirit. And of course, yours truly.
Brigadier Sanjay Agrawal ji, of course.
So on that happy note, and my personal thanks to all of you, that I hope the door is not locked because nobody has left. Thank you all so much. Grateful. See you all next year, Bhopal. Oh, I did? Where are you? Meenakshi, double thanks. How can I? My neighbor. Yes. Huh? So where is Team NIT? The National Institute of Design?
Team NIT, please
Team
be on the
NIT,
stage.
come forward, because you know, I say I owe you one because there's been a slip up. Oh, you are the guys who've been friendly to me outside and I forgot to announce your name. So here it is.
Jaldi, Team NIT, please. Come on to the stage.
Entire team up. Quick, quick. And anybody else I've forgotten, don't feel bad. I'm a human. Come and tell me right now. Yeah.
I think this is a team that has designed all the posters and wonderful schedules and wonderful creatives that you have seen. All the creatives have been designed by this wonderful team.
Ladies and gentlemen, they deserve a big hand.
I met plenty of people who are appreciating the designs, and of course, this is the team behind the wonderful design.
Camera shift karo unke upar.
Of course, or one and only Sanjay Agrawal ji, please, are here. Thank you so much everybody. और इस वादे के साथ अंत करेंगे कि अगले साल दोबारा मिलेंगे. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी का. Thank you so much for being a part of Bhopal Literature and Art Festival 2024. 3 cheers for BLF. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip.
3 cheers for BLF. 3 cheers for BLF. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip.
Thank you so much everybody.